When it comes to starting your business, not all services are created equal. That's where Busy stands out. We're more than just a platform. We're your
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods have to be. Like bees to a hive, swiftly gather. Your children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless high, who keeps Ethiopia free. Advance with truth and right. To advance with love and light. With righteousness leading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading, one God for us all. Ethiopia, the tyrants are falling, who once more thee underneath. And children are artically calling from over the distant sea. Jehovah, the great one, has heard us. He has come to protect us from wrong. He has sent his holy angels to guide us and to protect us in this land. God bless our needless life, who keeps Ethiopia free. To advance with truth and right. To advance with love and light. With righteousness pleading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading, one God for us
Greetings, English Shalom.
Musa salam.
Yes, I give thanks, Your King.
Yes, Lord. Mm. Give thanks. Anyway, Selah, Selah. Anyway. Yes, I give thanks to our Holy Father, His Imperial Majesty, Abakudus Kedamawe, Kedamawe, Haile Selassie, Siam Exhibia, for another rising and another day to do better than yesterday and to work forward to accomplish our mission for a new bright horizon for His Ethiopian children. Selah, Selah, Selah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Selah. Adhu Ab, World, Memphis, Kudus, Highly Kal, Abakudus, Kedamawe, Highly Selassie, Siam Exhibia. Bahaman Ab, World, Memphis, Kudus, Highly Kal, Abakudus, Kedamawe, Highly Selassie, Siam Exhibia. Selah. Our Father, who art in Zion, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom has come, thy will be done, throughout earth as it is in Zion. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as I and I forgive those who trespass against I and I. Strengthen I and I in temptation, and deliver I and I from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever, world without end. Through the true and faithful witness, our Father, His Imperial Majesty, Kadamawe, Haile Selassie Siam Exhibit. Father of African freedom and African unity. The true and faithful witness, the Aman of the Kudus Selassie. Selah, Selah. Ngusa Salam, Leku Lekemu, Malcolm Nigatu, Abakudus Kadamawe, Haile Selassie Siam Exhibit. Yi Nugusi Nigestitu Ye Deli Meskele. Yi Ethiopia Kaheb Nugusi. Yi Nugusi Kudus the Rede. Amlakana Harlina Wasawana. Hasana Hasana. Sata Amasagana. 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 Amlakana Hailina Wasawana. Hasana Hasana. Sata Amasagana. Badahani Alam, Ethiopia Star King, the light of the world. Prayer for Ethiopia's deliverance. Friends of Ethiopia, near and far. By Dorothy A. Bayan Matrat, wife of Daliku Malaku Dr. Maliku E. Bayan. Prayer for Ethiopian deliverance from darkness and fascism, to be said thrice daily. Oh, exhibit of our fathers and Lord of mercy, who has made all things by thy word and ordained man through thy wise mind, that he should have dominion over the creatures which thou hast made, and over the world according to equity and righteousness, and execute judgment with an upright heart. Give wise mind to thy servant, Emperor Kadamawi Haile Selassie, thy elect, whom thou hast raised up from the east to deliver and mete out thy judgments to the nations of the world. Bestow upon him, we pray, wise mind in like measure as unto Solomon, that he may sway the scepter of thy promise with equity and in righteous judgment to all who have robbed and bespoiled Ayani. Have mercy upon Ayani, Siam, Exilbir of all, and send thy fear upon the nations that seek not after thee. Lift up thy hand upon the strange nations who have possessed Ayani, and let them see thy power. As thou wast sanctified in Ayani before them, so be thou magnified among them before Ayani. Let them know thee, I have known thee, that there is no Amlak but thou, O Sim Exhibir, Atu Amlak Exhibir. Show new signs and make strange wonders. Raise up in the nations and thy wrath. Take away the adversary and destroy our enemies. Remember thy covenant. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. Shorten the day, O Siam Exhibir, that thy people everywhere shall stretch forth their hands unto thee. Let them that spoil I everywhere be consumed with the rage of thy fire, and let them perish that oppress and rob I continually. Have mercy upon thy peculiar people who are called by thy name and scattered among the nations. Give courage to those that possess thee, and frustrate the designs of the enemies within and without, and return their evils upon their own heads. Reward them that faithfully serve in leading thy people everywhere, and destroy our enemies speedily, that they would know that there is no Amlak like unto Ethiopia's Amlak. Hasten the day of universal brotherhood, when all mankind shall invoke thy name in irit and in truth, when idolatry and superstition shall no longer enslave our minds or blind our eyes. Help I to know and keep thy commandments. Hear our prayers, and fill I with thy true irit, that all who dwell upon the earth may know that thou art the only Amlak, the everlasting and eternal Siam Exhibir. For unto us a child was born, unto us a son was given, and the government shall be upon his shoulders. And this is by the name whereby he shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the mighty Exhibir, the everlasting Father, and the Prince of Peace. Abakudus Kenamawi, Haile Selassie Sim, Exhibir. Selah, Selah, Selah. The Voice of Ethiopia, Volume 1, number 33, Ethiopian New Year. September 11th, 1937. Selah, Selah. Shield of I defense. King of Kings speaks on personal responsibility. Let all of I follow the golden rule. Do unto others as you will have them do unto you. Let the officials follow it closely. Let them serve their people and their yantri with humility and diligence. But diligence and humility and service to one's yantri are not the task of officials only. They are not the task of anyone alone. The present projects will demand close contact and cooperation between all of I and I. Officials to whom we have entrusted various degrees of responsibility, guided by the example of Negus Christ, who, having declared, I came to serve you, not to be served by you, brought himself low and washed the feet of his disciples, must render service to the people without charge for these services. As we have repeated many times over in our last pronouncement, we would like to again to emphasize the value of time and urge you to dedicate yourselves to hard work and profitably utilize your time. There is no energy in the world, including that of the atom, that cannot be controlled. However, there is no scientist on earth who could control, even for a second, the flow of time. For this reason, never idle away your time, however briefly. Is it not you, her children, that are referred to as Ethiopia? Our lasting hope has ever been, with the help of the Almighty, to help promote the interests and well-being of our people, not to get disillusioned by remote hopes and wishful thinking. May Siam exhibit the anointed of the Lord, help us in the fulfillment of our undertakings. For we, the Black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, have to and ordain this constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation, Incorporated, unto His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I, as Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Mahel Safari, in accordance with the 1931 and 1955 revised Ethiopian Constitution. Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 29. The Emperor reserves the right, with the advice and consent of Parliament, to declare war. He further reserves the right to decide what armed forces shall be maintained, both in times of peace and in times of war. As Commander-in-Chief of the armed forces, he has the right to organize and command the said forces, to commission and to confer military rank upon the officers of the said forces, and to promote, transfer, or dismiss any of the said officers. He has further the right to declare a state of siege, martial law, or national emergency, and to take such measures as are necessary to meet a threat to the defense or integrity of the empire, and to assure its defense and integrity. Article 30. The emperor exercises the supreme direction of the foreign relations of the empire. The emperor accredits and receives ambassadors, ministers, and missions. He alone has the right to settle disputes with foreign powers by adjudication and other peaceful means, and provides for and agrees to measures of cooperation with foreign powers for the realization of the ends of security and common defense. He alone has the right to ratify on behalf of Ethiopia, treaties and other international agreements, and to determine which treaties and international agreements shall be subject to ratification before becoming binding upon the Ethiopian empire. However, all treaties of peace and all treaties of international agreements involving a modification of the territory of the empire or of sovereignty jurisdiction, over any part of such territory or laying a burden on the Ethiopian subjects personally or modifying legislation in existence or requiring expenditures of state funds or involving loans or monopolies shall before becoming binding upon the empire and the inhabitants thereof be laid before Parliament. And if both houses of Parliament shall approve the same in accordance with the provisions of Articles 88 through 90, inclusive of the present Constitution, shall then be submitted to the Emperor for ratification. In association with the constitutional law, His Imperial Majesty granted we, as his auxiliary mission of his army, for the defense and safeguard of our integrity and divine heritage, to promote love and unity and keep the moral morale of our people, to hold the front line and hold their mind in positivity and not war against one another, what would be detrimental to our common defense. Word from the Mashafa Bahan, the book of light, Isaiah 55:4. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, a leader and commander to the people. Isaiah 55, verse 4 through 5 describes the suffering servant as a witness, leader, and commander to the people. If you know the history of the Italian-Ethiopian War, the emperor is described as a suffering servant, for he had to leave his empire and go on behalf into the dragon's lair to defend his throne, scepter, and crown and people against the Leviathan of the sea. As a witness and leader and commander to the people, this means that the servant represents Exhibir, leads people to follow him and commands people to obey him. Witness, the servant represents and speaks in Exhibir's name. Abakudus, Kanamawe, Haile Selassie Sim Exhibir, the might and power of the Holy Trinity, Kudus Selassie Exhibir. He confirms the covenant that Exhibir made with his people. The Davidic covenant is confirmed by him, which is Tawahedo covenant 6, the throne of David, Psalm 132. Leader, the servant teaches people to profit and leads them in the right way. He leads people out of their own ways and into his ways. Nugusa Salam, commander, the servant commands people to obey him. He is wise, powerful, valiant, and courageous leader who is always victorious. The servant calls a nation that was ignorant of true faith. Nations will eagerly run to serve him because he glorified the only true and living Exhibit. Highly, Selassie, Kanamawi, I. The might and power of the Kudus, Selassie, Shem, Exhibit. Sila, Sila, Sila. Yes, I. At this time, I would like to make note that our father, His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie I, King Rastafari, Haile, he has been canonized as a saint in the Ethiopian Tawahedo Orthodox Church on 2000 in 19 by Archbishop Selima of the Harar region. The long-awaited death of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church remained at large as he was the one who liberated it from Egyptian direct rule after 1,600 long years. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church gained its full independence in 1959 with the proven diplomacy skill of the emperor. This alone meets the criteria of recognition as a saint. Sila, Sila, Sila. His Imperial Majesty represent as a saint. Sila, Sila, Sila. Yes. So they show I as his title shows I as Kudus Selassie. Kudus in Ethiopia means saint, right? It means cultural hero, rather, who saves his people. The Kudus in African tradition, the spirit of the people. The Kudus in Ethiopia is the lion on the flag. And on the reverse side, he's the one riding the white horse, slaying the dragon, and saving Mia, Ethiopia, from the dragon and its rider, which is the Ferengi fascist. Emperor Katamari Haile Selassie to be canonized as a saint, July 23rd, 2019. Ijasa Goro Hara for the 127th birthday of Emperor Katamari Haile Selassie, Abuna Salema, the Archbishop of the Harar region, has instructed the heads of the 53 countries in his archdiocese to hold special prayers and to speak about the contributions of the emperor to the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Malik Sahel, chief administrator of the 53 churches, said, "The Ethiopian Orthodox Church never forgets the emperor's contribution to our ancient church's glory. Today, on his birthday, we will still talk more about his outstanding contributions." Sela, Sela, Sela. Malik Salam Tzibut, head of the Trinity Church in Harar, despite his health, came out to celebrate the emperor's birthday and said, "It is not we who give a testimony for the emperor's inputs, but his colossal and exceptional works, which they speak volumes to save our preaching." Sila, 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 Sila. The NGO base in Harar sent a message to the Holy Synod of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church in Addis Ababa, which stated that the emperor's legacies qualified him to be canonized as a saint like King Lalibela, the 12th century Ethiopia's leader. It is to be noted that in 1965, the emperor was honored by 5 Oriental Orthodox churches, Egypt, Syria, India, and Armenia, as a defender of the faith, similar to Saint, for his unwavering commitment, being a voice of morality which is absent in today's world leaders. Through his guidance, the emperor helped to bring the above churches leaders around the table for the first time since after 431 AD. It was the first time that these 5 churches congregation communed together. Since that time, they never come together since 431 AD. A long-awaited death of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church remained at large, as he was the one who liberated it from the Egyptian direct rule after 1600 long years. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church gained its full independence in 1959 with the proven diplomacy skill of the Emperor Sila. This alone meets the criteria of recognition of sainthood. As an apostle, the emperor expanded the Ethiopian Orthodox Church's philosophy in the United States of America, Canada, United Kingdom, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, St. Thomas, St. Kitts, the United Virgin Islands, Bermuda, Guyana, South Africa, Sudan, and Djibouti through his messenger, Abuna Yishak, posthumously called Saint Yishak by his disciples, the Jamaican Orthodox. The emperor inspired millions of the Rastafaris throughout the world to be more Ethiopian than the Ethiopians themselves. According to study, the majority of Ethiopian youth today would prefer to be identified with their ethnicities rather than Ethiopian nationality. How can one run a country without the sense of nationality? If the Western embassies in Addis Ababa offered visas, no single youth will remain in Ethiopia today. The country is like an open prison for the youth whose mind and soul is abroad. But for the Rastafari, Ethiopia's remain to be a holy ground. In conclusion, the legacies of Kadamawi Haile Selassie that were eclipsed for 45 years in Ethiopia have finally shined at his birthday through the shadows of the Hara region. Despite ethnic tensions over the cloud of Ethiopia, the emperor's legacy still shed light rather than shadow. History has bestowed 8 vitals upon Ethiopia since the 1930s. 7 to the Emperor Kadamawi Haile Selassie, and 1 to his adversaries who dragged Ethiopia first to communism and now to tribalism. So, when we hear the hailing of the emperor as Abba Kedus, Kadamawi Haile Selassie Exhibit, it is because the work that he has done and because of the Holy Scriptures said what happened and what how it will run. I give thanks to the King for giving I the light of his name. For I has been using the name for years before this sainthood has come in. The sainthood just come in 2019. The King gave I the heavens by his name for the Ethiopian millennium. That was 2007. So I been using this Abacadus from them times to now, and they just give him the sainthood, which means the name Abacadus Kedamawi Haile Selassie Exhibit. So I give thanks to our King for the constant tutelage that he has given I through the establishment of our nation, the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, unto himself as Commander-in-Chief, where he established our nation during the time when he was at Bath, at Fairfield, to receive the missions and the reports to him personally without assembling parliament. So he did everything according to law, as in the Constitution, Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, under Article 29 and Article 30. So these are historical notes that we as Federation members, we should hold them and we should know them, that this is a lawful gathering, that the King has lawfully liberated us and emancipated us, and give I a nationality and a stance as a person before the law of international law. So I give thanks to our Father, our Redeemer, Abakadus Kinamawe, Haile Selassie Siyam Exibir, the Lord's anointed in our time of King David's throne. Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. Selah, Selah, Selah. To you, Chair, Haile. Give thanks for the patience and the tolerance. Haile.
Yes, I give thanks. Yes, Negusa Salam. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. It's another Thursday, and it is the 17th of April, 2025. And we are here for another Thursday session, here to talk about our story and our people, and we, the Black peoples of the world, and bringing ourselves together in solidarity. So we give thanks to the ones who are here this evening to come in for this other session. With this session this evening, we have a wonderful topic. And, for the rest of the season, we're still dealing with healthcare and its many different aspects, mental care, social care, all these different things. But definitely, we are looking forward to a wonderful evening where we are dealing with the state of with the state of the people, and how we can learn to incorporate our culture and our healthcare so that we may be able to survive. All right, so this evening we're talking about substance abuse and recovery support. And, there are many things that we have as substance abuse, and it is set a certain way to have the system against us. So, our Foreign Affairs Minister Lazarus will start off the lecture this evening. And just want to thank everybody for coming in once again. And once again, look out for our Shea Butter Initiative. And we also have a raffle that's coming up as well. That's actually out here right now. And with this raffle, it's for the convention in South Africa for this year. So this is for EWF members and non-EWF members. And then with this raffle, there's also a prize of $1,500 US. So it's a chance to witness the convention at the South African event for this year, or help to donate and participate with us at the WF. So that's a couple of things that we got going on. And anything else, we'll let you know. Check out our page on Instagram, and that will give you updates as to what we have going on with our efforts, dealing with everything from repatriation to events and such. Yes, sir. So give thanks. Bless the Lord. Ms. Laz.
Yes, I. Give thanks. Give thanks. Yes.
Damn. Destroy the African man, the black man, the black Amur, the Hebrew Israelite, the black man, the black Amur. Folded up soda cans. Pass me some ashes, my man, while I catch me a blast. Watch my back from the man. Damn, Lil B, you know Big Onk don't like you to see me this way. Here's $1, go over there with the kids and play. Another blast, another junkie fades away. but the CIA brings in the yay. One day the young boy ain't going to play. He'll be on the rec yard, cause it's slinging hard. From early days, his path was scarred, but no one cares. They just wanna see him 10 to 40 behind some bars. Some don't believe in the conspiracy, but generations disappearing in the penitentiaries. Most say emancipation set them free, but there's still slavery. Just ask Big On and Little B. Folded up soda cans, pass me some ashes, my man, while I catch me a blast, watch my back from the man. Damn, the net in the pit. Some got caught chasing hits. The dope was the bait. It carried emotional and financial weight. Just a slave mind seeking an escape, only to be spiritually raped. Damn, the net in the pit been tactfully placed. And every day, another brother gets time on a dope case. But the truth, no one wants to face. Damn, my man. Now everyone sees the little B's as the masters of the junkie slavery. But little B, just a victim of this ungodly society, robbed of moral dignity. Only through the coils of slavery could the devil have pulled such trickery. Damn, why they blame the wrong man, there'll be more. Folded cans, pass me some ashes, my man, while I take a blast, watch my back from the man. Damn, Lil B, you know Big Onk don't like you to see me this way. Here's $1, go over there with the kids and play. Another blast, another junkie fades away, but the CIA brings in the yay. Damn, man.
The dope was debate. It carried the ability to give the emotional escape and an illusion of an economic escape. But the question is, why are our people trying to escape? And not just our people, but all people. So we'll start with just that question to begin first. Why? Why do you feel let's just go let's deal with the 80s and the 90s, that the Black neighborhoods, the Black communities, all of our intellects, we had school teachers, electricians, all the trades people, the mechanics, the carpenters, all of a sudden, so many different variables in our community, but all of them ended up on crack. Why? Why do you think? What do you think? Because some people could say, well, it's an economic thing, but you had Black doctors, you had Black lawyers, you had Black carpenters, you had Black ditch diggers, you had Black mechanics, every different variable. But why? So the floor is open. Let's do why first, and then we'll go into some details here.
This is just a thought. Perhaps this is Joy speaking, by the way. To escape from the reality of oppression, perhaps, or just being, just having to go out harder, to prove yourself. So to escape that reality, I feel like even today, a lot of ones, you know, whether it be alcohol or abuse of certain drugs, just to escape the reality. So I think the why is to escape the present reality of the time.
Oh,
Greetings.
was that it, Joy? Or did your sound go out? I didn't know.
Yeah, no, that was it for the time.
So
Yes.
so you're saying like the reality of the times, they can't. What, what,
I'm saying to escape the reality of the times. I'm not familiar with what was going on in that time in terms of
what do you feel in this time?
I feel it's the oppression, and it's economical. I think that's huge. People are trying to survive. I feel it's the system. We're in the system, yet it's not built for us. You know what I mean? So trying to just escape, just I want to break. I just want to break. Let me just get away for a moment. You know what I mean? Let me just not have to worry. Let me not have to deal with something for a moment. So it's escapism.
Okay, so it's just okay. All right, all right. Someone else was trying to speak. Go ahead, floor is open. Is that Ross Camille? Floor is open. No one else?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
um, I think it's a social thing. Because a lot of people basically are looking to get dopamine and serotonin in a good balance. And that is usually obtained by living a purpose, going through certain healthy stresses that help release those chemicals. So when people don't have that purpose, they don't have that calling at times, and they fall into the social norms, the positive or the negative. Um, they look to lean to these things as something to pick out of what they have. Yes, sir.
Okay. That's a good one. Go. Anyone? Floor is open. Floor is open. Someone else.
Yeah. Are there any in my mic?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, sir. Rastafari. I was trying to, my mic was locked down. What I was saying, right? You see, the powers that be saw the energy, the communal strength amongst our people, and in that they flooded the communities with those hard-on drugs. Because like I mean, we used to socialize, right? Yes, and then it's like it was like we're building, we come up, it's like we're something a force to be reckoned with them. So they flooded the ghettos and them with those things there. And they were not ghettos, you know. We were high society, we were living well good. Because they had Wall Street and those kind of things, like Black Wall Street, they saw that and then they created the ghettos. And the how do you call it? We have people living in high-rise slums. So you live in imagine you live in a house, right? You have no backyard, nowhere you can plant your food as an African culture. You have no way you can create your energy where you can bring your community, your family, your children together to play. All you have are high-rise buildings. As still post say, high-rise buildings, no backyard for the children to play. So they created that, and that is why you have a high number of the youth, the man and them, especially male, in prison, incarcerated, living the single parent families to kill the strength of the African nation. That was planned, well planned, well organized. We didn't do that. They did it. Rastafari?
Yes, sir, they did. You're correct. They placed us in an unbalanced environment. It's another good key, an unbalanced environment. Yes, sir. Anyone else?
There are a couple of things in the chat. One of them is from Salam. He says to numb the pain. So the Y would be to numb the pain. And then Enrico's written, they're trying to reduce our birth rate, the fertility rate.
Yes, sir, that's real. It's real vibes. Because just imagine, right? From the Black Wall Street, the American community will just continue the same liberty up to this day. How strong the nation will be. Just imagine that. They don't want to say that. They don't want to say that. Rastafari.
Yes, sir. To numb the pain, to reduce the birth rate, fertility rate. Yes, sir. And then we're fighting the reality. We're fighting against that reality. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay. All right. I've left the floor open out. I'm going to play something and then we're going to talk a little bit more. And this will give us the next question as well. And then we're going to look at how we have a solution.
Vashti come before Hester. Jah come from Ethiopia.
Anything them prime minister within the aptitude aja. Omri IT
Bob has a song. It says Babylon's system is a vampire, sucking the blood of the sufferers. Many of you have been trained to be vampires because you have not been trained in knowledge of yourself. The knowledge of self is to know thyself. As your scriptures say, man was created in the image and the likeness of the Creator. Of the Creator. How do you know a vampire? If I hold a mirror up to a vampire, it will not show no reflection. You will not see the vampire's reflection. How is it a vampire enter into your house? You must invite him in. Remember, these are stories or movies, but it is a science. Art represents real life. So when Bob said, Babylon's system is a vampire, this system teaches you to be a vampire. Let me explain this and close it out. Because you denied the truth of the divine in the physical nature. See, because once you look at the woman as evil, at that point of time, if you look at the woman as evil, everything she gives birth to has to be evil or has to be less than godly. But if you've seen the woman as a divine being and not the deceiver, then that which she manifested on earth would be divine. See, the only way you could have the kingdom of God on earth if divine beings dwell on earth. But if the divine being is coming through a mother, then the mother must be a divine being and not the deceiver. See, if your psyche has been trained to see the woman as a deceiver, you have been misled. Because now you have been taught to not see yourself as a spiritual being manifested in the flesh. So if you don't see yourself like this, then what you have to do is you have to become a vampire. Because your energy, you are consuming your own energy. You are consuming yourself. So instead of being a messiah, divine being, because a divine being, remember, Jesus comes through a divine mother. Because Mary is supposed to be divine. So Jesus is a divine being. So because Jesus sees himself in the image and likeness of the Creator, he is a life giver. So everybody he comes to, he gives life to. But see, we are not trained that way. We have been trained to not see ourselves as divine beings. So everybody we come to, we pull energy out of. We pull life force from them. We suck the energy out of them. Many of the men, you know, when your woman say, I'm tired. The woman say her soul tired. She can't deal with you no more. Because you done sucked the energy out of so much. And you're just killing, your energy, negative energy. You're just pulling all the life force out of them till you wearing their soul down. See, that's a vampire. See, because if you reflect the image and likeness of the Creator, you are a life giver. You are like the sun. You restore people. But our world has become dog eat dog world. Capitalism. I capitalize off of your ignorance. I capitalize off of your suffering. I have to keep you down so I could go up. This is a vampire system, but it all starts with the lesson of spiritual knowledge and man knowing thyself. Eve is not the deceiver. Your physical nature deceives you because you do not know yourself. My people perish due to a lack of knowledge. It's a book, The Biology of Belief, written by Bruce Lipton, PhD. And Bruce Lipton explains something, and I'm just going to briefly touch this because I have this for another time. Is a people who do not know their true nature and who are opposite of their true nature. Then they're not at peace. Meaning they don't. The kingly pillar and the priestly pillar have not come together. Meaning the priest is the keeper of the temple. This temple. But if your temple is tore down, you're not a keeper of it. So you have to rebuild this temple. But you must first come to knowledge of this temple. This is what we are building on. We are dealing with the science of this temple. Ezekiel chapter 43 verse 10 through 12 states that children of Israel, Ezekiel, tell the children of Israel the measurements of the temple and let them see their iniquities. Because the most sacred thing of the temple is the highest point, which is the mountaintop, which is the mind. If somebody has entered into your most divine and sacred thing, they have stole your mind and deceived you out of the truth of yourself. In the science, biological science, there's a thing called the hypothalamus pituitary adrenal. It's called the HPA axis. And the hypothalamus and the pituitary and the adrenal in the brain is what you call your stress factors. If you are very stressful or you ain't at peace, the HPA is called your defense mechanism. They kick you into what's called fight or flight. And black people, see, you don't understand, we've been in fight or flight all our life because we've been always placed in fear. Now, when you understand the science of the HPA, of people who are not at peace, who don't have the keystone in their life, who don't understand how to build the temple, can't enter into the doorway because they can't get past the Tyler, because they can't get past their own very mind. And they dictated by fears. Because now if this HPA is in operation, that means you in fight or flight mode. What happens is when the adrenal gland and the pituitary gland kick this HPA in motion and they start producing this, secreting this fight or flight mode, it locks up your digestive system. See, because when you in fight or flight mode, your body ain't trying to use the bathroom. So your digestive system locks up. When you in fight or flight mode, the frontal lobes of your brain go into a minute thing because it needs to take you back to the lowest savage state where you just in pure survival mode. Don't need you to be doing no rational thinking. When you in fight or flight mode, guess what happens? Your body is not producing the immune particles to defend your body. So your body is going into what is called immune deficiency. So now let me break these three things down simply for you. So you understand that Eve is not the deceiver. It's not just a story of religion debate. But this is the problem that's in the black community. Most black women suffer from digestive problems. Black men suffering from digestive problems. Because when you in fight or flight mode, your digestive system is getting less blood into your intestines. So your intestines don't have the ability to break down all the food. So you end up with more waste in your body. So you build up poison toxins all through your body, causing everything from pancreas and prostate, all type of diseases and everything else, breaking yourself down. When the front of your lobe, because you in fight or flight mode and you in fear, because young black boys is raised in fear. So when they get to school, their brain ain't functioning like the girls. So the black boys are then push on all kind of medicine, Ritalin and stuff, because they say they slow. They ain't paying attention because they in fight or flight mode. But you think it's a learning. See, all of this goes back to post-slavery. Now, when we talk about this fight or flight mode, you have to understand one thing with this fight or flight mode. When you in fight or flight mode and your body locked up because you ain't in peace, think now. I want you to really think so you can understand this. And I'm going to say this. I wish I had an article to read from. When you in fight or flight mode, I said three things: the digestive system, the frontal lobes of the brain, your thinking pattern slows down, and I said that your body doesn't produce the immune components to fight. So that means, think about it. If you've been stressed and you've been in fight or flight mode, let's say you're 40 years old. You've been in this mode since 5 years old. So for 35 years, your body been fight or flight mode, stress mode. So when you find out later on that you have an immune deficiency, they tell you that's AIDS. And they say, well, why does AIDS affect the black community at a higher number? because we've been broke down to where we have not been able to experience our true nature and experienced our peace. Hotep. We've been deceived of the science of ourselves. We don't know ourselves. So we live internal fear. We try to find comfort zones, eating habits to help us make us feel like we're doing all right. Drinking habits to help us feel like we're doing all right. Sexual abundance makes you feel like you're doing all right, because your adrenal produces cortisols. And what happens is that makes your energy level go low. So when you're feeling low, you feel depressed. But when you have sex, it gives you a little charge. So sexual misconduct, as I'll say, in the black community is at all-time high, because everybody trying to feel better. And when you in fight or flight mode and your immune system been broke down, so you more sustainable to disease, and so now the people got you where you gonna be more sexual, you're more prone to disease, your digestive system broke down, your thinking pattern broke down, so your children ain't learning the way they're supposed to learn, all because you don't have knowledge of yourself. And it started with one story. You believed that Eve was the deceiver, and you didn't understand that Adam and Eve was a story of science. So you became a vampire, trying to pull energy from somebody else because your temple is breaking down. So you use other ways to come into power. Remember this. The Messiah and Dracula is almost the same kind of stories. Dracula is the Prince of Darkness, but he has eternal life. In one of the movies, when they told you about a story about Dracula, they told you that Dracula had a hidden name, and his name was Judas. And they said that Judas, supposedly, they couldn't kill Dracula with no water, with no cross and all of that. So they could only kill Dracula by hanging him from a tree, because Judas was supposed to have hung from a tree, but the branch broke. So in the movie, they were explaining that Dracula's real name was Judas. But Judas has a second part of his name, Judas Issachar, or Issachar. But Judas was symbolized, supposed to have been the twin. What? Jesus and Judas, twin brothers? But that comes from an Egyptian story of Osiris and Set and Heru and Set, the duality. See, duality is in everything in life. You have two sides, just like we talk about. This serpentine energy, this kundalini energy that deceived the Eve, your physical nature, it is the messiah energy, and it is the same energy that can deceive you. See, the Prince of Darkness can't be out when the Prince of Light is. Both of them have eternal life. Jesus represents the image. Judas represents the betrayer of that image. So only you can betray your image and your likeness. And when you do, you become Dracula, darkness. And at that point in time, your duality, your kundalini energy, the serpentine force, the serpent within you has deceived your Eve. So Eve and Adam is a story of science, an ancient science.
Anything them prime minister within the aptitude aja Omri Ethiopia in a archangel Michael na mota umat kade jagan then cannot reach the empire.
Okay. Any questions on that? If we overstand, as the Hydran was saying, they create an environment They create an education system. They create belief systems to contain our mind within the realms of their terror. We are complicit or compliant with their rules out of fear. If you ask most people about being activists or standing up, they say you can't change this system. You can't beat these people. You're going to have to either do it from within and just try to get what you can get, but you're going to mess around and these people do something to you. So even the people who go day by day to work as a police officer, as a prosecutor, as a mayor, as a governor, they live in fear. They live in fear. Recently, they showed one of the black mayors being pulled over by the police, and they were on him, and he was like, he had to tell them, hey, look, I'm a mayor the next city over. But you know what the police said? They don't care. So we're learning more about what does this fight or flight we live in do to us? What does it take from us? And we learn today the terminology, the HPA axis, the hypothalamus pituitary adrenal. When you go in fight or flight, you activate these, what they call the HPA axis. Now, it causes a secretion in the body that causes certain operations in the body, but it uses up a lot of energy. So it consumes up a lot of nutrients in your body. This is how you become deficient. See, and then the food is already deficient. So you're in fight or flight, consuming the vital minerals inside of your cellular structure. Your body is feeding on it. Your cellulars are using it to combat the environment that you're eating, breathing, and living in. So you're consuming these vital minerals, and eventually your mitochondria of your white blood cell becomes low in the minerals. And when it does, instead of your cells jumping to work when something happens, they don't have the energy. And medical calls that an acquired deficiency, an acquired immune deficiency. How do you acquire that? So as we learn, one of the components, even for disease aspects, was to educate us in fear. In the 80s, crack was just as relevant as AIDS. And the prediction of young black men's life was 25 years old. If you made it past that, you did good. So the predication of the environment of desperation, a predication from slavery and colonialism where you lose everything and you're devalued, and then you're forced to integrate back into a society at the lowest values, at the lowest position. And then the people that enslaved you and colonized you tell you that if you do this, if you get our education, this will give you value. If you get this, if you go to our job trainings, this will give you value. So all of a sudden, the people who enslaved us then set standards of what should be the goal and value of our life. That's like leading the cattle with food. So now they steer our direction and they study it and they learn through even the education system how to dictate our direction. Where did they learn it from? They didn't just get that after the what they call the school wars of New York. The school wars in New York, most people don't know, is that the Jews actually started a riot called the School Wars in New York. And most people don't know that's when they were making education mandatory under the Peabody system, which we always watched PBS and all of that. But under the Peabody system, but they were bringing in a system of education from Prussia. But the Jews recognized it as mind control that they used in those lands. And so they started an all out school riot and they bucked. And that's how come they go to different schools. They had refused to accept that education system because they knew it was warfare. It's called school wars. Happened in New York. See, but the black were educated on even what it was about, what it was. We just wanted education because we wanted some value. They tripping. That's some white people stuff. So we don't know what's going on. So then we get indoctrinated. And once you're 3 generations in, you done forgot what was before. So now 3 generations in, we talk about American culture. Because we can't identify what was behind us. So we know that the experiment that was done on us was a successful one. And when they say when you don't know where you from or what you is, then you can't see tomorrow. And now your enemy dictate to you what could be your beautiful tomorrow. Not your ancestors, not your culture, not your heritage, not your teachings, but your enslaver, your colonizer. Wow. Now, the Europeans had a thing where they called the Generation X. See, that was, some people say that was my generation. It's a generation that hit hard if in the 80s, and they were being called the Generation X. But this was called the unknown. This was the unknown factor, the variable, because even though they had done brought us into the system, they had let us dwell outside of a simulated control factor without the reinforcements of like boarding school or the reinforcements of full scale violent threats. So then when we go through 60s, 70s, and there's been that change and the bucking and so forth, you get a generation that's born outside of the mechanisms that they first really wanted to implement on us. So there becomes a generation unknown. Now, this the generation that, they just move without fear in a certain sense, meaning that master rules didn't mean that much to them, but they still didn't have the knowledge of self. So they still were in the fight or flight, still being consumed from within, still having to play the capitalistic system or the Babylonian system to win, to find some value in the system. Now, I was going to take you through so much to make you just catch one point, but I'm going to break it here for you simple. And they fight for value in this system. His Majesty gave them a system and gave them value, gave them a position where they could operate as their own government, recognized in the status of high positions to control their life, not based on the value systems of their enemy, but for them now to determine and build, and you know what it says, to carve out their place under the sun. Not the master's place, but their place. So sometimes we get caught up in this digestive process of making the master system great. And there I may find, but we don't know ours. Where's ours? So when we start talking about mental health, we're talking about a change in the environment. But we know that this government is not our government. These people that have tortured and tore us apart are not our government. So when we say, what is the benefit to our people of the EWF? So the EWF is supposed to be a place where the environment is different and it brings our people in. That's why the overstanding of non-division, but knowing the oneness of all the teachings, so we can't be divided by religion because Europeans taught us that, not our teachings. We can't say that we're more entitled than another religion because we know this, because this and that, and that. No. Europeans taught us that. When our people were at peace, before they were integrated heavily into the dominations of the European domination into their environment, that wasn't their way. Even in the history of when they say the Prophet Muhammad came to Ethiopia and met with the Negus, it wasn't our way. So now when we talk about mental health in the system and the encroachment of the environment and being placed in fight or flight, and our people say, well, how can you help us heal? Because I'm trying to heal. I'm trying to heal. Y'all can help me make some money, because then, I have something to stress off me. What y'all got going on? Because, so you come in still trying to assess your life and self based on their system. And so the weight of self, the weight on the heart, the imbalancement in the being. Yes, star, but you say star, but a star implodes, it consumes itself, and it becomes a black hole. So sometimes we get lost in a deep dimension of ourselves, and somebody has created that dream world for us. It's in perpetual inflictions that we feel all throughout our DNA. And our high sensory, because we're spiritual beings, we know we're not out of that environment. So even if we try to lie to ourselves and do this and that, we know we're not out of that environment. So now we speak about coming out of that system, developing a system for ourselves, based on ourselves. And the power to do this was given by the King of Kings. So even when we tell people he has redeemed you from the Papa Bull doctrine, but he has also come to fulfill your thirst. See, because your thirst is that imbalancement. It's where you can't feel yourself. And so when we say he has redeemed you without cost, but he has also provided you the waters of life. Oh, taste of liberation, sweet waters of liberation. But the slave mind, even when they hear the word, their being cannot even assume the emotion that follows it. So they don't really taste the words of liberation. See, we had been consumed to where we could not taste that waters of life that His Majesty had really given us. Most of our minds and our beings know liberation. So when we come into the EWF, we don't come in as feeling liberated people. We come in still feeling the vents of the system. So in the course of we, the Black peoples of the world, realizing what has happened to us, we have to have a discussion of this nature. you know, because the mind is drowning. So we'll go to the science here. Well, let's do this here first. Let's do this here. Now, we go through this today under what you would call law of attraction. I know a lot of people like the law of attraction. And so I'll do matter of fact, I'll follow the course the right way. If you came into a session, I would ask you a simple question. Can I buy you in any store? Can I find you in any store? You know, you have to understand that you are priceless. You're priceless. No one can go just somewhere and buy another one of you. As a person, you're priceless. You know, and as we build to agree that each person is unique and that they're priceless, in the next hour in a casual, just keep going. Something can come up, a bill or something, and a person would say some simple stuff like they wish they had Beyonce's life. And, you know, you would have to, you know, then do an assessment, just a basic assessment, you know, and, you know, our life, how we assess it, is we let things weigh us down. Our family says or says something about us, what we think people are thinking. So many different aspects that, you know, if the job ain't right and you don't feel you're making, you feel your life is in a dead end sometimes. All these different aspects of things. But when, you know, you deal with your true self, you know, those things are not the value of your nature. And a lot of times that's not how we perceive life. So when we look at talking about our people working together and building, you know, then you also find the cross section of the fear of one person gaining value and another person not. The fear of, I don't know if y'all gonna look out for me or not if this get right. So I'm gonna get mine now. Those fears. And then the alliances to accomplish those goals are built. And so then the movement of any organization then is always caught up in minor inner conflict. So let's go through this again. I'm going to do this one time, and then we have another video to watch. And it's a pretty hard one, so y'all be ready. We always deal with the house, and this is our geometry or geometry, our circle, our triangle, our square. But this is the story of Adam and Eve. So this is how we started off in the other video, was talking about when they first told us about Adam and Eve. They taught us about Eve being a woman. And that Eve deceived Adam. And that's how we got kicked out of the garden. So our introduction of religion is actually making the woman the deceiver. Now, in all of the highest cultures, no one holds the woman as the deceiver. They hold her as the one who gives life, the mother of the gods, all kind of. But here, all of a sudden, the conquest was to first make us see Eve as a deceiver. And Eve causes the fall of man by getting Adam to eat the apple. That's how they tell us, to eat the fruit. But when we really study the story, and I'll say the basics terms so we'll get it. If I ask you about Adam and Eve, you know, how does it apply in your life? Can you change what they did? Can you stop the eating of the apple or anything? How does it apply in your life? You know? Anyone? How does Adam and Eve apply in your life right now? As Adam and Eve's story, how does it apply in your life right now?
From the the King James version of the biblical, since it doesn't.
Right.
It places it in a historical framework or a historical kind of perspective that doesn't apply to today. It happened, quote unquote, thousands of years ago. So there's nothing we can do about it.
So it's really a dead principle in as a story as a man and a woman in the past. There's nothing you really can do nothing about it. It's how do you apply it? Well, Adam and Eve ate a fruit. Eve deceived the man. So should we be applying not to let the woman deceive us? You know, so what we overstand, that story was flatline. It was made into a dead letter because it was only put into a dead state. But our ancestors never written in a dead letter state. They always written in dimensions. Everything has a deeper science, you know. So the story of Adam and Eve represents atom and matter. So when we deal with the atom and matter, matter represents 4, atom represents 3. So we have a triangle and a square, which represents the house. You are the house. You are the makeup of the triangle and the square. You are the makeup of the triangle and the square. You are the energy of life, the spirit of life, the sun of life. So this symbol is a science of yourself. So even though you see now the church duplicate this, but this symbol has a very powerful meaning, this house, and you are the house. That's why they call it the Het Heru or the Bethel, the house or the Beth, the house of Israel. Or why would they say the house of Israel? You know, that's why everybody tells you that Israel is Isis, Ra, and El, the pineal, the pituitary operating. You're talking about that operation of that science, right? So we're talking about this house. But in this house, you say you have the 3 and then you have the 4. So in our 4, we have our physical nature, our life force, our astral body, our emotional body. We have our mind, we have our soul, and we have our spirit. We have our mind, we have our soul, and we have our spirit, which is our trinity, our higher self, which represents neutron, proton, electron. And then the emotional body represents water, the astral body represents air, the life force represents fire, the physical body represents earth. So now we are dealing with which you could see multiple dimensions in one study, but they all correspond, you know. So in one instance, you're talking metaphysical. Next instance, you're talking about elemental and atoms. So then you're talking in basic science, but you're talking in metaphysical science. But then you have geometry, mathematics. So the brain is working in the components of science that it's used to because this is its science now. So we use it as a training component, but it has a lot more meanings in it. So starting with the higher self, spirit, always have to say the spirit is neutron, but just the spirit is neutral. So the spirit loses nothing. So everything returns back to spirit. Spirit loses nothing. It's the neutron, neutral. So the soul represents a proton, but the proton is the prototype. Your soul is the prototype of your being. You know, as they say, when your soul enters in. So your soul is the first stage of you. That's why they say you trying to connect back to your soulmate, your soulmate. But most people think about soulmate as man and woman, man and woman. That's what most people think about as soulmate, but it's not. So we're going to get a little science here on soulmate right here. Because when you're disconnected from your soulmate, it causes a part of that thirst. It causes a part of that loss in that inner dimension. So spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body, life force, physical body. Now the mind is the keeper of the crossroad. The mind is the keeper of the crossroad. But the mind is the mirror of the world here to the soul. So whatever the mind projects, the soul sees. Okay? So if the mind is trapped in the physical and the mind perceives itself trapped in the physical, it becomes disconnected from the soul. the mind becomes trapped in the physical, it projects an imagery of its love. You left your first love. And the soul then projects itself back up to the higher. And the mind and the soul are not operating the same. They're disconnected. Now, some people say, well, how is that? Meaning that you've lost your connection to your, okay, let me show you how that is. We just said this. Once you get 3 generations in, you've passed. And all of a sudden now, you have to start talking about American culture. But that's not the soul from which you come from. Why you don't know your soul no more? How your mind forgot your soul? Huh? How your mind forgot your soul? So now you claim American culture. But you're talking about your fight or flight, your ways you hustle to survive in this predatory capitalistical system, and how you make yourself fly to cover up your insecurities and so forth, and to make yourself feel a little bit like you got some value. So this is American culture. But you forgot your soul. So even though it's metaphysical in a sense, talking here, we're talking about the movement of your being, because I saw an angel fall from heaven, from his spirit to earth. I saw an angel fall from heaven, the light bearer fall from heaven to earth. So when you hear people say, yes, tapping into their Akashic records, what you mean? Okay. So we're talking about the mind being a mirror, the mind mirroring the reality here as it's love, as it's bounded. Remember, because the mind is the electron, it can either be light as a feather, which is a negative weight. So it could be light as a feather, which is a negative weight. Or if it becomes heavy, this negative turns to a positive. So the lower self and the higher self are not connected no more, because when this turns to a positive weight, it then repels the higher self. So the mind is then the key in this frequency of the crossroad that repels the lower self from the higher self. Now, the being then has to find a connection, a charge, groundation. It's trying to collect itself. You know, so this is when we say we go out in nature so that we could get negative ion. And remember, nature is made up of what? Water, air, fire, earth. Negative ions. See, so we always say everything corresponds, because we're talking about the 7 principles of nature, which is mentalism, because we're talking about the law of the mind, and everything corresponds. So now we see that the nature corresponds to the grid, that the lower nature, which is matter, is negative. and that we should always be negative, light as a feather, or in our negative confessions, according to Ma'at. But if we become heavy, then this negative turns to a positive, and a positive magnet repels a positive magnet. So instead of attracting the frequency of your higher self, you have to go through things to make you let go so you can do what? Get your heart light back as a feather. But most of the time we become trapped. The mind becomes trapped in this box, becomes trapped in the physical. But we know that the physical nature represents the sixth side, which is the cube, the box of Osiris. So all of this is our science because we're talking about liberation. But if the person doesn't see themselves in the science, in the spiritual science, and doesn't know that the spiritual science and the physical science are one. That's why we put neutron, proton, electron, water, air, fire, earth, because it's a living reality. So sometimes in our places and time now, this is the age of information. People are trying to return back to that connection of the higher self and the lower self. The mind wants to connect back to the soul. People want to be connected back to their soulmate. They're looking for soulful love. Light as a feather, negative confessions. But sometimes these waters of emotions, which are up and down, they start to drown us. These waters of emotion. And then they could be having us so lost in the waters that we start to daydream. And as we start to daydream, we get light as air and start to float away in our thoughts. So we start to astral like air. We start to astral travel. And then as we come back, we start to breathe a little hard so we get hot like fire because our breath and our blood represent our life force, which is the fire. But then our physical nature, our body, which is earth, physical. So we have earth, fire, air, water. And the mind traveled in all of these positions. And in the end, the mind, which is mentally, corresponds through vibrations and polarities and effects of gender, meaning it could be giving or receiving. And then the rhythm of it, the cause and the effects fall to the physical nature. So when we started talking about the HPA axis and the fight or flight, the mentalism, the mind then produced a hormone response that released a fluid into the physical body and becomes a real physical reality. So the mind, which operates in the invisible realm and also the physical realm. So the mind is the keeper of the crossroad between the invisible realm and the physical realm. But when we talk about the invisible realm, we put the mind with an electron and we put it with atom. But an atom is energy that that can neither be destroyed nor created. So that's eternal energy. But if it's eternal energy, then it's got to be spirit. So Adam, which is the operation of spiritual energy, slows down and becomes matter. So our physical world is really a spiritual world. But the dimensions of the spiritual world are operated through mentalism. So the conquest of the enslaver, the colonizer, the greatest conquest was the minds of the people. And these people, they have beliefs. They have belief systems that keep them in their mindset, that keeps them connected to their soul and spirit. We must disconnect them. We must disconnect them. So now the mind that once seen itself as the spiritual son, spiritual son, spiritual son, spiritual son, has now fallen to only see itself in the physical reality, American culture. So the disconnection is a lot deeper than Europeans' mental health and science can even describe. Because we are a customary and a cultural heritage people who come from divine ways of life. So in our science, as we analyze our disconnection from the as above, so below, meaning now the doorway of our temple is closed because you have already hindered the first pillar, the birthright. But the birthright, you know, in the Bible, they always make it seem like the number one thing was blood offering. But your blood offering is your life force. Because your breath and your blood is your life force. So the vampire, now, they don't have to just suck your blood, they suck your life force. Some of you will say, well, no, Laz, they ain't sucking my life force. I got protections. But then if we study your breath, which is a direct connection to your soul and your spirit. When we check your breath and your breathing shows that you're in fight or flight, then they're getting to you through that force field or whatever you say you're carrying or whatever. Then they're getting to you. The minute they're able to get to you where they throw your breath off, you are then rejecting life. The first thing they say the Creator do is we blew the breath of life in. So all of a sudden you start to reject the breath of life. Somebody working some powerful spiritual magic. They got you rejecting life, but it's a normalcy. So your fight or flight, you being unable to have the proper breath because you in fight or flight is a normalcy. Your normalcy is a rejection of the breath of life. So then we come to where our ancestors left us science of the breathing, of the chakra systems and the energy centers in the body, and how these energy centers correlate to our full well-being. But this was part of us learning to harvest, us learning to be laborers and to harvest the fruit of the spirit, the indwelling spirit. Well, what is harvest? Because in the Bible it says, let us create man in our image and our likeness. Elohim, let us. And man is given dominion over the fishes of the sea, over the fowls of the air, and over the cattle of the land. See, the cattle is your life force, your breath and your blood. That's what's used to till the earth, to bring forth the harvest. That's why they call it a husbandry. So the keeper of the garden. But Adam and Eve were thrown out of the garden. So as we learn the science, we learn that the breath is very important. Because when you work on the breath, you work on the mind. When you work on the breath and you work on the mind, then you use chants, which is the gamuts or the kamuts, the 7 notes, the harmonics. But your body is 7: spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body, life force, physical body. So you have 7 frequencies, and 7 spirits were sent forth into all of creation. So you're the 7 spirits of God that was sent forth into all of creation. But do you understand that science of yourself? Is that the precept of yourself? Or have we just been lost in religion and trying to find belief that someone would save us? No, that's not what the EWF will tell you. We will tell you that His Majesty has already saved you, redeemed you. And now we're calling you to breathe again. We're calling you to take part in a very important task. And you know what that task is? Okay. That task is right here. I don't know if I could make it big. Hold on. It says, not only, it said, let me read the whole thing. To promote love and goodwill among Ethiopians at home. Meaning the EWF is supposed to be a home of love because you're coming out of a place that puts you in fight or flight, that took your being out of its ma'at, out of its negative confession. And among the Ethiopians at home and abroad, and here and thereby to maintain the integrity and sovereignty of Ethiopia, to disseminate the ancient Ethiopian culture among its members, to correct abuses, you've been abused, relieve oppression, you're under oppression. And we have to carve for ourselves. What we got to do? Carve for ourselves and our posterity a destiny comparable with our idea of perfect manhood and God's purpose in creating us, that we may not only save ourselves from annihilation, but carve for ourselves a place in the sun in the endeavors we determine to seek peace and pursue it, and for it is the will of God for man. Somebody has taken you out of your peace, and they've placed you in your fight or flight. The EWF is here to restore that peace, to create that environment. But the number one thing is to remind you of the science of yourself and who we are. Remember, in Ethiopia, it's not a religion. It's a living reality. It's a living reality. It's a living reality. So when we speak about coming out of this system, coming out of the land of the sinking sands, sinking sands means this certain things have a running out of time. And so we have a government. We have a place for our people, a place of love. But it requires us to realize that now it is time for us to save ourselves. And so we have to remember ourselves so that we can bring our mind out of the box, so we can bring our mind to remember his soul. And may the soul of your being, that ancient soul, that ancient of days, be called and awakened in the call of love and unity and self-determination. See, that's the call of the Ethiopian World Federation. So when we speak of healing and mental health, and we study and we look at our brothers and sisters, how they became entrapped in pain and the thirst. So let me show this video and go to questions. We're about to close out.
Clinton Chronicles was originally released in June of 1994. The videotape had a very big impact, according to some, on the 1994 election. The Chronicles was put together because there were several people, not only in Arkansas but across the nation, that had documented evidence of criminal activity that involved Bill and Hillary Clinton. That evidence was never allowed to be in court. The media refused to expose this evidence. The people who prepared this film took the time and the effort to allow the people and the investigators involved to bring the evidence to you, the people, to view. What you're about to see, you're not going to believe. Some of you will say, how could this happen? All I ask you to do, sit back, view what we have, and listen to what we have to say. You make your own judgment.
On January 20th, 1993, William Jefferson Clinton became the 42nd President of the United States. At the time, most Americans were not aware of the extent of Clinton's criminal background, nor were they aware of the media blackout, which kept this information from the public. As State Attorney General and later Governor, Bill Clinton in 12 years achieved absolute control over the political, legal, and financial systems of Arkansas. As president, he would attempt to do the same with the nation by bringing members of his inner circle with him to Washington. The hijacking of America was underway, and its impact on future generations would be incalculable.
Bill Clinton was born in Hope and, of course, raised in Hot Springs. They had open bawdy houses over there at the time, and they had open gambling at the time. But Clinton grew up in that atmosphere, that different atmosphere of Hot Springs. If it felt good, you did it. He was selected to go to the national from Arkansas Boys Day, to be a delegate to the National Boys Day. And while he was there, he was able to meet John Kennedy. And I'm sure that sparked an ambition in this young man. And he apparently has always had an exceptional, keen mind, a keen intellect. And he early, evidently, had tremendous ambition. He was gifted in so many ways. The truth is, he's one of the most charming men that I've ever met in my life. He has more energy than any 10 people I've ever known. He was able to network himself into running for Attorney General virtually unopposed. And then he was able to take that position and catapult himself into the governor's office 2 years later and started building his foundation.
When you think about Bill Clinton's aversion to the truth, you wonder if this is because of the lackadaisical moral background that he's had in this area. He lied about Rhodes, being a Rhodes Scholar. He never completed that and still said he was a Rhodes Scholar. He went to Moscow and did business with them against the United States government, and he wasn't challenged by the press about that. In Arkansas, while he was governor, he said he balanced the budget 11 times. He never did it once. Also, he said he didn't raise taxes, and he raised taxes 126 times.
He can accommodate any situation that comes up because he's not hemmed in with the truth. I've never felt that Clinton, consciously or unconsciously, was hemmed in with morality.
I first met Bill Clinton in the mid to late 70s. He was an up-and-coming politician. There were a group of us, Jim Guy Tucker, Bill Clinton, Sheffield Nelson, and myself. And we kind of ran around and palled around with each other. It was from that point that I did a lot of projects for Bill from a marketing perspective. In 1988, I went to Bill. I said, I need a job to kind of relax, mellow out. Bill Clinton and Betsy Wright, they suggested that I go to work for a place called the Arkansas Development Finance Authority. And they said my talents could really be used there. It was the best kept secret in Arkansas. After about 2 weeks, I went to Wooten Epps, and I said, Wooten, I think I've got enough background on this that we can start marketing it. Now, what is the criteria for loans? He said, whoever Bill wants to get a loan. To go back, though, to that moment in time, I'd been there about a month, and I realized that I was in the epicenter of what I'd always heard about all my life. What most people have heard about is the machine. I was literally working, sitting in the middle of Bill Clinton's political machine. It was where he made payoffs, where he repaid favors to people for campaign support. I was in an interesting seat, and I knew it. We had a board meeting. In that particular board meeting, I was sitting at the end of the table. James Brannion, who was chairman of the board at that time, was sitting at the head of the table. James Brannion stood up in a public restaurant, and he hollered at the Beverly Enterprises guy, Bobby Stevens, and said, did you get the $50,000 campaign contribution from the client that you're introducing the loan for? He said, not yet. He said, well, then hold up the loan till we get it. I stood up, went up to James, and I said, James, don't yell stuff like that. You don't need to be yelling it in a restaurant. That sounds real bad. He was just burly and arrogant. He said, who cares?
Bill Clinton sold the concept of ADFA to the people of Arkansas as a vehicle for creating jobs and assisting churches and schools. In reality, millions of taxpayer-guaranteed dollars were being channeled to Clinton's election campaigns, to his inner circle of friends, and to his wife Hillary's law firm. This may explain why ADFA had been drafted in such a manner as to keep its decision-making procedures secret.
If you needed $1 million, you had to get your application handled by the Rose Law Firm, pay them $50,000. There were 5 other companies in the state of Arkansas that were actually more qualified in bond structuring and applications, but Rose Law Firm got them all. I started checking around, and I kept asking, well, you know, one thing's bothering me to the comptroller, Bill Wilson, you know, how do people make payments on these loans? He looked at me and said, they don't. He thought I knew. Well, that blew my mind. And this is about 2 months in, and it was getting tough then. So I started gathering the documents. After everybody left, I would stick around as if I were working on the annual report. That would give me access to all the documents, and I make copies of them all. For about 2 months, I watched accounts accumulate money. At the end of the month, they zero balanced. They're laundering drug money. There were $100 million a month in cocaine coming in and out of Mean, Arkansas. They had a problem. They were doing so much money in cocaine, $100 million. You create a problem in a little state like Arkansas. How do you clean $100 million a month? ADFA until 1989 never banked in Arkansas. What they would do is they would ship the money down to Florida, a bank in Florida, which later would be connected to BCCI. They would ship money to a bank in Atlanta, Georgia, which, by the way, was later connected to BCCI. They'd ship to Citicorp in New York, which would send the money overseas. And there was an interesting one, a bank in Chicago. That bank, by the way, is partially owned by Dan Rostenkowski. Dan Lassiter would get the bonds. He would become the broker for the bonds. He would transfer money back to ADFA. He never sold a bond. The money then would leave ADFA, go into one of the various banks for the specific bond loan, and they would zero it out. When they zeroed it out, they were giving it back to Lassiter, less their handling fees.
During the Lassiter investigation, we had numerous witnesses for the federal grand jury, had extensive testimony. People that was connected with Lassiter and drug use and everything else. His cocaine use become used as a tool for sexual favors and also for business deals that influence people. And that's when Mr. Lassiter became quite flamboyant with his cocaine use, and then ultimately led to his arrest and conviction.
Dan Lassiter, who is the best friend of Bill Clinton, who went to jail with Roger Clinton for cocaine. And by the way, let me explain something. He didn't sell cocaine. No, they were giving it away. Huge piles of cocaine in his office. Ashtray upon ashtray full at the parties, and they would give it to young girls. That's sick. I mean, they were giving a highly addictive drug to young girls.
One particular one comes to mind is a 14-year-old cheerleader out of North Little Rock. She was a virgin, and ultimately he ended up sending her to a physician of his. The physician put her on birth control pills. He used cocaine in order to ultimately she lost her virginity, and she got addicted to cocaine. And the last I heard of her, when we had her subpoenaed back to the federal grand jury, she was a hooker in Lake Tahoe.
Dan Lassiter contracted to launder the money. Now, in addition to his contract to launder the money and the system that he and Bill Clinton had set up to do it, probably what he did is he took advantage of some of the cocaine. That's why he could give it away. Shoot, you have $100 million a month in cocaine. They wouldn't care if you took a bucket full a day.
After Lassiter was indicted, I started to receive quite a bit of harassment from my own department, the Arkansas State Police. And I knew the reason behind it because the affiliation with the state police and the governor's office with Dan Lassiter and his business associates.
Mr. Lassiter's cocaine involvement at times was very heavy, then at times he was very cool, calm, mediocre. He was very careful, as all of them have been for quite some time.
Once he was convicted, he went to a minimum security prison, a holiday hotel we call them. He spent, I think it was 6 to 8 months, and he got out. Unbeknownst to anybody, Bill Clinton, the day after he got out, granted him a full and complete pardon. So if you think he's tough on crime, think about a man that pardons a man that gives cocaine to kids.
Fear of violence is robbing our children of their future. We must take away that fear and give them hope. We must give Alicia and all our children back their childhood. Working together, we can.
Do something now. Call 1-800-WE-PREVENT.
Your president, the President of the United States, not only was a part of a system that was laundering millions of cocaine dollars, your president signed off on it. He can't deny that he did. You see, because of ADFA, there's one little catch. Every loan that ADFA made, Bill Clinton himself had to sign off on it. More than Bill Clinton, you better identify the people in the loop of the drug running. You better identify the people in the loop for money laundering. And what you'll find there is those people go straight to Washington. Act 1062, if you look at it, it says that ADFA was developed and created to provide low-interest bond loans for churches, schools, colleges. So now look what happened to our legislature. They voted on a bill creating ADFA. thinking that they were getting money to colleges and schools to buy books and so forth. What better way to run thousands of, tens of millions of dollars, launder it, clean it up, and use the cover of a state agency to do it. The first loan made at ADFA was made to Parkometer, a company called Parkometer. Seth Ward was the owner. As I started looking, I found out that the Secretary-Treasurer was Webb Hubbell. Then I found out Webb Hubbell was Seth Ward's son-in-law. Guess who drafted the legislation creating Act 1062, which created the Arkansas Development Finance Authority? Webb Hubbell. Guess who introduced the legislation to our legislators and got it passed through our House? Webb Hubbell. Guess who got the first loan? Webb Hubbell. Imagine this. Guess who did the audit and the evaluation of the application? Rose Law Firm. You guessed it. Who signed it? Webb Hubbell, Hillary Clinton. You see, that's against the law in Arkansas. You can't investigate yourself when the good faith and credit of the state of Arkansas is involved in a bond issue. He broke the law. Good Lord willing, creek don't rise. Mr. Hubbell will be serving some time in the pen for that one.
Ironically, Webb Hubbell, a senior partner at the Rose Law Firm, was chairman of the Conflicts of Interest Committee at Rose. In 1988, he successfully advanced the Ethics in Government Act, which required Arkansas legislators to report governmental conflicts of interest. Incredibly, this law specifically exempted Governor Bill Clinton, his appointees, and his relatives. Clinton's appointment of Hubbell to the U.S. Justice Department exemplified the administration's total disregard for legal ethics. Hubbell's hasty resignation in March 1994 for overbilling of Rose clients was merely a ploy to remove Hubbell from the limelight before extensive criminal charges could be brought against him.
Let me tell you about Parkometer. The first loan was $2.85 million. Never was a penny of that paid back. As the newspaper people started inquiring about the Parkometer loans, what they found was that Parkometer was actually building retrofit nose cone compartments that were being shipped to MENA. We find out that the nose cones were actually being used to smuggle dope back into the country. And what is scary, what's so scary, it's the same cast of characters. Webb Hubbell, the Rose Law Firm, are guilty, I say to you, of conspiring to defraud the state of Arkansas, the federal government, and conspired to solicit the sales and the laundering of money for illegal drugs. This is your president. This is his circle of power. These are the people, when he got elected president, he did not pass go. He took them straight to Washington with him. And by all things holy, I think he was planning to set up and do the same thing in Washington.
In 1982, cocaine trafficker Barry Seal set up one of the largest drug smuggling operations in the United States in Mena, Arkansas, under the approving eye of Governor Bill Clinton.
Barry Seal had a bunch of planes and supposedly had pilots. Barry Seal was a drug smuggler. Now, he tried to set it up in his home state of Louisiana, but they wouldn't let him. He had to come to a state that had a sleazy governor hooked on cocaine, and everybody knew it. Yeah, Bill Clinton was hooked on cocaine.
I lived in Little Rock, Arkansas, okay? And I worked at a club called Le Bistros, and I met Roger Clinton there, Governor Bill Clinton. So a couple of the state troopers that went with him wherever he went, Roger Clinton had came up to me and he had asked me, could I get him some coke, you know, and asked for my one-hitter, which a one-hitter is a very small silver device, okay, that you stick up into your nose and you just squeeze it and a snort of cocaine will go up in there. And I watched Roger hand what I had given him to Governor Clinton, and he just kind of turned around and walked off, and that's one specific.
Dr. Suen, S-U-E-N, a doctor at the medical center here in Little Rock, has taken care of Bill Clinton for his sinus problems, which may indeed be drug-related to cocaine use as they destroy the sinus passages. Governor Bill Clinton was taken into the hospital, I believe it was the medical center, on at least one or two occasions for cocaine abuse and overdosage, in which he actually had to be cared for at the hospital.
It led to toga parties. And if you're not sure on what a toga party is, I've had to clarify this in the past. A toga party is where you wrap yourself in a sheet most of the time. The people at the toga parties were Governor Clinton, now President Clinton, Attorney General Steve Clark. Okay, he was there a few times. Members of the Arkansas State Police, you know, along with Roger and, you know, other people. They began to dance around, do the cocaine in one room, have sex in another room, because in the Coachman's Inn, the rooms were adjoining, you know. And to be quite truthful, you end up with somebody in particular, and you 9 times out of 10 end up having sex. And there was cocaine there. I know. I'm the one that made sure it was there.
I've talked to the manager, the assistant manager for the apartment complex where Roger Clinton used to live. They've all said Bill Clinton did drugs. They saw him. I've talked to a lot of other people who have all, just like the people at the apartment complex, said, hey, John, get us to a congressional hearing. Yes, we'll sign sworn affidavits. These people want to be sure when they come forward that something's done about it, because they fear for their life, but they really want the truth to get out.
I was there, coming there with Roger one night, and back in the back part of the mansion there's kind of like a living quarters type thing, and we would all get together out there and do cocaine, you know, and no, Miss Clinton wasn't there at the time.
In 1983, I was made aware that Sheriff Hadaway and one of his auxiliary deputies, Terry Capehart, were investigating a smuggling operation going on at the Mena airport. They had an inside source of information.
Mr. Seal, it was our understanding, was the one who had brought the operation into the Mena airport, and that had initiated the beginning of the money laundering and the illegal activity.
He said 1983 was his most profitable cocaine smuggling period ever. Said that the airplanes that he had placed at the Mena airport, there were 4 of them, a couple of Senecas and a couple of Panthers, and 1 or 2 stragglers, here and there, different airplanes. He said they were purchased solely for the purpose of cocaine smuggling.
There was, in my opinion, more than enough evidence to prosecute a number of people for crimes regarding the Barry Seal case at Mena.
I snuck around, crawled through the bushes, thinking that I'd really have to hide to see them unloading the dope. Didn't have to. You could walk right up to the airport and they'd unload it right in front of you. They would unload it, they'd offload it. They didn't care.
A certain degree of money laundering had taken place among these people that were associated with Barry Seal.
What had not been done was to connect the dotted lines to ADFA. Because once you connected the dotted lines to ADFA, you had actually connected the dotted line to Clinton.
In addition to the operations at Mena, small clearings in other parts of the state were used as drop points for money and cocaine.
They had special cargo doors installed on the side without FAA permission, so that these doors could be opened in flight. They'd pull in, slide back, and the cocaine could be dropped out of the side in flight.
When you have a public which is aware of an ongoing criminal enterprise, when you have an international cocaine smuggler who is high profile, and a lot of people know that they are operating in a small area. A lot of people knew about the money laundering. It was common gossip on the street because it was so blatant. and they see investigations ongoing for several years, and they keep watching for indictments. They know grand juries are convening. They know that witnesses are supposed to be providing evidence to a grand jury, yet year after year after year, no indictments are returned. People lose confidence in the system.
Clinton had integrated a number of corrupt cops, judges, and politicians into high-level positions to ensure the continued success of the drug smuggling, money laundering operations. All was going well until a fateful night in the fall of 1987.
On August 22nd, 1987, Kevin had spent the night with his friend Don Henry. They left Don's home around 12:30 or quarter to 1 on the 23rd of August in early morning hours, and the next thing we knew, they had been run over by a train. There seems to be a small airstrip in the area. There have been sightings and reports of small airplanes flying very low with lights off in the area. I believe they saw something they shouldn't have seen. 3 weeks later, their deaths were ruled accidental by the state medical examiner, Fahmy Malek, and we disagreed with that ruling because we thought the evidence pointed to homicide. At that point, we had a lot of questions and no answers, and the facts didn't add up to what he was telling us, so we decided to get a second opinion and met with resistance from all fronts, both with our local law enforcement, with the state crime lab, with everybody that we turned to. We obtained court orders requesting samples of everything that the crime lab had for a second opinion, and Fahmy Malek resisted court orders. He refused to obey them.
Ultimately, it was proven that Don Henry had been stabbed in the back and Kevin Ives' skull had been crushed prior to the placement of their bodies on the railroad tracks. However, Malek stood by his ruling that the boys had simply fallen asleep on the tracks. Malek had been kept in office at the insistence of Governor Clinton for a number of years, despite vigorous public outcry to have him removed. As long as Malek's rulings pleased the governor's office or state police, they were left to stand, no matter how implausible. Malek's obvious lack of medical knowledge reached a pinnacle when he ruled that James Milam, who had been decapitated, had died of natural causes. Yet Clinton, who had the power to remove Malek from office, insisted he stay.
There were allegations of tampering with evidence in murder cases. There were allegations of perjury in different cases. It didn't seem to matter what Malek did, Clinton protected him. He made excuses such as he's overworked, he's just stressed out, he's underpaid. They gave him a $14,000 raise, which was an insult to my family as well as a lot of others in the state who to this day are struggling with asinine rulings in the deaths of children and other loved ones.
The Barry Seal case crosses over into Freeway Rick's case, who the rapper Rick Ross uses his name, and became the crack epidemic in America. You know, our people argue between Republican and Democratic, and they call Trump the criminal. Yeah, Trump's a criminal, but they're all criminals. And none of them are developing a system to free us from oppression. None of them. It's not their goal. And so when we cite our Constitution, that we are here to correct and stop abuses and stop oppression, You know, we look at the roots of what has happened to our people, even into today. What developed the culture? What created this reality that we're living in now? Because it stimulates from something else. And when we look at the crimes that have been committed against us, not one time, many times. Because Bill Clinton turned around and signed a bill that took away the appeals, that increased the arrest. And he was the number one culprit behind the whole epidemic. You're not just the number one, but there were many more. As we've seen in that video, so many people are tied to those things. But yet, they are disgusted and disgraced at our people. And when the police pull a black man over, all they think about is a criminal, and then they're ready to choke him out. But yet their boss may be the next biggest criminal, not maybe is the next biggest criminal sitting right next to him smiling, and they'll destroy a young black boy, a young black man, a young black sister, a young black woman. And we live in this environment. So when we align with our purpose, when we align with our purpose, how do we align with our purpose? What would give us the purpose? Will it be their system that gives us the purpose? Would their system give us the direction? No, they would not. And that's why the King of Kings gave us our purpose, our direction, our guidance to start in love, to lead to liberation. Those was the guidance given to us to align us to our purpose, to give us that which will fulfill our soul, our being, and allow us to give the gift of life to our children as we carve out our place under the sun. You know, so who would give us that ability, that purpose? Not them. They never will. You can go vote all you want. You can go join everything that they can give you, but they're not going to give you that. And that's why the King of Kings gave it to us. And this is the key in our mental health. This is why knowing that answer is so important. Because it's science. It's not belief. It's the truth in life. It's not belief. It's the works. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Any questions? Floor is open. And if there is none, I return it back to you, Chair. Give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks. For a wonderful lecture this evening. And wonderful way to tie in everything to give us an understanding as to the extent of certain agendas to cause the upheaval of cultures and to cause the survival to increase for others who are not supposed to be in the state that they're in. So we give thanks for the reasoning, and we ask that everyone enjoy the evening and have a wonderful time. We're going to close off with the anthem, and then we'll have the prayer by the chaplain. Yes, sir. Great time.
Oh, hold on, Chair. I forgot one thing. I did forget something.
Yes, sir.
All right. So what I'm showing you here is Georgia, but most states you can find this. The certification process is sometimes different in most states, but it's really not too difficult. It's called a CPS, a certified peer specialist. The basic requirements is that, maybe you've went through something. So it means you're a peer. You've overcome something. You probably went through some minor kind of training or counseling or program or anything. And so you would apply for this, take this certification course, which is CPS. This is what we're pushing for. Got a sister and she's going through the process now. We'll have her on and let her talk about her experience that she's been going through getting into the process. But you get certified under the CPS program, which also allows you to do what's called billing. And so the key is, or the program, and I'll share it out. We already have it written up in the document so most people can kind of keep up with it, is that you get this certification, you're allowed to bill Medicaid for the very works that we say we're doing. So by, let's say, you go and you get 20 children and you're about to counsel them all and teach them mental health things and keys of the science of life and so forth. And you do 2 hours with them. You can bill under Medicaid something like from $16 to $25 an hour. So that would be like $50 for 20 people. So you would have made $1,000 for that day for just counseling the youth. So a lot of times the biggest thing is people say, I want to do the works, but man, I got my job and I got this and man, it got to be worth it. Got to make it make sense. So in the aspects of finding ways to create the benefit so that our members and then anyone, that's why we share this program because, we have the need in every community. Our people need help. They need people to be able to take the time and be able to go out and help the children who are caught in this. Because remember, what we're looking at today, what we call exotic drug culture, the stimulation and experimenting in the LGBT aspects and so forth, all of this comes out of the crack era. This comes out of the crack era. So now when we look at, what stimulated the cultures and how the culture evolved, we got to know where it comes from, where the music and the rap stuff comes from. It comes from street music, but that street music developed out of what came out of the the drug era, the crack era, you know. So now everyone associates as hustlers or whatever they are now. Nino Browns. So we look at all of these aspects. And so one of the components, and I gotta give a big shout out and a big, lion's roar out to our brother Ross Jabali with the House of Seba in Jamaica, Trelawney, doing wonderful things. Because in our aspects as Rastafari or as members of the Ethiopian World Federation, cannabis, is become pop culture, exotic drug culture. Dispensaries represent exotic drug culture. Rapper, what they call it, rapper weed now. Man, give me some of that rapper weed. I heard somebody say that one day, and I said, what? Give them the rapper weed. So it now becomes an exotic drug culture. But we're not here to perpetuate our youth into that exotic drug culture. You know how many are dying from popping pills that have now laced with fentanyl? And so, because they're young Black youth, nobody's putting out the state of emergency on it. They're just letting them die, you know? And, every time we turn around, there's a mass bust with uh, thousands and thousands of fentanyl pills, and they're in the hood, And so, as Rastafari's Ethiopian World Federations, cannabis is not recreation to us. So we would not have dispensaries. We would have healing centers, that dispense, but we're not dispensaries. That we even have a questionnaires for those that are coming to partake in the sacramental to see if they're going through certain anxieties and stuff, and if they want to go through certain programs to help them cope. Because our goal is not their goal. Their system is not our system. So to change something, you must change the mind. So they always say to change something, you must change the vibration. But to change the vibration, you must change the mind. That's the principles from Dejahuti Thoth under the laws of mentalism, and that's an alchemical formula. So now you're talking about changing the way we see things, how we operate things completely. So that's what we're developing to give life to. And our youth and our children will come in and build a world so beautiful, a world of peace, a world of love. We just have to lay the foundation stones as it's been guided by His Majesty. But we've been busy trying to be comfortable in their system, forgetting to build our system. So we're calling all those who are here and all who come onto the call who are not members to come into the works, come into your purpose. And let's build in love, life, light, liberation. So certified peer specialists, each one of us can have a certification, go in the community, work with the community, and be able to get paid for these works. Look it up. This is for Georgia. In July 1999, Georgia was the first state to request and receive Medicaid reimbursement for peer support as statewide mental health rehabilitation option service. The Georgia Medicaid and Mental Health Authorities partnered together to submit a design and plan for Medicaid reimbursement for peer support and launched a recovery movement which has grown exponentially since that time. Peer support as formalized behavior health intervention has expanded to almost every state and territory in the U.S. and to many other countries. At the heart of the peer support is lived experience. Certified peer specialists in Georgia provide intervention which promotes socialization, recovery, wellness, self-advocacy, development of natural supports, and maintenance of community living skills. Activities are provided between and among individuals who have common issues and needs, and are individuals motivated, initiated, or manage and assist individuals in living as independently as possible. So when we say we want to help the people heal and reach out, yes, we can. We could do that. And so just look at this journey of using the certified peer specialists, and let's do follow-up. If anyone's interested, please send to the email for Local 49 and get in touch. We already have the sister that's already working on it. And hopefully we'll be able to get her to come on and talk about the aspects in which she's been reaching out to do it as well. And we're going to push for a few more other people to also take part in it. It is where you have to take a little 2-3 week. So it used to be a weekend. Used to usually only take about one weekend. But someone, I think now they're doing it where they're making them do like a 2 week, but you don't have to do it's virtual. And then I think you got 3 days you got to do in person for the testing. But we'll have more input as she goes through it too. But each state is different. But it's not hard. It's not like they're testing you like a doctor science test. It's more about experience and learning the coping mechanisms, how to develop skills that you were able to overcome the slippery slopes in life and so forth. So it's keys in this that we can use to create benefits and create outreach programs. And you know, a lot of times that's the thing. If the EWF or another organization does it, they're most of the time asking members to volunteer. So you're still volunteering in a sense, but yet you can get reimbursement from Medicaid and so forth. So thank you, Chair. It was to introduce, next time I'll do a little bit more, but it was to introduce this CPS program and so forth. And we'll pull up the document next time. But it is to get more of the members to consider taking part and getting certified under the CPS. And as we reach out to the youth, reach out to help mothers, help fathers, so forth, help the youth, there can be reimbursements, give thanks. If there's any questions, floor is open.
Yes, sir. Give thanks, Mr. Lars.
And I wanted to say, even though we're developing our system, this is where most of us still, or most people have jobs, but this is how you can still teach from our teachings, what we know our people need to help
on
them.
the Zoom call.
rather than other people teach them or try to help them. So this is where you still get the input because a certified peer specialist, they teach from their experience. And so you'll be teaching from the experience of what you know our people need. And most of the times, the European constructs are not answering that because they're still trying to show us how to try to find placement in a system that is set up to oppress us. Give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks. Yes, I would definitely encourage everyone to get involved with that if possible. That is a great initiative. That's a great service. I give thanks for that information, Minister Lazarus. That is integral to our people. You brought it up a few months back. And yeah, we definitely would hope that more people would be able to join on this program and get involved because it's a very great program. So yes, I give thanks to that.
To the chair.
Yes, Gwen, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Perfect, love. I just wanted to ask one question. Are there any requirement in getting involved into the program, Minister Lazarus?
Each state is different, but most of the time is as a peer. It just requires you to be a peer, meaning you've went through something, you've overcome it, you went through some kind of maybe counseling or training or something. It's not required as extensive. It's meaning you've recovery. You're a peer, and so they give you basic peer guidance on how to help another person in our situation overcome their situation. So, in that definition, that means, we have the initiative of speaking from our experience. So that's why it's a key there, meaning they don't really exactly tell you you can't speak this way or don't do this. No, you're supposed to speak from your experience, which is very powerful. But each state is different, but the basic requirements is to be a peer. Yes, sir.
Give thanks.
Land of Ethiopia. Children are gathered with orange, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we need us high, who keeps Ethiopia free, to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail dance with joke and rise to advance with love and light, with righteousness pleading. We hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading.
Yes, I guess thanks. Chaplain, is the eye available?
Good salam. Yes, sir. Well, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Good thanks. Well, yeah. Let's see. Yes, I give thanks once again for the item presents. Give thanks again to our minister, Ross Lazarus, for the inspiration. One blessings of Menegadis Yehuda, Ethiopia, Ilan. Adhu Ab, World, Memphis Kudus, Haile Kal, Abu Kudus, Kidamawi, Haile Selassie, Siam Exhibia, Bahaman Ab, World, Memphis Kudus, Abu Kudus, Kidamawi, Haile Selassie, Siam Exhibia, Adhu Amlak, Exhibia, Sila, our Father, who art in Zion, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in Zion. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, and we forgive those who trespass against Zion night. Strengthen us in temptation, and deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever, world without end. To the name and power of the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, defender of the faith and true light of this world, Father of African freedom and African unity. Our Holy Father, His Imperial Majesty, Abakadus Kedamawe, Adi Selassie CM Exubia, Sila. Nugusa Salam Lekuleke Mu, Malcolm Negatu, Abakadus Kadamawe, Adi Selassie, CM Exubia. You Nugusi Negesitu Yedeli Meskeli, E Ethiopia Koheb Nugusi. You Nugusi Kudusi Wede. Amlakana Ailina Wasawana, Hasana, Sata Amasagana, 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 Amlakana Ailina Wasawana, Hasana, Sata, Amas, Agana. Selah. Madahani Alam, Selah. Prayer for Ethiopia's deliverance by matriarch Dorothy A. Bayan, the wife of the messenger from the Negus, Dr. Maliku E. Bayan. Friends of Ethiopia far and near. Prayer for Ethiopians' deliverance to be said thrice daily. O Exhibitor of our fathers and Lord of mercy, who has made all things by thy word and ordained man through thy wisdom, that he should have dominion over the creatures which thou hast made, and over the world according to equity and righteousness, and execute judgment with an upright heart. Give wise mind to thy servant, Emperor Kadamawi Haile Selassie, thine elect, whom thou hast raised up from the east to deliver and mete out thy judgments to the nations of the world. Bestow upon him, we pray, wise mind in like measure as unto Solomon, that he may sway the scepter of thy promise with equity and in righteous judgment to all who have robbed and bespoiled I and I. Have mercy upon I and I, Siam exhibit of all, and send thy fear upon the nations that seek not after thee. Lift up thy hand upon the strange nations who have possessed I, and let them see thy power. As thou wast sanctified in I before them, so be thou magnified among them before I. Let them know thee, we have known thee, that there is no exhibit but thou only, Siam exhibit. Show new signs and make strange wonders. Raise up in the nations and your wrath. Take away the adversary and destroy our enemies. Remember thy covenant. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. Shorten the day, O Siam exhibit, that thy people everywhere shall stretch forth their hands unto thee. Let them that spoil I everywhere be consumed with the rage of thy fire, and let them perish that oppress and rob I continually. Have mercy upon thy peculiar people who are called by thy name, O Exhibir, and scattered among the nations. Give courage to those that possess thee, and frustrate the designs of the enemies within and without, and return their evils upon their own heads. Reward them that faithfully serve in leading thy people everywhere, and destroy I and thy enemies speedily, that they would know that there is no exhibit like unto Ethiopia's Siam exhibit. Hasten the day of universal brotherhood, when all nations shall invoke thy name in irit and in truth, when idolatry and superstition shall no longer enslave our minds or blind our eyes. Help I and I to know and keep thy commandments, O Siam exhibit. Hear our prayers and fill I and I with thy true irit, that all who dwell upon the earth may know that thou art the only Siam exhibit, the everlasting and eternal Siam exhibit, living man. Abakudus Kadamawe, highly Selassie, Siam exhibit. For unto us a son was given, unto us a child was born, and the government shall be upon his shoulder. And this here is the name by which he shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the mighty Siam exhibit, the everlasting Father, and the Prince of Peace. The Voice of Ethiopia, Volume 1, number 33, September 11, 1937, Ethiopian New Year. Our shield and our buckler, shield of defense, Selah. The King of Kings speaks on personal responsibility. Let all of us follow the golden rule. Do unto others as you will have them do unto you. Let the officials follow it closely. Let them serve their people and their country with humility and diligence. But diligence and humility and service to one's country are not the task of officials only. They are not the task of anyone alone. The present projects will demand close contact and cooperation between all of our united officials to whom we have entrusted various degrees of responsibility, guided by the example of Jesus Christ, who having declared, I came to serve you and not to be served by you, brought himself low and washed the feet of his disciples, must render service to the people without charge for these services. As we have repeated many times over in our last pronouncements, we would like again to emphasize the value of time and urge you to dedicate yourselves to hard work and profitably utilize your time. There is no energy in the world, including that of the atom, that cannot be controlled. However, there is no scientist on earth who could control, even for a second, the flow of time. For this reason, never idle away your time, however briefly. Is it not you, her children, that are referred to as Ethiopia? Our lasting hope has ever been, with the help of the Almighty, to help promote the interests and well-being of our people, not to get disillusioned by remote hopes and wishful thinking. May Siam exhibit Baba Jahoy help I in the fulfillment of our undertakings. Sila, Sila, Sila. For we, the black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, do hereby gather and uphold and is ordained this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated unto His Imperial Majesty Abakudus Kedamawe Haile Selassie Siem Exhibit as Commander-in-Chief of the Ethiopian Imperial Mahale Safari Forces in accordance with the 1931 Ethiopian Constitution, Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 29. The Emperor reserves the right, with the advice and consent of Parliament, to declare war. He further reserves the right to decide what armed forces shall be maintained, both in times of peace and in times of war. As Commander-in-Chief of the armed forces, he has the right to organize and command the said forces, to commission and to confer military rank upon the officers of the said forces, and to promote, transfer, or dismiss any of the said officers. He has further the right to declare a state of siege, martial law, or a national emergency, and to take such measures as are necessary to meet a threat to the defense or integrity of the empire and to assure its defense and integrity. Therefore, he invoked this law to create INI, the Ethiopian World Federation, Incorporated, on August 25th, 1937, during the fascist invasion of Ethiopia, in order to meet the threat of modern nation coming against an ancient nation using modern weapons. Along with Article 30, the Emperor exercises the supreme direction of the foreign relations of the empire. The Emperor accredits and receives ambassadors, ministers, and missions. He alone has the right to settle disputes with foreign powers by adjudication, and other peaceful means, and provides for and agrees to measures of cooperation with foreign powers for the realization of the ends of security and common defense. He alone has the right to ratify, on behalf of Ethiopia, treaties and other international agreements, and determine which treaties and international agreements shall be subject to ratification before becoming binding upon the empire. However, all treaties of peace and all treaties of international agreements involving a modification of the territory of the empire or of sovereignty jurisdiction over any part of such territory or land, a burden on the Ethiopian subjects personally or modifying legislation in existence or requiring expenditures of state funds or involving loans or monopolies shall, before becoming binding upon the empire and the inhabitants thereof, be laid before Parliament, and in both houses of Parliament shall approve the same in accordance with the provisions of Articles 88 through 90, inclusive of the present Constitution, shall then be submitted to the Emperor for ratification. Thus, the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporation unto himself didn't require or any burden on the Ethiopian population or in modifying the legislation or the expenditure of the people or involving anything that would be laid upon the people. So thus, he didn't need the approval of Parliament or the houses to create the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated, for Ethiopia was invaded in that war under a state of siege. Therefore, he alone had the power to establish the foreign mission, which is the king's mission, on the behalf of the integrity and sovereignty of Ethiopia, our divine heritage. For he alone started the wine press of the fierceness and the wrath of the Almighty Exhibit. Word from the Mashafa Bahan, Book of Light, Isaiah 55:4. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, a leader, a commander to the people. Isaiah 55 verse 4 through 5 describes the suffering servant as a witness, leader, and commander to the people. This means that the servant represents Exhibit, leads people to follow him, and commands people to obey him. Explanation. Witness. The servant represents and speaks in Exhibit's name. Abakudus Kedamawe Haile Selassie Siam Exhibir. He confirms the covenant that Exhibir made with his people, that covenant being the Davidic covenant, which is the sixth covenant of the seven Tawahido covenants of Ethiopia. Leader, the servant teaches people to profit and leads them in the right way. He leads people out of their own ways into his ways. Commander, the servant commands people to obey him. He is wise, powerful, valiant, and courageous leader who is always victorious. The servant calls a nation that was ignorant of true faith. Nations will eagerly run to serve him because he glorified the only true living Exhibir Kedus Selassie. Atu Ab World Memphis Kedus Haile Akel Abakudus Kenamawe Haile Selassie Siam Exhibir Bahaman Ab World Memphis Kudus Haile Kal Abakudus Kenamawe Haile Selassie. Holy is the Father, holy is the Son, holy is the Holy Spirit. One is the Father, one is the Son, one is the Holy Spirit. The powerful divine peace, might, and power of the Holy Trinity, Kedus Selassie Sila, the true and faithful witness of I and I. Sila, 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 Aliyah, Sila, Sila. Isaiah 33:15. He that walketh righteously and speaketh uprightly, he that despiseth the gain of oppressions, that shaketh his hands from holding of bribes, that stoppeth his ears from hearing of blood, and shutteth his eyes from seeing evil. He shall dwell on high. His place of defense shall be the munitions of rocks. Bread shall be given him. His waters shall be sure. Isaiah 54:17. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of Shem Exhibir, and their righteousness is of I, said the Lord. Selah, Selah, Selah. The promise that no weapon formed against Exhibir's people will prosper, and every tongue that accuses them will be condemned. This verse is often interpreted as a promise of protection and victory for those who trust in Exhibir, even in the face of adversity. No weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. This phrase emphasizes that any attack or challenge, even those that seem powerful or well formed, would ultimately fail to harm Exhibir's people. Every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment, thou shalt condemn. This part assures that any accusation or false judgment against Exhibir's people will be overturned or refused. This is the heritage of the servants of Shem Exhibir. The highlights that the protection and the vindication described in these verses are part of the blessing and inheritance Exhibir bestows upon his followers. And their righteousness is of me, said the Lord. This emphasizes that the righteousness of Exhibir's people, their vindication, and their protection comes from exhibit his self. In essence, Isaiah 54:17 is a powerful verse that speaks of exhibit's unwavering protection and support for those who trust in him, promising that even in the face of opposition, he will deliver them. Apakudus Kinamawe, Alisalasi Siam Exhibit, Apakudus, our Holy Father, Father of African liberty and African unity. Give thanks for your patience. Give thanks for your tolerance. May Siam Exhibit keep by your night. Put your hand upon the sick in this time and give them the strength of healing through their life healing iron. Be with their loved ones. Give them the strength to stand and to be a light of positivity and confidence in thy will unto their loved ones. Be with those taken away from their families in this time and held in jail, O Lord. Strengthen them and be with them as thou was with Daniel and as thou was with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Be with them and give them the confidence and the strength. And let their captors hear their voice and their prayers, that their prayers may be like roses to the nose and a solemn song to the ears, going through the hearts of stone, that they may find a friend amongst them and watch over them and keep them from harm and let them go home to their family. In Abakadus Kidamawe, Haile Selassie Shem Exhibit's name, we pray. Selah, Selah, Selah. Give thanks. Yes, Chair.
Yes, I give thanks, Chaplain. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. The official meeting is over, but we do have a little extension. With Mr. Lazarus. I want to bring up one more thing for the evening. So if anybody has time, y'all could stick around for this knowledge. But otherwise, everyone else, you'll have a peaceful night and enjoy the rest. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For the final hour chant down. The final hour chant down. Well, we try to give that break to allow if someone's want to, step out. So as we enter into this final hour chant down, we start with First Chronicles chapter 5. And this takes us on a journey and some serious things. So let's go. First Chronicles chapter 5. Now the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, for he was the firstborn, for as much as he defiled his father's bed, his birthright was given unto the sons of Joseph, the sons of Israel. And the genealogy is not, this a New Testament. It's not Old Testament because it don't say genealogy, and the genealogy is not to be reckoned after the birthright. For Judah prevailed above his brethren, and of him came the chief ruler, but the birthright was Joseph's. So now we get this Joseph key here. And a lot of times we overlook the Joseph key. So Joseph is very important as we track it. For the first stage in Joseph has a history where he's supposedly sold into slavery. And Joseph is the one who has the rainbow coat. Joseph. What does the name mean? Who is Joseph? Why is it important? Well, let's follow Joseph to a certain important person, right? And they say that only certain children follow the ways and the other children may denounce it, but you'll have a certain child that will really hold to the ways of the parent. And so Joseph represents a certain way. But let's go a little further because Joseph does something after this. And I have it open. All right, I got it open. So Joseph marries Asenath, which is very important. You know, is a minor figure in the book of Genesis and was a highborn. They saw her a highborn aristocrat. But she is the wife of Joseph and she has two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. Very important, very important. Now, Asenath, I wanted to go into her name. Her name is believed to be derived from the ancient Egyptian meaning belonging. She belongs to Neith. Neith was the Egyptian goddess. Asenath or Asenath is a commonly used female first name in the present day Israel. Okay, so let's try one more time. I pulled up a PDF. That's why I was trying to open it up, looking for it. So, what's the PDF? Hold on. Asenath is very important, which a lot of times is overlooked. So I'll go back and I'll do it one more time. Now watch this. I put Asenath in a B. So let's see. First, they'll tell you Asenath is mentioned in the Apocrypha book of Joseph. Joseph and Asenath. In this text, Asenath, the daughter of the Egyptian priest, is described as being initially hesitant towards Joseph, but eventually repents and converts, they say, to the God of Joseph. A key element in the story is her vision where she fed honeycomb, but she is fed honeycomb by an angel, which symbolizes her spiritual transformation and union with Joseph. They have a book called the Book of Asenath, and it's very important. Asenath does go to the goddess Neith. Oh man, I thought it would have had her name in here too. All right. Well, the key to Asenath is Asenath has two children. One of the children, if Ephraim, becomes very important because Jacob or Israel places his hand on Ephraim's head. In Genesis, in the book, Joseph asks his father, why did he do that? But Ephraim becomes that chosen lineage in that component based on Jacob's actions. Now, Ephraim stays important because if you follow the Ephraim line, Ephraim takes you to the next important character. Hold on. I seen it open up here. Joshua, the son of Nun. See, Joshua is an Ephraimite. So the lineage goes to Ephraim, but that means Joshua is the son of Joseph. That means Joshua is the son of Joseph. He's an Ephraimite. He's the son of Joseph. But when we study Joshua's name in English, it is Joshua. In Hebrew, it is Yahshua. So when they transfer Yahshua to English, it is Joshua. Now, we always make mention of that because when we do the studies, most of the time, our people will say chronology is not adding up on a lot of things. And it's because of our enslaver really destroying us knowing properly who and what time is the people are. So in this aspects of getting to Joshua or Yahshua, we look at it under the aspects with Joshua being tied to the Joseph lineage. Then we have Joshua being Yahshua. But when we go in that time period and we look at what was going on in that time period, we go back to the Quran as well first. So let's go to the Quran again because we're dealing with the Joseph key and we're going to make a point here that happens and will happen for most of us. The Quran informs us that Mary is the mother of Jesus, was the daughter of Amram. Now, to most people, that doesn't mean nothing. But in this time, you have to understand what that means here because it's not said one time in the Quran, it's said twice. And the people who are studying the Quran, they go into a frenzy about it. See, here they're saying, is it a mistake? It isn't really. Did Muhammad mix it up? So this really bothers a lot of people who really study it. And that's why I always tell my Muslim brothers when they do say that the Quran and the Bible say the same thing, I tell them, no, it doesn't. Now, if Mary is the daughter of Amram, and Amram is in the time of who? Let's go to Amram. I have Amram open, but I'm still going to open it again. Amram is born in Egypt. His children is Miriam, Moses, Aaron, and Aaron in Islam. But Mary, the mother of Jesus, is not listed. All right. Now they tell you that he marries Jochebed, or so let's go a little further in Amram. Yes. Now, look at what the name means. It's not just a name, it means something because you have the ram inside of the name, like Abram, Hiram, and here you have Amram. So now you have Amram, and Amram means exalted people. So the Quran says Allah placed the nation of Amram above all other nations. So now we're looking at this nation of Amram. But the nation of Amram, Amram is the father of Moses. Remember what I said now? Amram is the father of Moses. But here, the Quran is saying Amram is the father of Mary, which is the mother of Jesus. Now, when we make this point, I'm going to go to the Ethiopians' kings list real fast. And I'm going to make this point, but then I'm going to go back to a video. I'm not going to keep you long. I'm just going to hit this and then we're going to come back out of it. Jump from where I All right. Now, this is the Ethiopians' kings list, and they're going through the study that's being led by the Ethiopians' kings list. And here they describing who Moses is. And Moses is being called Dejahuti, also known as Hermes. But the reason this is important, but the king's list associate this with Moses, that he is being associated as Dejahuti. It's a very important reason. And this is why there is a discrepancy in people. We'll get there. We'll get there. So, Dejahuti, well, let's go here first. Here we have Ahmosis the First. This is the beginning of the 18th dynasty. Ahmosis is the one who expels the Hyksos out of Egypt. Under his reign, I wanted to get a few things. for this. I'm making it work. Still making it work for it. All right, osmosis is also known as Dejahuti. They have numerous funeral stones that came back with osmosis, also registered as Dejahuti. This is a lot of less imagery that they've seen put on. See, maybe I should just take Dejahuti off and just put funeral stones. You have to understand when we get to this component of osmosis being known as Dejahuti, according to the Ethiopian King's List. This is very critical because this is where we get to the big debate about in the time of Moses, the Hebrew Israelites being enslaved and that they ran across the Red Sea and the Pharaoh died. It's very important here. So, especially with our youth today, because if we teach in our youth today and they are in the age of information, they're going to want to be able to access. And if we try to give them an illusionary story, which the history shows is not correct, they're going to wonder what we're doing. So what happens is when we get in that time period, you have the story of a Hyksos invasion, and you have the story of the Hyksos being run out. Now, Ahmosis is the person who runs the Hyksos out, but Ahmosis is also known as Dejahuti. Makes it very important. Ahmosis is also known as Dejahuti. So let's go back one more time. Moses is said to have been called Hermes. Moses is Dejahuti, the minister. They put him as in under Hasaphet, but they put him under the 18th dynasty. So we're talking about 18th dynasty. And this is important because this is when we talk about the Hyksos invasion. And this is when, according to the Bible, we have the Hebrews being enslaved, and then they have to cross the Red Sea. They have to cross the Red Sea. But here we find that the person Ahmosis Osmosis runs the invaders out, but the story is taught that the chosen people of God, they do what? They leave out of the land. They don't stay in the land. So everything outside of the lands become the chosen people of God. So we're talking about a psychological reverse here. But in Ethiopia and most of all the other lands, an identification was clear. Now let's go a little further. So now this is in the Ethiopian Kings list where they speak about Moses is supposed to have married the Tharbius, the daughter of the Ethiopian king. Moses was supposed to have married the daughter of the Ethiopian king. Well, we know that according to the Bible, Moses goes down into the land and he meets Zipporah, and Zipporah's father is called Jethro. But we think Jethro is a name, but Jethro means your excellency. He's a king, but that ain't his. They saying your excellency. Okay, so that means maybe we don't know who even Jethro is because that's not a name, that's a title. All right, so Moses does, but now in Ethiopia, they say he marries the Ethiopian king's daughter. In history, Ahmoses goes down to Ethiopia and he marries Nefertari, who is called Miri Amun, beloved of God. Huh? Hold up. No. I think I'm just talking. So we have to go back one more time. Let's go on back. Let's go on back to osmosis. Let's get here with him. We don't need no funeral stone. We just need osmosis right now. So we can get this right. So 18th dynasty, osmosis. Marries Moses Nefertari, wife of Amun, God's wife. What did they say about Mary? It's in Bible they say that God came down in the spirit and he ascended upon Mary and gave her a child. But here is Nefertari, Miriam, beloved of God, beloved of Amun. But Nefertari, Miriam, this is in the time of Moses. Well, the Quran said Mary, the daughter of Amram. Mary, the daughter of Amram. Who is the mother of Esau. But this is in the time of Moses. But in the time of Moses is Joshua. Because Joshua is the son of Joseph. But Joshua means Yahshua. So Yahshua is in the time of Moses. In the Quran, Mary and Yahshua are there in the time of Moses. So here we are looking at certain realities and it throws us off. Now I'm gonna make myself clear because I'm just drafting that so that we can go to this video, and then you can tell me where you're at after this video. Because are you?
They had a spiritual way of life. They knew the laws of the universe. And they called those laws the laws of God now. God is a He. So loved the world that He sent His only begotten Son, another hours a day, 365 days a year, 7 days a week, with your own personal Creator-given spirituality that your Creator gave you at the time of your birth, using your mother and your father as human instruments to bring you into this world in human form. And that He Creator, gave you an indwelling spirituality that's in tune, in place, and hooked up to the omnipotent spiritual consciousness by way of your pineal gland. You have a pineal gland that you were born with. And that pineal gland that you were born with is a sensor organ. It sits in the middle of your brain. It serves as a receiver and a sender between you and your Creator. And the bottom of that pineal gland is your nostrils. What do you do with your nostrils? You intake air that keeps that indwelling spirit alive inside of you. That's what the pineal gland does for each and every human being. You have a pineal gland. You were born with it. You are in constant contact with your Creator every day of your life. Now, if the Creator wanted you to have a religion, then you would have received that religion at birth. But you didn't have a religion. You was not given a religion when you were born. You was given this divine indwelling spirituality. Now, if you can understand what I just told you, then you are free of religion for the rest of your life. And it's very simple. You were born with a spirituality, use it. Get in contact with it. Because every time that you embrace a religion, you take that free spirituality that your Creator gave you at the time of birth and put it in bondage. That's what you're doing with it. Because every religion has laws, rituals, customs, and ceremonies that you have to abide by. When I was in Egypt, those Muslims pray 5 times a day over there. They even have special rugs for their knees. No matter what time of day, at a certain hour, they drop everything and they go and fall on their knees, and he said, and they up and down praying, and when they get through, they come back and continue their business. What happens to people like that? They have been indoctrinated into a religion, a man-made religion, that have put their own spirituality, their Creator free given spirituality, in bondage by accepting the religion. This is what happened. You see, nobody was born with cigarettes. You know anybody that came out of their mother's womb smoking cigarettes? You don't know nobody that came out with a cigarette. You don't know anybody that came out of their mother's womb drinking alcohol or using drugs. Drug use, alcohol use, tobacco use, and religion are all man introduced by man to control you, to control your spirituality. And here's another thing that religion is doing to us as a people. It is dividing us as a people. We will never unify as long as we embrace a religion. Okay? Because you take Jehovah's Witness. Jehovah's Witness can't come in this meeting here today. It's against their religious principle. They can't do that. Am I right or wrong? Okay? The Muslims and the Christians have a division. They don't like each other, so to speak. They kill each other. Jews don't like the Muslims. Christians don't like the Jews. And the Christians don't like the Muslims. And it goes on and on and on. And here we are, caught up in these various religions that's keeping us divided. We're going to have to unify ourselves in order for us to get back to our own spirituality. And if you can understand what I'm saying to you, you will never have to go to church again in your life and deal with Reverend C.T. Chicken Wing and his foolishness. Huh? You won't need Reverend Chicken Wing anymore. See? You won't need to go to a Muslim mosque anymore. You won't need Farrakhan or the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You won't need that. See? You won't need to be from the blood of Abraham. I gave a lecture in California last year, and a lady was there, and she brought her mother with her. And I was talking, going over different parts of religion and so forth and so on. And I mentioned about no Abraham. She said, "Oh, no, you, Mr. Williams, you're wrong. I'm from the blood of Abraham." And I said, "Okay." I said, "Is this your mother?" She says, "Yes." I said, "Miss, is that your daughter?" She says, "Yes." I said, "Is she from the blood of Abraham?" She said, "I don't know what you're talking about." So that ended that. You see, one of the things that we as a people have a problem with, and a lack of knowledge, is that we do not know ancient history, and that's what we're going to have to know. When you know ancient history, then you know something about your ancestral history. You see? And you're going to have to go back into the time of antiquity. And the greatest civilized people that has ever walked the earth were our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, who never practiced a religion. They had a spiritual way of life. They knew the laws of the universe. And they called those laws the laws of Ma'at, cosmic laws of Ma'at. And they lived by those laws. You see? And they built themselves a great civilization that lasted over 9,000 years until the European came on the scene of history and disrupted that great civilization. Okay? But they built themselves this great and glorious civilization in ancient Egypt, not with a religion, but they were in tune with the omnipotent universal spiritual consciousness, and they built the greatest edifice that has ever been built on planet Earth, the Great Pyramid. Everybody knows about the Great Pyramid, is that right? They built a Sphinx. The body of the Sphinx is 1 city block long. How did they do that? They were geniuses. Your ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, were geniuses. But they didn't have a religion. Religion would have crippled them, would have destroyed them. Okay? And here today, the descendants of those great people, the ancient Egyptians, are now embracing a dead white man on the cross and saying that this dead white man is my personal savior. Okay? And every Sunday morning, the descendants of the ancient Egyptians are in these churches being encouraged by Reverend Chicken Wing to say, if you have any problems, bring your problems to the Lord Jesus Christ. And this Lord Jesus Christ is a European white man who is your enslaver. Is that right? Who is your oppressor. But somehow we are encouraged to bow down to this dead white man on the cross. And then in Christian theology, they tell you that God so loved the world. Now, God is a He. So loved the world that He sent His only begotten Son, another male, to save the world from sin. And that Son happens to be a European white man, the image of a European white man. His only begotten Son. But that means that there's no other race of people. It's the Son of God. Only the white man. See, you have to realize what is being taught to you and listen and ask questions of what's being taught to you. Now, why is this European the embodiment of God on earth? Political reasons. There's a reason for that. You have to understand that. So in my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity, I have put together for you historically, step by step, the historical origin of Christianity. Now, there's never been a man that ever walked the earth also by the name of the Prophet Muhammad, because this image here, this Jesus the Christ image that we all know, and the faceless image of the Prophet Muhammad is one and the same. But no, every religion has its own story, its own theology attached to each religion. And they give a birth date for a Prophet Muhammad. They give a birth date for a Jesus the Christ. And they give you a date and a time of Abraham and Isaac and a Jacob and a Moses, all in religious theology. But if you came outside of your belief in these religions, you will never find evidence to prove that there was a Jesus Christ walking the earth. You cannot find evidence outside of your belief to prove that there was a Prophet Muhammad. You cannot go outside of your belief to find any evidence of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, or Moses. You have to realize that you have been fooled by these religions. You have been fooled by these ministers. You have been fooled by the leaders, because the leaders and the ministers, they have been fooled themselves. Okay? So you're going to have to really dig into the understanding of these various religions in order for you to find your own spirituality, in order for you to understand who you are spiritually. Okay? You have to understand who you are spiritually before you can understand these religions. Or, let's go on the reverse side. You have to understand religion before you understand your spirituality. And your spirituality is right up under your nose every time you take a breath. That's your spirituality. And when you embrace a religion, you're clogging the artery of your spiritual, natural, birth-given spirituality. That's what you're doing. You're clogging that artery between yourself and the Creator by believing in a man-made religion. Okay. Then you're going to have to understand that we have to make our way back to ancient Egypt. I cannot reiterate that enough times in order for you to understand that. That is the only entity that we have and the only avenue that we have that will take us back to our greatness. And once we get back to ancient Egypt, and once we get back in touch with our own personal spirituality, then at that time we can begin to unify as a people. And once we unify as a people, then we can do anything that we want to do. You remember in 1983 in Chicago, Illinois, there was a man by the name of Harold Washington who ran for the mayoralship of the city of Chicago. Anybody remember that? Well, something happened in Chicago that year. Our community, our African community in the city of Chicago, unified around one man, one ideology. And that ideology and one man was Harold Washington, to put him on the 5th floor of City Hall to be the mayor of the city of Chicago. Little children going around with Harold Washington buttons. Young people, high school, teenagers, walking around with Harold Washington buttons. Middle-aged people, old folk, walking around with Harold Washington buttons. And his white opponents would say, you know, I have a black book on Harold Washington. We said, we don't care if you have a green book on him. We're going to vote for Harold Washington. Well, you know, Harold Washington went to jail. So what? We went to jail too. Well, you know, Harold Washington just don't pay his gas bill. So what? We're behind in our gas bills too. We're going to vote for Harold Washington. And they had a political analyst in Chicago who said, I've been a political analyst for 35 years, and there's something out there that I can't put my finger on that's happening to that community. I knew what was happening. The thing that was happening to us is that we were unifying ourselves. And when we unified ourselves, what happened in Chicago? Harold Washington went to the 5th floor, didn't he? He went to the 5th floor because we unified ourselves. Okay? And this is what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to unify ourselves. We're going to have to shed ourselves of all religion in order for us to see who we are spiritually. I was at the University of Chicago last year to hear a lecture by a member of our race. He had graduated from the University of Chicago Theology School of Divinity. And he was teaching at one of the colleges in California. And he was up there, he was very proper. He was using great, big, huge college, university words that you knew nothing about. At least I didn't. And he was rattling off all kinds of books that you can buy and so forth and so on. So anyway, at the end of his lecture, I had questions and answers. I raised my hand. And he pointed to me. I said, sir, let me ask you a question and make a suggestion at the same time. The question that I want to ask you and suggestion that I want to make is this. Do you think it would be better for you to teach your students about the historical origin of these various religions? And the man, to my dismay, got heartless mad at me. And a long story short, about 30 days later, I woke up one morning with that on my mind. I said, why did this man get so mad at me? And the answer came back to me. And this is the answer. The answer that I received was this. If an individual knew the historical origin of a religion, they will never embrace a religion as long as you live, if you knew the historical origin of it. Okay? What they teach you about these various religions is traditional religious theology. The nice part. The things that they want you to know. The things that they have prepared for you to know. Okay? But on the other side of the coin, they don't teach you the historical origin of it. Because if you knew the historical origin of a religion, you would never embrace that religion. In my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity, it tells you how the European, Alexander the Greek, coming into Egypt in 332 BCE, how he tried to get himself admitted into the ancient Egyptian priest society. He was rejected. He died 9 years later, 323 BCE. And in his place came Ptolemy I, one of his army generals called Lagi, called Soter, S-O-T-E-R, means Savior. That's very important because you do have a Savior in Christianity. Is that correct? Okay. This Ptolemy Lagi tried to get himself admitted into the ancient Egyptian priest society. But he also was rejected. So what happened was that he found a priest society in Memphis, Egypt, to make his image into a god. The Greeks and the Romans knew that in order to rule Egypt, they had to be accepted into the ancient Egyptian sacred priest society. But they were rejected because the ancient Egyptian priest society did not take foreigners into their priesthood, and especially illiterate, savage foreigners. Okay? So you have to remember that when the Europeans came into Egypt, and it still stands today, that he was an agnostic. He didn't know he was, but he was. Atheist, psychopathic, schizophrenic, uncivilized individual. That's what he had. And when Ptolemy found this priest society in Memphis, Egypt, he says, make my image into a god. And they took two of our ancient Egyptian gods, Osiris and Apis, and made a composite of the two, and came out with the name Ourstory, and gave this title or this name to Ptolemy I Lagi, and called him Serapis, and gave him the characteristics of our god Osiris, or our ancestor Osiris. And he, at that time, took his image and tried to get it accepted into the priest society throughout Egypt, rejected. He wanted his image to be put into the temples throughout Egypt to be worshipped right along with our royal ancestor, Osiris, rejected. So he closed down all the temples throughout Egypt. And he confiscated all of those divine scroll manuscripts that our ancestors had created over the centuries and over the years. And he housed them in the temple that created his image into a god. You see? You have to understand also, during the time of antiquity, our ancestors worshiped and gave homage to their ancestors, our ancestors, such as Osiris, the father, such as Isis, the mother, and the son, the S-U-N, Horus. Those were the royal ancestors of the ancient Egyptians. And when the European came in, he wanted to be made part of that. And he wanted someone to make him a god. You see, God is a man. So it is very difficult for anybody to pray to God. When you're praying to God, you're praying to a man, because when you look up God in Webster's dictionary, it says a male deity. Then it goes on to say a supreme being. And when you look up goddess, it says a female deity, but it never says a supreme being. Okay? And these religions destroys the female out of every one of these religions. Am I right, sisters and brothers? That's correct. And when these temples was closed down throughout Egypt because they refused to accept this European and worship, he closed the temples down, confiscated all of their divine scroll manuscripts, and divided the community. And he told the priests and priestess, you cannot build any other temples. So they began to have spiritual fellowship in their homes. Okay. And as the years went by, we're going to go to a time of Constantine. Everybody heard of Constantine? Okay. We're going to go to the time of Constantine. There was an exterior Coptic religious community there that refused to accept this European and worship this European as a god. They only had a few of these male-type Coptic Uncle Tom Egyptians. They were the Uncle Toms of antiquity. But they accepted, these were the bourgeois Coptic Egyptians. You know, we have some of those in our society today. And they all there were white folk. They never come down to the grassroots and walk among and talk among our people. So these bourgeois were the ones that kept this Serapis, along with the Greeks and the Romans, alive, this image. Okay. This image of Serapis is known today as Jesus the Christ. There it is right here. And when Constantine came to power, something happened during his time. There was a division in our community at that time. It is called and known in history as the Diocesan-Schismatic controversy. That controversy came about when members of that religious community turned over sacred writings to Diocletian, the Roman emperor at that time. And the division came about when members of that community, such as Donatists and Bishop Secundus, said you were supposed to have martyred yourself instead of turning those divine writings over to this Roman emperor. You're supposed to have martyred yourself, just like your predecessors and your ancestors before you. And so what happened was that community over in Egypt was divided all across North Africa. I'm going to give you an analysis of that. In Chicago, I told you about the unification that we had in our community when Harold Washington was being elected in Chicago, right? When Harold Washington died, division set in. Okay? Our political-based community was divided. What happened during that division was a white man came right up in the middle of it and became mayor of the city of Chicago, Richard M. Daley. Okay. He's the mayor today because of the division that happened to us in Chicago. So the same thing during the time of Constantine, and we're talking about in the 4th century, a division came about and is known in history as the Diocesan-Schismatic controversies. Okay. That controversy caused Constantine to go to a member of the exterior Coptic religious community who had refused to accept this white man as God and made a deal with that individual. That individual is named Sylvester I. Said, listen, Sylvester, if you accept Serapis, this white image, into your community and get the rest of your people to do the same, I will give you my imperial emblems of authority over that community. In other words, you will be the head NIC. You know what the head, and you know what HNIC means. And all I want is to be baptized in that community, in your community. That's all I want to do. And if you do that, you will have authority over the whole community. I have no authority. So Sylvester accepted that. And he became the head HNIC over the Coptic community. And that deal is known in history as the donation of Constantine. That's the name of it. It's all historical. The donation of Constantine. And then we also had a bishop in our community by the name of Arius. He says, no, we cannot accept that because this image of Serapis is nothing but a created creature, dissimilar from the father Osiris, but nevertheless a creature nevertheless. And that caused what is known in history as the Nicene Council. Anybody heard of the Nicene Council? Those three things caused the Nicene Council to come about. It's all in my book. And at the Nicene Council, they took that image that we know today as Jesus Christ, then known as Serapis, and inserted it into our ancient Egyptian divine triad. The ancient Egyptian divine triad consists of Osiris the father, Isis the holy Hathor cow mother, and Horus the S-U-N. They took Horus out of that divine triad and put in a European white man as the S-O-N. And if you listen to the preachers, they tell you that Jesus Christ is the Son of Man. You ever heard of that statement? That's true. Man created Jesus the Christ. Okay? So this image was inserted right there in the council called the Council of Nicaea I, or the Nicene Council. And that is also called the Nicene Council, or the Council of Nicaea, is also called the Homoousian Council, creating what is known as the Homoousian Creed. Okay? And then we're going to move up to another council meeting 56 years later, the Council of Constance No. 1 in 381. That council was called because the Roman government accepted the Nicene Homoousian Creed as their government creed. And they wanted everybody under their jurisdiction, especially the Coptic Egyptians, who had rejected that image for going on over 700 years, had rejected that image, refused to worship that image. They wanted that community to accept this European image as their God. And when that community refused, then this Roman ruler began to confiscate their property, their personal property, and so forth and so on. But he was reminded, said, hey, you can't do that. A bishop by the name of Ambrose said, you can't do that simply because of the donation of Constantine. See, the donation of Constantine gave him no power over our community, this European Roman. So he had to back down and give those homes and things that he confiscated from that community back. And then we're going to go up to, I'm trying to walk you through the historical origin of Christianity in a short overview. Then we're going to go up to the most important council meeting that has ever existed in history. And that's the council meeting where they made this image that we know as Jesus the Christ, then known as Serapis, into the Christ. Now, the Nestorian monophysite, the monophysite is an individual, Coptic Egyptian, who believed that this image that we know today as Jesus Christ, then known as Serapis, had only one nature, a spiritual nature, but not a human nature. So how does one get a human nature? You have to be born through the body of a woman. Is that correct? So now here these Melchite Uncle Tom Negroes, I have to use that word Negro, but they were Coptic Egyptian. They called this council meeting called the Council of Ephesus 431 to get this created creature, Serapis, known today as Jesus Christ, a human nature. And here's how they did it. They went into our ancient Egyptian divine triad and took our female goddess, Isis, out of that triad, out of that trinity, and discarded her. And they created a created creature called the Virgin Mary, and gave that created creature the title of Theotokos. The word Theotokos means the mother of God. And they took that created creature, the Virgin Mary, with that created title, Theotokos, and they amalgamated her, or that name, or that creature, with this other creature, Serapis. And when natures, a spiritual nature and a human nature. And now these Coptic Melkite Uncle Tom said that now you are the anointed one. Now you are the Messiah, not A-H, Messiah. That's a different meaning, A-A-S. In Coptic, Egyptian, Greek means Christos. In English, Christ. So these Uncle Tom, Melkite, ancestors of ours, created this image 751 years prior to the Council of Ephesus. And now 751 years later, they have given this image a human nature and a spiritual nature, a diaphysitic nature. Okay? So that's how this image got to be the Christ. And then the Nestorian, the Monophysites still said we're not accepting that. That's those grassroots Coptic Egyptians, like we are, not the bourgeois. And then another council meeting was called, the Council of Chalcedon. And at the Council of Chalcedon, 451, they said we're going to end all the arguments over this issue. What went on 20 years prior is valid, without any argument. And they end that council meeting called the Council of Chalcedon. And at that point, Christianity as a religion began at that point. Okay? This is history. But when you embrace a religion, they don't tell you this. They're not talking about this in traditional religious theology. Because if you knew this, you would be a Christian, wouldn't you? If you knew how this dead white man on the cross got to be the Christ, and how your ancestors, our ancestors, created this image, how our ancestors, your ancestors, fought against this image, of accepting this image, you would never embrace a religion. Okay? And in my book, I'm also telling you that you heard of the Prophet Muhammad, the name of the Prophet Muhammad? It's never been a Prophet Muhammad. Mohammedanism came out of monophysite Christianity. I asked Muslims, I said, you're a Muslim? So yes, brother, I'm a Muslim. I said, do you know the historical origin of Christianity? The answer is no. Then you know nothing about Islam. You don't know about Islam. You don't know the historical origin of Christianity, because Mohammedanism came out of monophysite Christianity. Okay? And the name Muhammad, it's in my book, was not created until 1240 ACE. Had nothing to do with the Prophet Muhammad, the story that they tell you about somebody born in Mecca in 634 and all that other kind of stuff. His wife was Khadijah, and his daughter was Fatima, and they go on, they tell you that his father-in-law was Abu Bakr, and the successor of Abu Bakr was Omar, and the successor of Omar was Uthman, and then his nephew was Ali, and Ali married his daughter Fatima, and it goes on and on. All based off of lies. Okay? It was Mohammedanism before it was Islam. Okay? And the name Muhammad, like I mentioned before, did not come about, was not created until the 13th century, 1240 to be exact. Okay? And that name was Al-Wigwa al-Muhammadiyya. Al-Wigwa means to sing the praises of Muhammad. You notice that when the Muslims speak the name Prophet Muhammad, they say, peace be unto him, brother, and they go through a whole lot of rituals. As if making an excuse for pronouncing the name. That's all out of Al-Wigwa al-Muhammadiyya, or the near Muhammadi. You see? So, in my book, I'm touching on something about Islam also. So we have to know these things historically if we are to advance ourselves. Going into the 21st century as a people, we have to have knowledge. We have to have scholars who have done the research to back up the scholarship. And it's a funny thing. I have a $5,000 reward, I'll use that term, for anybody of any race, creed, or color to repudiate what I'm saying. When I say there's no Jesus Christ, repudiate that. When I say there's no Prophet Muhammad, repudiate that. When I say there's never been men that walked the earth in human form by the name of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Moses, repudiate that. Not by words, not by barber shopping, not by pool room talk, not by parking lot talk, not by hanging on the corner talk. I'm saying repudiate it. Do some research. Write a repudiating paper and give it to me. Say, Mr. Williams, I have heard what you said about these religions, and I repudiate what you're saying, and this is my research. Hasn't been done. I'm on talk radio, especially in Chicago a lot, and they bring up rabbis to get me. They bring up Roman Catholic priests to get me. They bring up Muslims to get me. They bring in Jehovah's Witness to get me. I asked the Jehovah's Witness one day. I said, listen, are you a Jehovah's Witness? Oh, yes, I'm a Jehovah's Witness. I said, who is the founder of the Jehovah's Witness sect? And his mouth flew open, big silence on that, and flies were swarming around. He couldn't tell me who the founder. I said, you mean tell me you're going around worrying people, knocking on people's door, worrying the hell out of people this morning. You understand? Because sometimes Jehovah's Witness, let me have a few words with you, brother. I'm going to tell you about the Jehovah's Witness in the Watchtower. And you don't even know the founder of the sect. I said, now you're going to come up to me and want to debate me on something that you know nothing about. You know, so I understand that. So my reward is still there. Okay? And as I go around the country, I run into Muslims, especially coming from the Nation of Islam. I'm not criticizing, but I'm bringing out the point. They're the most hard-headed people I've ever seen in my life. You can't tell them nothing. See? They know everything, but they're going to call you brother too. Now, brother, no, you're wrong. See? And I only know one person on earth that knows everything. You know who that is? A fool. A fool knows everything. Because you can't tell a damn fool anything. See? And in my book, I'm explaining to you about the word fact. And this is what I'm presenting to you, facts, which are stronger than argument, more profound than reasoning, more dependable than opinion. Analysis dispute. Facts supersedes prediction, and facts end the argument, unless you're talking to a fool. Then you can present all the facts you want. A fool will never recognize a fact when he sees it. See? So what we have to do is gather our facts, know who we are, find our way back to ancient Egypt, get in tune with our own personal spirituality. And when you do that, you will find yourself in tune with your Creator who created you. That's who you find yourself in tune with. And once you find yourself in tune with your Creator who created you, then you won't ever need a religion. And you especially have to know the historical origin of these various religions. And you will never, I guarantee you, you will never embrace a religion as long as you live. You'll run as fast as you can. Somebody hold up a dead white man in front of your face. I was on a talk radio show one time with a white minister. And he told me off the air. Now, he couldn't do anything with me historically. And he said, listen, Brother Williams, he said, no, don't call me Brother Williams. Okay, I'm not your brother. Okay? He said, you should be a Christian. I said, for what reason? Tell me the advantage that I will have by being a Christian. And he went on and said, well, a Christian, if you become a Christian, it makes you docile. It'll make you loving everybody. It'll make you turn the other cheek to your adversary. It will make you a better person. It will make you a decent human being. I said, okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will become a Christian if you go among your people, white folk, and you teach them this wonderful religion called Christianity. And after you teach them this wonderful religion called Christianity, if I see them docile, humble, kind, loving, and turning the other cheek, that's right. I told him, I said, at that point, I will give me the biggest cross that I could find, and the deadest white man I could find, and put it around my neck, and I will be a Christian. Okay? This is what I told him. He said, so now, I'm waiting for that. When that happens, I'm going to be a Christian. I am. You see? So, he left me alone. Okay? But now, you take the religion called Judaism. Judaism, like all other religions, are man-made. But it didn't start off as a religion. It started off as a capital entity, a capitalist entity, meaning that these were money lenders, people who took in jewelry as collateral to loan money on at a high interest. They were nicknamed what? Jews. Had nothing to do with religion. And the Roman Catholic Church at that time did not like the capitalist Jew, because the Roman Catholic Church at that time was the only entity in the whole entire world that supposedly professed Christianity, the only entity. And they taught their parishioners against these money-lending capitalist Jews. And these parishioners, under the instigation and guidance of these popes and priests, would confiscate these Jews, these capitalists, confiscate their property, run them out of town, rape their women, kill their children.
Walter Williams put up a $10,000 bond bet. Well, not bet, but he asked people to prove and present him evidence of the biblical characters. And no one could do it because there was no archaeological evidence on certain levels. But there are fragments and things that appear to be what they'll say of ancient times and so forth, because they're tied to certain other aspects. They're tied to Black African people. So archaeologist doesn't reveal it. But when we follow that trail of Asenath and Ephraim under the Joseph, and Asenath becomes a key again here with her name, but also with her son Ephraim, and Ephraim bringing it into what we call that period where Moses is supposedly about to divide the Red Sea and lead the people into the promised land out of the lands, supposedly. Now, in the Ethiopian text, they put Moses as Dejahuti. We're able to trace the name or the title of Dejahuti to Ahmoses the first. So Ahmoses the first is in the same time as Moses. Ahmoses the first is in the same time as Moses. Now, how could these two be at the same time? Moses would have to have spoken of these, or Moses would have had to been either the people getting run out of Egypt or the people that were staying in Egypt. Now, Moses is given the title of Dejahuti, but I'm going to show you one more thing here first with Moses. All right, hold on. Let's see if they give it here. No, not this one. All right. No, it's not that one either. So, because I want to get you to a point till you get a certain understanding of it. This is the book. Well, let me start with the beginning. This is the book of Jasher, also known as the book of Yasher, right? Very important book, taken out of the Bible. You can see basically most of the things again that's in the Bible. But we're going down here to Moses. So Moses leaves where? Moses leaves Cush and goes to the land of Midian. Ruel, taking him for refuge, keeps him in prison for 10 years, and he is fed by Zipporah, the daughter of Ruel. The Pharaoh, smitten of the plague, slays a child of the Israelites every day. He dies. Go on. They just giving you insight on it. Akadam afflicts Israel more than ever. Moses is released by Ruel and marries his daughter Zipporah. Moses obtains possession of the stick Jehovah. Moses has two sons. The Pharaoh withholds the straws from Israel. That's men building the brick, supposedly. So Moses' two sons are the magicians that go. But we'll see. I mean, not Moses' two sons. We'll see. So, and the Lord appears to Moses and commands him to go down to Egypt to deliver Israel. All right. It's one more step. Moses appoints Joshua his successor. So what we're dealing with here is Moses and Moses having the title of Dejahudi, and then Moses being really Moses. So if Moses gives his power to Joshua, then who does Moses give his power to? If Moses gives his power to Joshua, but who does Moses give his power to? And so Moses gives his power to Amenhotep, who is Amenhotep the first. So Amenhotep the first, in the coded language, would represent the code name for Yeshua, for Joshua in the scripture right here. And therefore would be your code name for Jesus. Now, because he's a royal son now. So Amenhotep is a royal son. Let's go look at Amenhotep before I go too far. Because Amenhotep, oh yeah, I got it open. I'm not open. My eyes ain't as sharp as they used to be. It's the thing I can scroll through there and just see it. I almost had to open every one of them. So we get Amenhotep the first, right? So Moses gives his power to his son, Amenhotep the first, right? Now, let's just look. So Moses the first, Moses and Nefertari is Miriam, beloved of Aman. Says that Mary, the mother of, is the daughter of Amram. Amram is in the time of Moses. So we're dealing with the Mary in the time of Moses. The Mary in the time of Moses is Nefertari, Miriamun. The Moses at that time is Ahmoses. Nefertari gives birth to Amenhotep the first. Now, hold on. Amenhotep and Nefertari are deified. Now you got to think how far back this is, because this is before you got your church or any of that. But here is a mother and son, Amenhotep and Nefertari, are deified. Oh, all right. Now, second thing of Amenhotep is he's born under the Sothic star. He's born under the star of Sirius. He's a star king. So we have Ahmoses. We have Amenhotep. Now, Amenhotep takes rulership after Ahmoses. And their rulership extends kind of far into a land that would be called Bashan, because Amenhotep fought, went on a conquest of fighting wars and reconquering land. Amenhotep whores two ladies' names, Bull, conquers the lands. He who inspires great terror, generally interpreted to mean Amenhotep the first intended to dominate the surrounding nations. Okay, so Amenhotep becomes a strong ruler. And most people, he ruled all the way down back into Nubia, as well up into the Canaan lands, which we call Bashan or Jerusalem. Now, let's go back to his father. Let's look at this again. I want you to look at this name here. Look at this name. And this is the 18th dynasty. But the people who are under this leadership from Amenhotep, they dwell in the land for a good while. So we're not talking about a Moses, we're talking about Ahmoses. And when you go to, oh man, that's what I've skipped. I gotta go. Gotta go to it. Key in here is this right here. So Moses goes to the land of Cush. He goes to Cush, right? And got to let you see this in here too, because I want you to understand how this goes. Chapter 70. Right. So here we have in the book of Jasher, Balaam, the son of Beor, the magician. He answers before the king and the princes, and he said, "Remember now, O my lord king, the dreams which thou did dream many days since that which thy serpent interpreted unto thee. Now therefore this is a child from the Hebrew children, whom is the Spirit of God. And let not my lord the king imagine that this youngster did this thing without knowledge. For he is a Hebrew boy, and wisdom and understanding are with him, although he is yet a child, and with wisdom he has done this and chosen unto himself the kingdom of Egypt. So hold on. So you can understand what's going on here with Balaam. So now Balaam is talking about, who do you think Balaam is talking about when he's talking about this boy who gave the interpretation? Anybody got an idea?
Joseph, man.
Huh?
Joseph.
Okay. All right. So let's go here. It's going to tell you. His sons sold their brother Joseph, who went down into Egypt, became a slave, and was placed in the prison house for 12 years, until the former Pharaoh dreamed dreams and withdrew him from prison house, and magnified him above all the prince in Egypt on account of interpreting his dreams. And when God caused a famine throughout the land, he sent for and brought his father and all his brothers, and the whole of his father's household supported them without price and reward, and brought the Egyptians for slaves. And now therefore, my lord king, behold, this child has risen up in their stead in Egypt, to do according to their deeds, and to trifle with every king and prince and judge. And if it please the king, let us now spill his blood upon the ground, lest he grow up and take away the government from the hand, and hope of Egypt's perish after he shall have reigned. And Balaam said to the king, let us moreover call for all the judges of Egypt and the wise men, therefore, and let us know if the judgment of death is due to this boy, as thou didst say, and then we slay him. And the Pharaoh sent and called for all the wise men in Egypt, and they came before the king, and the angel of the Lord came up amongst them, and he was like one of the wise men of Egypt. And the king said to the wise men, surely you have heard what this Hebrew boy who is in the house has done. And thus has Balaam judged in the matter. So Balaam is saying, kill this boy, because he's going to try to take the kingdom. Now, judge, you also see what is due to the boy for an act he has committed. And the angel, who seemed like one of the wise men of Pharaoh, answered and said as follows, before all the wise men of Egypt and before the king and prince, if it please the king, let the king send for men who shall bring before him an onyx stone, a coal, and a coal of fire, and place them before the child. And if the child shall stretch forth his hand and take the onyx stone, then we shall know that with wisdom has the youth done all that he has done, and we must slay him. But if he stretch forth his hand upon the coal, then we shall know that it was not with knowledge that he did this thing, and he shall live. And the thing seems good in the eyes of the king and the prince. So the king did according to the word of the angel of the Lord. And the king ordered the onyx and the coal to be brought and placed before who?
So I just as they are in that, I just seen, but they have two names. They have two names in one story.
Okay, what he doing is they cited the story of Joseph as a story of people who the people are. And Balaam is saying um, that they gonna have to kill this boy because he's gonna be able to come to power just as they multiplied from Joseph. But here is Moses as a child, and they're saying they're gonna have to kill him. This is before the king of Egypt, right? They're gonna have to kill him because he has done this. Now, the thing about this is you have Balaam, you have the king of Egypt, right? And let's go one step. So you have the king of Egypt and you have Balaam. Now, what happens with Moses is, all right, I'm gonna have to go back because this book is only for chapter 7. Uh, so this is what the story is about right here. Moses, as a little boy, puts the king's crown upon his own head. Balaam and the wise men make this pretext against him. And when grown up, Moses visits his brethren and learns of their grievance. Moses obtains a day of rest on the Sabbath for all of Egypt, right? But when all of chaos kicks in, Moses slays an Egyptian, being destroyed, flees Egypt, Aaron. But Moses flees to Cush. At the death of the king, he is chosen in his stead, and he reigns 40 years in Cush. The reign of Moses. So Moses reigns in Cush for 40 years. This is according to the book of Jasher, which was taken out of the Bible. So now you have Balaam, you have the king of Egypt, you have Moses, and then they tell you Moses goes down to Cush and he reigns in Cush for 40 years. But in history, we don't have that. But we do have a Moses. And we have pretty much the same story as Moses, where Moses was in Egypt and had to run. He went down into Ethiopia. He came back up with an army from out of Ethiopia and ran the Hyksos who were in Egypt out of Egypt. Now, here we go. The Hyksos and Balaam, Moses and Cush. Now, we get to this the Hyksos and Balaam, Moses and Cush, but all of them in the 18th dynasty time, right? All of them are in the 18th dynasty time. But you hear what they're saying? This is a war in Africa. Go here for a minute so you can catch this. So, in the end of the year dies King Saul, king of Edom, and Baal Chanaan, Chanaan, the son of Akbor, reigned in his place. In the 16th year, the reign of Moses over Cush, Baal Chanaan, the son of Akbor, reigned in the land of Edom over all the children of Edom for 38 years. In his day, Moab rebelled against the powers of Edom, having been under Edom since the days of Hadad, the son of Bedad, who smote them in Midian and brought Moab under subjections to Edom. And that's where it gets good here. And when Baal Chanaan, son of Akbor, reigned over Edom, all the children of Moab withdrew their allegiance from Edom. And Angeas, king of Africa, died in those days, and Asdrubal, his son, reigned in his stead. And in those days died Janus, king of the children of Shittim, and they buried him in his temple, which he had built for himself in the plain of Canopia for a residency, and Latinus reigned in his stead. Now, all of these, I want to show you one. I got to show you where the land is at so you can get where we at. And then when I go back over here to the other side, you'll get it. Malin. All right. All right. So here in the book of Jasher, you got most of all of this biblical story, and they got all of this stuff about this African kings. And they got Egypt, and they got the king of Africa, and they got Balaam, and you got Moses. But you got all of this stuff going on, but you don't hear this in the regular Bible. You're not taught this stuff in the regular Bible. None of this history. Now, we take all of that and we take time of the people being in the land. And after being in the land for a certain amount of time, you know, people forget where the name of the people comes from. So after Amenhotep, the people who stayed in certain parts of the lands became known after his father, Ahmosis or Osmosis, as the Greeks would say, and Asmoneus or Asmoneus. But here, the name Osmosis or Osmosius, as the Greeks would say, ends up leaving a dynasty of people. See, the dynasty of the people from the name developed. You know, it's not in the same exact time period as Osmosis, it's after his time period. So you can go 2, 3 generations after his time period. And when you get to 2, 3 generations or more after Osmosis time period, the people who are known under him are called Osmonians or Osmosians, which become known as Hasmoneans. Now, this is where history divides, because the Hasmonean dynasty is important. Because if you listen to Walter Williams and you hear the history of the Bible and the people go straight religion, and if you go history, you can't find these people. But if you cross-reference them over to their hidden names under the 18th dynasty and so forth, then you start getting a different perspective of the story. So the Hasmoneans are very important in our story, you know, and that's where the name Ahmosis goes back to them. That name goes back to your Yahshua, Mary, the mother of Isa, Jesus. So they're telling you there's a blood lineage keeper there. And when we get to Amenhotep, who is the son of Ahmosis and is also a birthright by star knowledge, star king, then the dynasty is locked in because the star king was born under that dynasty. So now that dynasty of Amenhotep, Ahmosis, becomes known as the Hasmonean dynasty in later years. Now, this Hasmonean dynasty were ruling Judea, was ruling Israel, right? Before this Romans or the Catholic come in, before they come in. So in the Bible story, we always go over it under the Jesus story. You get a person called Herod. And Herod takes right of the Hasmonean palace, the Hasmonean throne, after marrying the Hasmonean princess and then killing her and the children so that he could have throne right, and killing all her family. So this Hasmonean goes back to Ahmosis. Now, what happens is you're talking about in Judea a throne right. You're talking about a throne right. But where does this throne right come from? That is not Israel. That is not David. Huh? See, so when we get into the history and the Maccabees and so forth, their lineage is not a clarified lineage for no one. And as you can look right here, the family name of the Hasmonean dynasty originates from the ancestor of the house, whom Josephus called the Hellenized form Osmonius or Osmonius, said to have been the great grandfather of Matthias, but about whom nothing more is known. The name appears to come from the Hebrew name Hasmonai or Osmonai. Alternate view posts that the Hebrew name Osmonai is linked with the village of Hashmon, mentioned in Joshua, and gotten attributed to the name of Hasimeon, and a veiled reference to the Semonite tribes. But it actually is, they say no more information is known on it. When you go through it, they act as though they cannot tell you where that name actually comes in at from. It is from the Akmosian or Osmos or Akmos, the Hasmonean Akmosian. When you end up in this aspect, you're coming from a certain specific lineage at this time, which changes a certain aspect of what was going on. So you got two ways, but it lines back up in well, let me go back to the King's List. So the King's List gives you a clarity of 18th dynasty for Moses. 18th dynasty. So when you get the 18th dynasty, we have a clarity that that is Akhmosis. So we can't get around that, not even from the Ethiopians' King's List. But now what takes a turn in the Ethiopians' King's List, and me and the president, we talked about this today. So I wanted to introduce this into the minds of many others who are on here. Did I go too far down? All right, right here. Now, when we get to the Akhmosis story and we take it all the way through, and we say Hasmoneans, you come into the period of the Hasmoneans, which becomes Maccabees, and they have a Yeshua ben Pandadar mixed up in there fighting at that same time. But there is the lineages that are there. Now that comes all the way down from what we get to the Moses time, and we get to another period that's supposed to be the Jesus time. But Jesus is not put in the Ethiopians' King's List per se. Now, but Jesus is not put in the Ethiopians' King's List per se. When we get to the Jesus story, which gonna make sense to you, we meet another king called Bazan. And this is right before the Christ story or the Jesus story takes off. So when we're reading the Yahshua, the book of Yahshua, we're listening to family people argue about throne right and who will claim the throne right. we're listening and watching in the book of Yasha to family members fight over who would claim the throne right. And that's all it is in that aspect, is these are family members from the aspect of Nubia, Cush ruling Egypt. The Hyksos invade, but the Hyksos are not just anyone. The Hyksos are a mixture of people, but they're led also by an indigenous group. So when we get into the Ethiopians list, we talk always about the story of Aram and Cam. Let me go back up one time, because this is how this gets important. And this is how you track that name. So in the beginning, we have the dynasty or the tribe of Ori and Aram, or not Anaram, Ori, who is also called Aram. So Ori is also called Aram. Then you have Cam. Now here we always read about how are treated by Cam, and Cam, the tribe of Aram, Shem, who ruled in Cush before the arrival of the Hamites of the land of Cush, and that this is before the disbursement. They were ran out of the land by Cam because they had been dealing with the fallen ones. So now Cam rules the land, and the Aram are sent out to rule in foreign lands. And Aram is sent out to rule in foreign lands. So now when Aram comes back with a foreign mixed breed power structure because someone has died and they come to claim a birthright, and they want to claim the throne still, but the other part of the bloodlines are not saying they're not official because they've mixed now. So Cam and Aram are having serious issues. So when we get into the story of Book of Jasher, and you've got Balaam telling the king of Egypt to kill Moses, but Moses goes down to Cush and unites and builds and becomes king. But then Moses comes back up with an army and establishes power. So why wouldn't when Moses come back up, so the people in Moses come back up, this would be the Hasmoneans. They would later on become Hasmoneans in the land that they came back up and conquered with Moses all the way through. Now, these people who we call Hasmoneans, well, let's go down first. Let's go down first. So you got Moses and you've got Balaam. Balaam is telling the king of Egypt, you need to kill Moses, he's going to claim birthright. And Balaam is coming from where? Tied with the king of Egypt. Where is he coming from? Let me move fast. So when we go through this story on Melchizedek, we go from Melchizedek to his son Ethiop, and we know that Ethiop, right, the son of Melchizedek, becomes 12 kings in the Ethiopian Empire. And again, we always stress this because we're talking about disseminating ancient Ethiopian culture. So Ethiopia was an empire spread out through the lands. We got Cam and Aram. Aram is ran out. Cam is ruling. Now, the Semitic group of people come back in to try to take over Egypt. This is not an undeveloped Neanderthal white man that could just come in and take over the most advanced civilization in the world. This is our people, the Aram, coming back under the tutelage of the Hyksos, with the mixed breed mixed in. And this is why this Bible story throws people for a loop. Now, these Hyksos who are in the land abusing the people in the land. Ahmosis flees down south. Ahmosis. And he gets help. So Moses goes to Cush. Balaam is dealing with Aram. Okay? Now, Ahmosis takes the rulership. So the rightful lineages is still coming out of the Ahmosis or the Hasmonean. So by the time we get to the Jesus story, those who are still living in that area under the tutelage of the Hasmoneans or Ahmosians, they were called the Basileus, the keepers of the crown right. They were considered the Basileus, the monarch. They were considered that, you know. So when you get into this history component here and the 12 kingdoms and the empire that grew out of Melchizedek, we start to understand Moab or all of these different Semitic speakers, and we use things that trace them to Cush, but we know Cush is another name for Ethiopia. So when we get to Walter Williams and he goes to these Bible characters, we start to learn that this biblical story is connected to this 18th dynasty of Egypt. So it's not that we have to run away from the Bible or burn the Bible. It's a decoding of the Bible and the Bible story. So we're going to go one more step for, and we're going to close right here. Just try to put that there to get back to the Thessalonians. Try to find the right one. We all gonna probably say a little bit of it. Oh man, all of these are good ones, probably. Uh, so I got to say Mount Sinai.
Данное видео будет о так называемом храме Хатхор или хозяйки горы, который расположен на Синае. Честно сказать, лично сам я думал, что это миф, легенда, что, мол, такого храма или таковой горы нет. И тут относительно недавно я узнал, что действительно такой храм на Синае есть. Это не легенда, это не миф. И там же на Синае расположены возле этого храма гигантские каменоломни. Из того, что мне известно, я...
So, make it short, I just played this video here. There was an archaeologist, Petrie, who went looking for where Moses was supposed to have went to receive the 10 Commandments and so forth. And it was Mount Sinai. And when Petrie made the tour, he found the temple for the Temple of Hathor, an 18th dynasty temple. So the place in which the whole Christian story of what would become the 5 books of Moses, the Torah, and all of those things that were supposed to be being received was actually someone going into a Kemetic temple called the Temple of Hathor. So not into the mountaintop and talked to God. They went into the Temple of Hathor. And, now when we analyze that for the Moses story, it changes also the small study of just being trapped in the Bible. Now it takes you on another journey with this name Moses. But again, the Ethiopian Kings list lines it right up because it places him into the 18th dynasty, and a 18th dynasty member would know to go to the temple of the 18th dynasty. So what is the Bible stories if these things that they were saying were actually a Kemetic temple and this is where they were going? What do we call Christianity today? What do we call Islam today? The whole story of the Old Testament, which they based on it, was covering up the true history of the Temple of Hathor. Then we have to analyze who is Hathor, sacred mother. But again, this religion, in these days in religion, the mother is the deceiver, the Eve.
Знаю, что еще во времена фараонов, точно не могу сказать, какого именно, египтяне послали экспедицию на Синай.
So you go through it from that component and you get that, you start to see that, you know, it's not basically for us to tell the story the same way they've been telling us to tell the story. We have to pick the locks and pick the codes and see that they're in the midst of history and is our story, our true story. And again, when you study that and study the Dejanshua going to the Melchizedek and the 12 kingdoms, you end up with overstanding that there was an inner bloodline argument and war. And when Cush and Nubia came back up and took place, they were the rightful heir. That's the Hasmonean. When the Aram or the Shem or the Semitics that were coming back down, they were mixed. So their question of being the rightful bloodline was always questioned. So they had to come back through the sacred mothers, through the black queens, you know. And so this is where you get these constructs of Abrahams and them marrying these women. You know, they were coming back to the Hathors, to the sacred right of the throne comes through the Cushite woman. And so again, I had this conversation because I was telling one of my roster brothers and explaining to them that we have to educate ourselves for when there comes this time when the youth asks us questions and they say, look, man, history shows that there is no Israel like that. There is no this like that. Can we break down the history? Can we study our story to show the youth the connection? Or will we tell them to just have blind faith and believe? So if we're able to trace this and then understand the lineage that comes back through the David, because then you understand why David and Solomon both had to come through Bathsheba and Sheba. And that's the lineage that comes down. That's the lineage that comes down into Ethiopia with the birthright, but they both had to still come through the Sheba. So we'll have to learn to decipher this and see those encodements in time. And that's why we always talk about Star King knowledge, because we'll take it from Amenhotep, first one of the first Star King lineages still recognized, and show you and track you that all the way to the Hasmoneans, who later on become Maccabees, the Essenes, and the Nazarenes. So now we have to understand now David's lineage goes to Sheba and so forth, but because it is coming off of that encoded history, Europeans like UK or England will say that their throne is based on David, and Charles is elect of God, under the throne of David. And, you know, this again comes back to them trying to steal the birthright, the rightful lineage of the Basileus, which went to Cush, went to Ethiopia, was always their title, came back into the Axumites, Christian empire, because it was keeping the birthright in Ethiopia. And that's why when you go through the stories of Moses being a king in Ethiopia and so forth, then you go into Ethiopia now and they say the staff of Moses is in Ethiopia. The Ark of the Covenant is in Ethiopia. And people say, well, why are all these things there? Because the stories were always going on there. And then the stories had to been woven and kept in certain teachings, and they became Coptic or co-op. And the Coptics then had to encode them to keep protecting them. And so we're just getting back to it. So as we decode this history, we won't be bound by religion because we'll see our story in all of the stories. We'll be able to take all of the books and know that we are one. For His Majesty gave us the direction, and the name with the Tawido is the oneness. So how do we teach the youth the oneness so that they don't walk away from their heritage? We have to know the knowledge of our story. Give thanks. Thank you, Chair.
The chair with us?
Yes, yes, he said.
Can I come in, Russ Lazarus?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, give thanks, family. Very interesting lecture tonight, class. But one thing is with this Walter Williams, that I've been the study of Serapis, where they founded the Serapis cult, and then they was found from the Greeks. That became very interesting. That then it came through, and you'll see Walter Williams then jumped to the Council of Nicaea. Well, in that period, from the Ptolemies, when they began, from the first Ptolemy, Soter, from him right up to the Council of Nicaea is 600 years, 600-year period. Well, 600 years is a very long period of time for history to be altered and for different interpretations to be imposed. But one thing where this contradiction comes in with using Walter Williams is because I don't know if I know them, but on the Rust Around Table, which is a program that I frequent. It's not running right now, but it will be running back again. There's a program that I did frequent my appearance on there, and there used to be brothers on there who used to use this Walter Williams. I'm talking about Rastafari brethren using this Walter Williams as a cornerstone to actually challenge His Majesty's lineage and the credibility of His Majesty's story as it coming through the Christian coming through a Christian foundation, or not a foundation, but the culmination of the Christianity from a Hebrew foundation. And so they said, and they use as their backative certain strong Rastafarians from Jamaica. And I'll tell you one, for instance, is the lawyer Miguel Lawn, who went to Canada and was doing a program in Canada where he was saying that they follow the Arius doctrine, that they don't follow the Nicene Creed, because the Nicene Creed was where Constantine and the white man this is their interpretation of this, that was where the white man bring in the history of the religion or Christianity came into and became corrupted there. And so our black brother Arius run them. So out of Arius became the doctrine of Arianism. This is a study that I've done because it's something I know about quite well. And so Arianism, as our brother there, Walter Williams, then told us, it came from the Arius Creed, from the Creed of 325 AD, and then came the opposition in the person of Arius. You'll read about this also in the Keber Nagast of Arius, right? How they talk about him in the Keber Nagast to say that he was a devilish kind of person. He's not in line with the Ethiopian teaching from the time of Ezana accepting Christianity into Ethiopia. So they brought in the Homoousios Creed, which was in 381. Now, that Homoousios Creed these people were called the Hussians, and they were led by Saint Gregory, right, of Nazianzus. Nazianzus is where the Nazi doctrine of the Northern Europeans, that is their foundation. This Arian and Arius. So this is the paradox and the contradiction that we have to be careful of what we're dealing with here, because from that Homoousios Creed in 381, it remained in power, or not in power, but it was around, it was the doctrine which was in opposition to the Nicene Creed. And then around the late 4th century, like 380 to like nearly 400, then there was a brother called Theodosius, and he then fought against this creed of these Homoousians or Homonians, and but it stayed as a fringe power, but was then carried to the Germanic tribes up until, because it was kind of taken out of the Middle East from that time, but it was carried up until to the German tribes, up into the northern regions of Europe, and remained constant up there until about the 8th century, between 750 up them times there, up into the 8th century. So it was those people, those Germanics, who carried this Arian doctrine, or the doctrine of Arius. They carried it north, and there it developed. And this is when now in the 19th century, in the 20th century, when Hitler came to power, they came with their Nazi doctrine, because they're bringing the doctrine of Nazianzus. So that then culminated in the Nazi movement, which His Majesty was opposed against. Can I share my screen and just show you something, Ras Lazarus?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ras?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Sorry, Russ?
Yes, yes. Go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, give thanks. I don't want to do nothing without permission, Russ, you know? Yeah. Oh, no, not this. Where is it? Hold on, Russ. Oh, share. Okay, share. Can you, hold on, what happened to that share? Can you see this on the screen? That's the wrong one. Yes. So this here is the culmination of the Aryan doctrine that went into Nazi Germany. And here now we see the Queen Mother, Queen Consort Elizabeth, and Princess Elizabeth, who became Queen Elizabeth II. And this here is King Edward II, seventh. He's the Nazi who abdicated from the throne of England, and he's the one who was a friend with Hitler, and he was taken because Hitler was going to put him in power if Hitler was going to put this brother in power if they conquered Britain, right? England. And here is the same people. Here's the Queen Mother, Mary, and that's the Queen Elizabeth, the mother. That's Queen Elizabeth here, the young girl here, giving the Nazi salute. And here,
I see something says the order of the Holy Trinity. I don't see what you're showing.
Oh, you can't see that?
No, no.
Hold on, Ross. Okay, hang on, let me see. Why can't you see that? Hang on, let me stop the share. Right. Let me bring this up. Let me see. Right, hang on. Why can't I see that? Share. Oh, okay. Sorry, Russ. Sorry about that. Share. Can you see that now? Can you see the Queen Elizabeth? Can you see a picture of the Queen Elizabeth as a child?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah, well, this is the Queen Consort Elizabeth. This is the Queen Mother. This is the Queen as a young girl giving the Nazi salute. And this is King Edward VII, who was the real Nazi who worked with Hitler. And here are these same people. There's Mountbatten, the German, Battenberg. That's it. Well, Mountbatten means Battenberg. These are the German Nazi people. Here's the Queen Mother. Here's King Charles, Prince Charles, who became king, who is now King Charles. And here is Majesty. This is when he got the Order of the Garter. This is when he conquered them. You see, because His Majesty came to defeat them, the Nazi Aryan doctrine. So I just want to show the item that this using Walter Williams is very dangerous, because the Arianism, or the doctrine of Arius, who we hear Rasta brethren saying, oh, we are Arian, we dealing with Arius doctrine because the Council of Nicaea and Constantine was when the white man come and thief the black man's religion. But what I'm showing the idea, this is a paradox and a contradiction, because this is the culmination of the Arian doctrine, and this is it. This is its head. This royal family of Great Britain, and when His Majesty,
you have to listen to what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying is Walter Williams, just like you just said, will be a basis in which many brethren and sisters will come. And they will have a basis of attacking the Christian construct. And where does it come from and what's the root of it? And they'll be right. Not that it's the basis of Walter Williams' argument. It's meaning that we have to learn to teach pastors trying to use the blind faith of Christianity to teach the youth, when they're going to come with facts and so forth to show evidential. It's not about Arius or about the Christian religion as the Council of Nice or the Council of Geminio or the Council of Chalcedon or any of that. We're talking about on the basis fact that archaeological findings, there is none for the Christian stories. There is they can't find these things. They can only find on the Marin Stella thing where they try to say that that appears to say Israel, but no one can confirm that. So when you're dealing with those facts in history and in time, you're going to have to be able to break that story down to the youth. And so a lot more to the story, and that's where our history, and this is why if we go and we can take one of the names from the Ethiopian kings list and we can track that name back through the pharaohs of Egypt. But in regular history, how they will tell us, or anybody will tell us with the Bible, they'll never connect those things. But they are connected. So the way names come to us in the Bible and the names are coming to us in scriptures are not all the way there. You have to decode them. Jethro is not a name. It's a title that means excellency. Sarah is not a name. It is a title that means princess. So when we're dealing with decoding the history, we have to go through it the right way. We can't be biased if we're teaching the youth. We have to break those codes. Now, there's another key in this. When we get to the Septuagint, see, the Septuagint comes from the 70. Remember the 70 that put the book together. But the Pentecost and the Septuagint, you have to study those histories on them. There's a powerful video by Brother Ali, and I might be able to, I'll pull it up, and you will learn that those 70, under the Septuagint, the 70 priests that put together the Septuagint are not writing in what they call Jerusalem Hebrew or so forth. They're writing in what is called an Egyptian or a Hamitic Hebrew. That's different. So they're looking at the dialect. So it's more in the Canaanites than it's more in the Egyptian or the Nubian aspect. So they're looking at the language and they're realizing that these 70 priests are 70 African priests that they have made in code what we call the Septuagint. But then when we study the history of that, it's very important. And that's why I got a video out says I don't burn the Bible, I learn the Bible. And so many a times our youth, they're gonna find that there's questions on that. And then it's hard to just tell them, just believe in this. And then they look and they say, well, okay, according to history, where was David? Where's David's palace? Where's Solomon's temple? Where's these things if they're real? So we have to be able to educate and speak past that. So
Where's the Septuagint?
Let's go.
I told you he was holding out. I told you he was holding out. No, I know what I'm doing. You gotta press the button, brother. Here you go. And he knows what he's doing. This is the Septuagint, a gift from my brother, from my Seneb. According to history. What book was the original version of this, which was in Greek? What book was that supposedly translated from? What is the name of that book? I'll even give you a clue. It starts with a P. Mm-hmm. What book is that?
All right, let me do this. I'm going to say the Pentateuch.
Stop. That's it. Correct answer. That's why I fucks with dude. Okay? Now, this is what I was saving for the debate. Oh, not for the debate, for the lecture. Yeah. You've always wanted me to divulge something. Mm-hmm. Okay? I'm going to give you something right now that I call it the linchpin. You know, you don't like to give your linchpins away.
No,
you want to save your linchpin for a lecture.
Right.
You want to save your linchpin for a debate. You don't want to give nobody out there time to run and study and go, oh, look, I can't, nah. You don't want to give them that.
Right.
But it doesn't really matter because once I put this out there, there's not going to be anything you can do about it anyway.
Go ahead, go in.
So I'm going to put it out there for you. I said before the last time I was here that there is one lie that the Hebrew world needs you to believe for the rest of their lie to stand about the Bible. The one lie that they need for you to believe is that the Septuagint was translated from a book called the Pentateuch. That is key. That is the linchpin. If you move from there, you're going to fail with anything else you know. You have to stop right there. They tell you that this book, the 70, the double L or the L double X, right? The L double X, the 70, the Septuagint, they tell you that this book was translated from the Pentateuch. The Pentateuch, what is the Pentateuch supposed to be?
The Pentateuch is supposed to be the laws that were written by Moses about the patriarchs from Genesis all the way through Leviticus and Deuteronomy.
It's supposed to be 5 books, the first 5 books of Moses.
The laws, yeah.
That's the Pentateuch. What they tell you is that the reason that book, now ask yourself, well, wait a minute, you're talking about the Torah, right? That's what the Hebrew would say. Well, if it's called the Hebrew, if it's called the Torah, why didn't the Greek-speaking Jews of Alexandria just call it the Torah? That's not hard to pronounce. Doesn't matter what language you speak. That's not a big technical word. They could have said the Torah. They could have said Chumash, which is another word for it. They didn't. They want us to believe that they called that book the Pentateuch. Now, when you go, pay attention. When you go back in history, have you ever heard of the Iliad and the Odyssey?
Homer.
Right. There's never been another book in history that was written called the Iliad and the Odyssey. Because there's only one Iliad and Odyssey. Correct? And I'm sure there are other books like that in history. Books that are so great that there's only one book by that name. What's a book by Josephus?
The War. Joseph's War. It's like a
War of the Jews, right?
Right.
Okay, or even against Apion. There's only one against Apion.
Right.
There's no 2 or 3. There's only one. Okay? Which means that when you go back in time, because writing was not as prolific as it is today.
Right.
They didn't have printing machines. Okay? Where you could just, write on some shit and publish it, and they didn't have that. Okay? Which means that when there was a great piece of work that was Romeo and Juliet, there's only one book called Romeo and Juliet. All right? Anything else, there's only one story. We know there are other people tried to rewrite it and do their versions and the other, but there's only one Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, although he probably stole that from Averroes the more. Okay? But the point I'm making is that if, I want you to follow what I'm going to say.
I'm listening.
If the Septuagint was translated from a book called the Pentateuch, then there should only be one book called the Pentateuch in history. Am I right? According to the logic that is laid out.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Absolutely.
There shouldn't be another Pentateuch.
It shouldn't be 3 or 4 Pentateuch.
Shouldn't be 3 or 4 Pentateuchs. There should only be one Pentateuch. That is the book, which is the Torah, which the Greek-speaking Jews of Alexandria called the Torah. They called it the Pentateuch, which means the first 5 books. You don't want to sit there for this, Sunday. Don't move.
No, I'm listening.
Okay? So then ask me. I want you to go online and pull up. No, you got something.
No. Keep talking.
Hold on. Open your laptop up.
Write the title of this
Do-
discussion. So I can put it over there.
Fam. Get your laptop. I want you to pull this up right now as I'm talking.
Yep.
I'm going to show you how to slam dunk a buster. Okay? This is how you knock heads off shoulders, academically speaking. Right. Guys, when I use language like that, I'm speaking academically. I'm not talking about, because you got a lot of mental midgets out here.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Now, in history, there should only be one book called the Pentateuch. If that story is true, if this book was because they call it the Pentateuch.
Right.
They say this book was translated from the Pentateuch. When you use the term the, that means there is only one. Like when you say the Eiffel, you never say one of the Eiffel Towers. You say the Eiffel Tower because there's only one. You say the Statue of Liberty because there's only one. Well, they say that this book was translated from the Pentateuch because there should be only
Say that
one.
one more time. Spell that again.
Dorotheus of Sidon.
Spell it for the camera again.
Dorotheus of Sidon. I know where you're going. Wow.
You said you know where I'm going?
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Click that.
Hello.
Read out loud the first sentence.
Dorotheus of Sidon, 75 CE, was a first century Hellenistic astrologer who wrote a didactic poem on horoscopic astrology known in Greek as the Pentateuch.
Stop. Read that sentence again.
Dorotheus of Sidon. Sidon is near Tyre, where Israel is.
Punic. That's why I wouldn't argue with you before. Punic.
I know. Believe me, I have to know this.
Yeah, I know. Yo, hit him with it.
Dorotheus of Sidon, 75 CE, was a first century Hellenistic astrologer who wrote a didactic poem on horoscopic astrology known in Greek as the Pentateuch.
The Pentateuch.
The Pentateuch.
Okay? You ain't even got to go no further than that. You ain't got to go no further than that because there's going to be some more there that's going to mess them up. But the bottom line is that this is the Pentateuch in history they never tell you about. They always tell you about a fictitious Pentateuch that this was supposedly translated from, called the Torah and the Chumash. They don't tell you about this Pentateuch. This is the historical Pentateuch from 1st century Alexandria.
Damn, you going in now.
Okay?
Wow.
1st century Alexandria, Egypt.
Right.
Okay? That explains why. That's one of the reasons. The one thing you have to know about the Bible, and I'm holding in my hand the oldest Bible, an English translation of the oldest Bible. Forget that King James Version junk. Okay? Forget the Torah and forget the Tanakh and the Ketuvim and all that other stuff. Forget that, in the Masoretic text. This is an English translation of the oldest version of the Bible, which is the Septuagint. And like my brother here said, the source documents from which this came were in Egypt. That's where it was done. It was commissioned and underwritten and patronized by Ptolemy Philadelphus, Ptolemy II Philadelphus, the son of Soter, Ptolemy I. Mm-hmm. He is the one who is commissioned in history with paying for the first Bible to come into existence. He also adopted Egyptian religious customs. He also paid for scientific research in Alexandria. So when people tell you in BC times that Africa had people swinging around on trees and jungles, and no. Scientific research was being done, patronized, and underwritten in Africa in BC times. Okay? On our hood, and our hood on our turf. But the important thing to know is that the documents that went in to making the Septuagint came from a repository literary cache. I can even show you pictures of it. I'll show you the pictures of it. Where they confiscated all of the scrolls from the repositories along the Nile Valley and they stored them. There's a whole story behind this, but the bottom line is that they stored them. If you want to know why they took the literature, I'll tell you why they took the literature, how it got stored there, and how it ended up in here. Alexander of Macedon wanted to become the king of Egypt. Okay, boys and girls, here's a bedtime story for you. You want to pay attention to it. Alexander wanted to become king of Egypt. They told him that cannot happen without the express permission of the oracle of Amen in the Siwa Oasis, out in the western desert of Egypt. When Alexander got there, he asked them, he said, am I the son of God? Am I the son of Amun, of Amen? The oracle told him no. He drew his sword and put it to the oracle's neck and said, am I the son of God? Am I the son of Amun? The oracle said, wait a minute, let me look at the cards again. let me look at the bones again. Let me look at the entrails again. And all of a sudden, yes, you are the son of God and you are the son of Amen. Alexander went back, and the particular temple that he went to was a temple, the temple of Ptah in
Melechite.
In Memphis. He went to the temple of Ptah in Memphis, and at this particular temple, he found allies. The only problem that the rest of the priesthood would not agree. So therefore, but even during that interim, Alexander had his coin struck and minted with the horns of the god, the Egyptian African god Amen, on his head. Google Alexander the Great coins with horns. That's all you got to do. And you will see the horns of Amen on his head. He's Googling it right now. If you want them, you can show them to the people. Okay, Google Alexander the Great with horns on his head on coins. He had himself depicted as the son of Amen. But the rest of the priesthood never accepted him, which meant the rest of the country never accepted him. Okay, this is important. Did you want to learn? She's so precious. Beautiful princess, right? So, Alexander failed. He felt he had reached his greatest failure. He left.
Do your homework.
He left and went to Syria, got his butt kicked, got killed, blah, 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 blah. His generals took over. The Diadochi. The Diadochi split up the world amongst themselves. You have the Seleucids, you have the Ptolemies, you have the other two who I can't recall what they called themselves, but they're very interesting names. But the two most important ones were the Seleucids and the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies took over Egypt, and the first Ptolemy that took over Egypt was Alexander's general, Soter, Ptolemy I. Ptolemy I wanted to succeed where Alexander failed. Ptolemy I made the priesthood of Egypt, well, let me put it to you like this. Every king has counselors. There was a problem in Egypt when Ptolemy took over in, I think it was Alexander was 325, so he would have been like 320, right. about 320 BCE. There was a problem in Egypt. The problem in Egypt is that Alexandria was not actually in Egypt. It's what's called ad Egyptum, or an intrusion into a foreign object, a foreign intrusion into a country. That's what Alexandria was. It was almost as if it was built up out on the water. Okay, it was like a harbor city. That's why they had the lighthouse and all, the island of Pharos and all this other stuff. Okay, in this city, if you learn this city, you will understand why New York is the way it is. You will understand why England is the way it is. You will understand why the world is the way it is. Because the first time that it became like that was in Alexandria. That is the first time that you have black people, white people, all living amongst each other with the exact same hierarchy. White people on the top, black people on the bottom. White people are the haves, black people are the have-nots.
It's been like that all that time
the
too?
The first time it took, what I'm trying to tell you is that nothing has changed since Alexandria. That's why my decision was to become an expert on Alexandria. I said, forget all of the rest. I want to understand this, what I'm living in today. In order to understand and master what you're living in today, you have to understand Alexandria. Once you understand Alexandria, nobody will ever be able to lie to you about anything under the sun again with respect to history or religion. But you have to master Alexandria. Alexandria is the linchpin. Alexandria is the bridge. Alexandria is where they pulled the okie doke. That's where they did the switcheroo, in Alexandria. Ptolemy the First wanted to succeed where Alexander failed. The problem was that the Greeks, and this is important, the Greeks not only fell in love with Egypt, they fell in love with everything that was Egyptian, except for one thing. Do you know what that one thing was?
What?
Take a guess. There was one thing that they hated about the Egyptians. The one thing that the Greeks hated about the Egyptians when they moved into Alexandria was that this. See this? My skin color? That's what they hated, because they looked like him. He looks very Kemetic. When I look at him, first thing I think of is Kemet. It's my son's name, right? But just his features look very Kemetic. You understand what I'm saying?
Hold up. So you're saying they hated their skin? What?
They didn't like the skin color of the ancient Egyptians because they were black people. They were Africans. They were Africans. Regular black Africans. The same kind of African you see in Senegal, the same kind of African you see in Nigeria, the same kind of African you see in Kenya, the same kind of African you see in South Africa. They were Africans. They were black people. And the Greeks, and the problem was that, and this is important, look over here for a second. The problem is that the presence of the Egyptians in Alexandria was a constant reminder to the Greeks that they were not Egyptian. You understand what I'm saying to you? They could dress Egyptian. They could go to the temples like the Egyptians.
It's like hip hop.
Right? Yeah, it's like hip hop. It's like white folks in like Eminem and what's this new guy?
Yeah,
he just got all the Grammys, right? Yeah. Or like Robin Thicke, same shit. Right? Yeah. They wanted to sound like us. They wanted to dress like us. But they did not like us. They didn't like us because we did something to them. They didn't like us because our presence was a constant reminder to them of who they were not. You understand? This is where, now that's okay at the bottom levels, because at the bottom levels you can't do anything about it. But at the top levels, it becomes an inconvenience when your people are worshiping the native god of the country you've just taken over. Particularly if the native god looks like Ali Muhammad. This Ali Muhammad. If the native god, or looks like Sanetta, or looks like your brother Amos, if the native god looks like me, or looks like him, and the Greek people are going into the temple and worshiping this black god, that becomes a problem for the person who is ruling, who does not look like the god in the temple. You understand what I'm saying?
Plug it up for me.
So the Greek person who was ruling, which is Ptolemy the First, he understood that the priesthood had an advantage that he did not have. The priesthood looked like the god in the temple that the native Egyptians were worshiping and that the white Greeks were worshiping. You understand what I'm saying? Which meant that Soter, the savior, did not still feel like he had the power that he wanted. So in order to solve that problem, in order to solve that problem, see, I work best when I know I got your attention. In order to solve that problem, what Ptolemy the First did was, or Soter, just call him Soter, what he did was, he made the priesthood of Egypt an offer they could not refuse. He said, I want you to do, he said, the first thing I want you to do is, I cannot have my people coming in your temple worshiping your god, Osiris. Pull up Osiris wooden statue. Let's pull that up. Osiris wooden statue. I'm going to show you what the Greeks were worshiping in Egypt. And this is important. Very, very important. Go to images. Click that right there. That's it. Show that to the people. That's what the Greeks were worshiping.
Look at the dates.
All right.
332
Bring it up a little bit.
BC. Starting at 332 BC.
That's right when Ptolemy was there. That's right when it was going down.
This one?
That's what the Greek people were worshiping. You see that? You see that nose? You see that face?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Greek people were worshiping. A black god. A god who looked like a regular African with a wide nose. He didn't have no Michael Jackson nose. Alright? And he was not Justin Bieber's complexion. Okay? So, what Ptolemy said was, he said, this is what you're going to do. He said, you're going to make a statue in my image that looks like me, a white man. And you're going to take that statue and you're going to put it in the temples next to the statue of your god Osiris. And that way the people can worship together. The black native Egyptians and the white Greeks can worship in the temple together. They can worship the white god and your people can worship Osiris. And the priest said, you got to be out of your mind. It is not going to happen. And so Ptolemy said, it's not going to happen? And they said it's not going to happen. So Ptolemy said, okay. He got his guards together, his soldiers together, and he said, he got his military together, and he said, go into their repositories, yes, go into their temples that dotted the Nile River all the way to Upper Egypt, and take out all of the scrolls, all their information, because he realized the priests, they were, like he said, they were universities. The priests had the knowledge, because that's what gave them the power. He said, go in there, take out all of those scrolls. And that's what they did. And then he said, shut the temples down and make it illegal for them to meet and worship. And that's when they began to meet in the graveyards and meet in their homes, as became a custom amongst Coptic Christianity. Okay? A lot of people don't know that. Now, what happened after that is, you got to ask yourself, well, what did he do with all of those scrolls that they took out? You're talking about thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of scrolls. Go to Facebook, please. Mm-hmm. You're talking about thousands upon thousands upon thousands of scrolls. All right? I'm going to show you what these scrolls look like.
You want to sign in or you want me to sign in?
You can sign in, it doesn't matter. Okay. I'm going to show you what these scrolls look like. What he did with the scrolls, he put them in the same temple that Alexander had went to when he tried to become the king of Egypt. At the temple of Ptah in Memphis. Because the priesthood in that temple, they capitulated to his request. They sold out. These are the first documented Uncle Tom Sambos in our history. These ancient Egyptians. I'm not talking about all of the priesthood. I'm talking about a small faction of them who sold out. Okay? Without their help, the Greeks could never have done what they did. Okay? Let's go to Ultimate Bible Study class.
You want more water?
Please. Yeah, this thing is like, whoa. I usually try not to speak this much, just to conserve my voice. Alright? So, what they did was, hold that picture right there. You click on that.
This one here?
No, click on that. Right there. Thanks. Okay. Right? So, basically, what they did was, they took all of the scrolls, as Ptolemy first issued his order for them to do that. They took the scrolls. Thank you very much. Man. They took the scrolls and they housed them in that temple, the Temple of Ptah in Memphis. Oh, as a matter of fact, could you open up another page? Keep that there. Can you open up another page at the same time? Mm-hmm. And go to Google? I'm going to show you something. Type in Alexander at the Egyptian temple. Because a picture's worth 1,000 words. I'm going to show it to them in imagery. Go to images. Anytime I show you something, go directly to images. Because that's where it is that I'm looking for. Click on the color one. That's a rare picture. It's very hard to get. Mm-hmm. Show that to them, please. That's a picture of Alexander. Which camera should he use?
That one right there.
All right, cool. That's a picture of Alexander at Egypt trying to become the king of Egypt. That's the temple of Ptah in Memphis. That's a very rare picture and it's very hard to find and hard to get. But I love that picture. It's one of my favorite pictures.
The one with the steps?
Yeah, the one
He's just standing there.
He's standing there. If you look above him, you can see the Apis bull. You can see the Apis bull up there. That was the Egyptian deity of resurrection. Okay? So, they took all of the Egyptian scrolls, after they shut down the Egyptian temples, they took the scrolls and they put it in that temple. All of the scrolls, and what did that do? The priests who were there now truly became the most powerful priests in Egypt. Why? Because you got to remember, prior to that, all of the knowledge was spread out. You had competing temples, competing universities, just like you have today. You got Harvard against Yale, against MIT, you understand what I'm saying? You don't know, these universities don't necessarily work together in tandem. It's never, knowledge is power. You understand what I'm saying? Same thing back then. But now, for the first time in the history of Egypt, all of the knowledge is under one roof in that temple. Okay? What happens? Ptolemy dies. His son, Ptolemy II, Philadelphus, takes over.
Philadelphia's.
What? Oh, I'm jumping ahead of myself very quickly. When Ptolemy made that request of them to make a statue in his image, the statue that they made, what they did was they went into the ancient Egyptian formula, and they did what's called theocratia, or the mingling of. One of the reasons why I don't really go into this too much is because it's time consuming. A lot of people want what's called a fast food story.
Right.
I don't do fast food stories. If you want it, I'm gonna give you the details. So the details are, again, Ptolemy, as if I actually remember where I was, Ptolemy, the Egyptian priests who sold out, they did what Philadelphus, the second Ptolemy, requested of them. They made a statue, a white statue. This is truly the beginning of white supremacy. The true beginning for white supremacy for black people and Africans began in Egypt with these Greeks, with these Macedonians and Greeks, when they attempted to, or when they sought to divorce the worship of Osiris between the Greek people and the native African Egyptians. They mandated that the Greek subjects of Alexandria were not to worship the black Osiris any longer. They were now to worship the new god that had been made for Ptolemy II of Philadelphus, and this deity you know in history of as Serapis. Serapis is a hybrid god. It's two different aspects of the god Asuru or Osiris combined together. So they took the first part of his name, which is Asaru, and they took the aspect of Osiris when he is the Apis bull, which represents resurrection. They took that aspect and they combined the terms, and it became Ser Apis. It became Asar Apis, which became shortened in later vernacular as just Serapis or Serapis.
The time period that you're talking about, was there any such thing as a Bible?
No Bible existed. No Hebrews existed.
Oh,
no.
So that don't even exist on the planet right now.
Not at this point we were talking. No.
Okay.
So all that stuff about you being proud to be a black Hebrew, you can take that and do something with that. Okay. I'm talking about you, Sanetta. Because you always know I'm a Hebrew. I'm a Hebrew. Yeah, that didn't exist. Yeah, I see. I used to see him laughing. Right. So, in any case, what happened? What had happened was.
What happened was.
Right? What happened was, Ptolemy II, Philadelphus, he took, or what he did was, after his
picture so you see it?
Oh no, not yet.
Okay.
That's coming in a second. Okay. But what you can do is go to another page and just type in Serapeum, Serapeum, Serapeum. Y'all about to see some shit. Y'all wanted to learn. If you really wanted me to hit it, I would hit you.
You want images?
Yeah, but always go straight to images. That's my favorite one. You can get that shot there. Or any one of them. Go to images, because there's so many good shots, right? When his father Ptolemy first died, his son Ptolemy II, yeah, that's fine. His son Ptolemy II built a temple in dedication to the god that his father had made for the Greeks to worship, this god Serapis. Okay? And the name of the temple that he built to his father's deity was called the Serapeum, in honor of the god Serapis. Would you show them the picture of the Serapeum? That is the Serapeum. That is a temple to which Ptolemy II Philadelphus built to the deity of his father Serapis, or his father Ptolemy I, Soter, which means savior, by the way. Okay? So long before Jesus was called savior, this Greek man was called savior. That was his name, Soter. It meant savior. Okay? It meant salvation. Okay? His son, Ptolemy II Philadelphus, built this temple, the Serapeum. He then went to the temple of Apis, or rather he went to the temple of Ptah in Memphis, and he took out the scrolls that his father had put in there when he had confiscated them from the other temples along the Nile. He took all of those scrolls out of there and he stored those scrolls in the Serapeum. That's what Ptolemy II Philadelphus did. The same man who paid for the Bible to come into existence. I'm telling you where he got his literature from. Okay? This is where he got his literature from. After he stored the scrolls in the Serapeum, he built another temple over this temple called the Temple of Dionysus. Okay? Dionysus is nothing but a Greek version of Osiris. After that, for reasons that I cannot tell you because I don't know myself, after that, he built another temple over the Temple of Dionysus. And that temple is called the Muson. Now you want to get your pencils and your papers out. Trust me. He built a temple called the Muson. Not museum. Museum comes from the word muson. This is the origin of the word museum. It was named after this temple that was constructed by Ptolemy Philadelphus II. The third temple that he built on the same spot. First he built the Serapeum, then he built the Temple of Dionysus, then over there he built the Muson. This is very important. What was the Muson? And remember, the scrolls are in there the whole time. They never move. This was their repository. Okay? Now, type in, please, Muson. M-O-S. I always mess up on this one. M-O-S-E-O-N. Or I-E-O-N. It's one of those. M-O-S-I-E-U-O-I-E-O-N. Muson.
Well, I think you get the point. There's a lot to learn, to understand, and study the language and everything and go on the back roots of it. It's our story. We just got to know how we got there. I hope that little short clip in that video, some of you screenshotted it or maybe got it locked in so you can watch it again. But it's very good, very detailed.
Yes, Russ. Very good, very good. And one other thing I would like to bring in as well, Russ, where I was talking about the Quran, you know, and the idea of Maryam and that, you know, Maryamun, and the Maryamun. Well, in also in the Quran, and I think we could bring this up, is that they don't have the three sons of, they don't have Ham, Shem, and Japheth. They have Ham, Shem, Japheth, and Yam, another son. I don't know if it's a son or a daughter. I think, but it's Yam anyway. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, Lazarus. Are you aware of Yam being the children of Noah?
Yes, the four. Yes.
Yeah, the four. Yeah. Well, in the Bible, they leave that fourth one out. But the point I wanted to make in bringing that just in is that the land of Yam was where from ancient Kemet, they used to visit the land of Yam. The land of Yam was between Chad and Niger, and in the central plains of the continent, and that is where from the land of Yam is where it used to be like a floodplain. There was the mountains, and out of the mountains, below the mountains, like there was a floodplain, and it used to fill up with the monsoon rains, etc. Well, then as they through geology they dried up, so the people then who were, and this was the time which would have made the Sahara green, and so the people then gradually moved away from the areas that became arid. But the land of Yam, originally, the land of Yam was a watery place, and that's why they call it Mari, because Mari is of the water, and Mari Yam is the water of Mother Earth, because Yam, yes, so she must have been a female deity in the. I don't know if they have her as female in the Quran, but she's definitely a female deity. And she represented Mother Earth. So Maryam is where we get also where we get the name Mary Amun, or Mary, and the word Maryam in the Ethiopian Mother of God, in tying her to the to the movement of the earth, which also was then taken to the River Nile. And also you mentioned about the which was really, really great. You mentioned about the Asenath again, when you was mentioning Asenath, who allegedly the Joseph married Asenath, the priest of the daughter of the Ethiopian priest. Well, Asi or Asi, AASE, is the mother goddess from the Igbo people. And Nath is of Neith, and Neith is the name of the house. So Asenath, so she's the mother of the house of Virgo, which is in the zodiac, as the brother was saying there. They used astrology to build the Pentateuch was an astrological work, and also with Asenath being linked to West Africa of the female deity of creation, which even on they say the first day of creation is Sunday, right? Well, in Ghana, a woman who is born on a Sunday is called Asi, A-S-E, Asi. So that's how they pronounce it. So Asenath is the mother of the house of creation, which is September, the month. And what happens in September is the Sirius equinox of the southern hemisphere, the African region of the earth, the southern hemisphere. And also, like those, you mentioned also that with this Asenath, you mentioned the Ephraim. Well, Ephraim is the land of Afrom, and Afrom is Benin, which again is Nigeria. So all of these deity names and the interpretation of the world science is in the African names, and which are preserved in the Bible as well. So the idea that
Yes.
the Europeans have taken this, wrote this Bible and brought it to to the world is really not true. It's only the latest history from they came into the history books around 1500, or into the world history around 1500, that they actually made it prominent that with this interpretation that we're all given. But if we go back to like the brother said, this is where the white supremacy began with the Serapis movement, and that was the origin of the white supremacy. And as I said earlier, the white supremacy took us way up into the kingdoms of England, and these people who are claiming Davidic descent, that they're, you know, where they're really not. So once we unravel the real truth of the Serapis period, and where the Greek and Romans became dominant in the literature, which was African literature, which was also another thing. What I wanted to say as well is that where he talks about Soter, you know, the first Ptolemy called Soter. Well, there's a thing called the Rotas Square. I don't know if you heard of the Rotas Square, and because Soter is the savior. Well, the Rotas Square is where they take the word Soter and they put it in a 25 grid box, 5x5 box, and they write Rotas, they write Sator, they write, you know, they write this word around the edges, and then they bring other words, like there's other words, Repo, Tenet, Opera, and Road, you know, this thing is 5 words, Sator, Arepo, Tenet, Opera, Rotus, and they associate these also with the 5 nails of the cross of Christ. So what we're seeing there in the Rotas Square is where you've got this same Soter, who the brother was talking about in the video, being the first Ptolemy general, and that was his name as the savior. You see that they're using this box here to actually use it in the idea of the crucifixion of Christ, and they use it in the Ethiopian church. You know, they have names for the 5 nails of the cross, and you have to name them and all that, especially in this in the month of in the what we've just gone through, Lent up to Easter. You know, they use these names of the crosses, and you're supposed to do prostrations and chant these names so many times and all of these things. So we're seeing that the Greek basis is intermingled with the Ethiopian church, and in my opinion, that's the corruption, that, you know, and that's why we're seeing the images of white Jesus and everything in the Ethiopian church today, because of this foundational acceptance of the Greek infiltration of African religion. I'll leave that there, Russ. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You hit key points there, too. Key points. Very key points. You know, the savior aspect and the deliverer of light and the sons of light, you know, it's a trickery of words in there. You know, it's a real trickery of words in there. But our science and the science of Africa is there written in the words, just as you have been just showing again. And we just have to pick those locks and decode and show our people, you know, that it all belongs to us. You know, it's our science. It's our story. Give thanks.
Sorry, Russ. Do we need to close the program, or do you want to continue with that with reasoning? Because I'd love to go on a little bit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead. I was going to set up the thing to close out, but go ahead. Go ahead and say something else. I'm wired up with you.
Okay, Russ. Yeah, give that. Well, that's Sator Square. That's Sator Square. Actually, I've actually deciphered it, Russ, and because they actually, even though they say it's to do with the cross nails in the cross of Christ, right? It is actually there's a mistake in that Sator square because Russ, where I've deciphered it, they're spelling the word Sator, Aripo, Tenet, Opera, and Rotas. Well, the word which they've got as tenet shouldn't be tenet, it should be tetet. Right. The reason it should be tetet is because of the double tat. The double tat is the tet means the head, as it does in French, in the French language. Tet means head. In Ethiopia, tet means auntie, you know. And the word tetet and tet actually means the golden crown. If you look in the Ethiopian Bandlet of Righteousness, the book, it actually tells you that the tet is regarding the golden crown. Well, the double crown is the male and the female. That's the tetet. So that word, they've actually made a mistake in the tetet. And why I know they've made a mistake is because I've actually turned that Sator square into a numerical puzzle. And they worked it out. They don't know what it means. They put it in a computer. They've given it 50,000 variations. You can read this up about the Sator square if you started researching it. They put 50,000 variations in a computer. They still haven't been able to actually decipher what it means. But if you change the letter, which is spelling the word tenet, T-E-N-E-T, to tetet, which is the double crown, it actually, when you put those into numerological values on the letters, I've actually worked it out, Russ, that Sator square gives us the value of 2,160. Right? This is what I'm putting. It's in my book, by the way, in that book that I'm just finishing off.
That's the 8. Okay, go ahead.
It gives you the measurement of 2,160. Well, 2,160 is the age, you know, is the length of an age. Let me see if I can just show you the island while I'm talking. Yeah. It gives you the length of an age, which I'll just give you, which we know. I mean, I've showed you all this before, but it's just for anybody who is here, who is listening, who's not aware of what I'm talking about. I just want to show you, it's 2,160. And in this book, in the Bandlet of Righteousness, the Ethiopian Bandlet of Righteousness, which is the story of Christ talking to his mother, and she giving him, and he giving her, and they're talking about this rota square is an idea that why it's in the Ethiopian Bandlet of Righteousness is because the reason it's in there is because it's in there to define the Ethiopian word, because they've done the same thing in Ge'ez, right? So in this picture of the zodiac, you can see this on the screen, the zodiac.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can see it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that each one of these sections here is 2,160 years. This is from one age to another. The length of an age, where it changes from one age to another, is 2,160 years. So this Rotas square actually defines the value 2,160.8, right? So that is what, when you do the mathematics on that square, which I can demonstrate, it's 2,160 years. That's what it actually means. So it's actually giving us the length of an age. And why I'm saying this, Russ, is because what the brother was talking about, the Pentateuch being an astrological or an astronomical treatise, right? Which is the foundation of the Bible. This is it. This is the 2,160. And then in the Ethiopian Ge'ez, they say there's 3 names where the martyr Stephen gave, where he was martyred, he went up into heaven, and he was then given 3 names of Christ. He was given these 3 names of Christ in Ge'ez. I don't know if I've got him here. These 3 names are don't know what page it's on now. Oh, let me see. He's got three names that he's given to Christ anyway. The three, oh, this is it, is it? Three powerful names that they've given to him. Inga which have been translated. This book here, the Ethiopian Book of Life, is translated by Wallace Budge. He's the one who done the Egyptian Book of the Dead, you know. And this book, the Ethiopian Book of Life, was translated by him. It's also called the Bandlet of Righteousness, the Ethiopian Bandlet of Righteousness, which is to do with the Mother Mary. And these three words that they've given to Christ, which Christ gave to Stephen, which Stephen was able to utter, and though if you know these three names, like you've got eternal life or something like that. Well, if you work that out again, and it's translated into English, and I've done the mathematics again, and it gives you 2,160.075 or something. Point is a fifth of a thousandth of a value different to the 2,160.8. So this is like what you're saying is to undo the codes. I've actually undone the code to the Bandlet of Righteousness and also to the Rota Square. So I'll be publishing that in my book very soon. You know, I actually published the book last week. I had it copyrighted last week. It's actually published and copyrighted. But it's not finished. But I did it because when we were on the program, you remember when I said to you on the program the other day, when we were on one time when I was giving a demonstration, this actual what we got on the screen here now, this went missing, Russ. I know it, and you said, oh, I don't know, but it really happened. Like it was not on my when I finished the work, that was not on my page, and there was a page of mathematics which is not in the book either. So I mean, obviously I've got them here because I've got it backed up. So I just but I had to re-copy this and re-put it back in the page when I was giving the demonstration that time, you know, however a couple of months ago it was. So I've actually properly published the book now. It's actually copyrighted. So I've got the copy, you know, I've got the copy and the copyright and all the paperwork with it. So I've actually secured it, you know. So
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say that to the eye. But one thing, I don't know if you've got time for this, Gus, but do you remember when you told me about the number 601, the 601 from Genesis 8:13, and you asked me if I had any
Yes.
interpretation of it?
Yes.
Well, yeah, well, because you said, I think, did you say that was the only number in the book which gave you in the Bible,
Yeah,
which
the
gives
date.
value, a number value?
Yeah, a date value for real.
A date value, yeah. Well, that was 601, and you, I actually did work it out for you. I don't know if you want to listen, if you got time for it now, or
I got time.
yeah, okay. Well, how you know in the science of this of the ages and time, because this what you're seeing on the screen here is built on the Ethiopian king list, right? And it is, if I tell you it's perfect, I mean it's perfect. And I'm not just saying that because I did it. I'm just telling you that the mathematics and the dating and everything in this place is actually perfect because it's astronomical. And and now you can actually prove it. Like if you can remember, I told you there's a 3090 value, 3090 year value that is to do with the snake. It's to do with the the lost 10 tribes of Israel, the lost 10 islands of Atlantis, the zodiac, which I brought from the Shabaka stone, and I showed the idea how I brought it down to earth with the idea of the 10. This is a 12 sphere zodiac, but there's a 12 and there's a 10, which all begins with the 11, the number 11 from the Shabaka stone, and the 11 rib diagram from the Shabaka stone. It becomes from this. So as you see this in front of you, like where you've got Neith and Harmathu, and then Isis Sarah. Well, if you, the 3090, which would be at 0, if you was going to start from 0, if you brought it down to Earth to year 0, which is, if you can see on here, one, let me make it bigger, 101 in the house of this 101. This is the 0 degrees, right? This is 0 of the 26,000 years. This is year 0. You see, there's 289 BC where it changes from Amen to Horus, which is Aries and Pisces. There, it is 298 BC to year 0. This is where the 26,000 year cycle begins and ends in this dimension. So if you take from there the 3090 times 5 gives us 15,450, and there it takes us in perfectly to the cusp, because you see 15,451, it takes us perfectly to the cusp of Harmathu, which is Libra the scales, and Isis Sierra. This is just, I'm just showing the item. This is just to show you that this is a confirmation of the mathematics which I brought down from the other paradigm, the 10 rib paradigm. And there is the proof that it is perfectly aligned at 15,450 to 51, you know, because we always also, when an Ethiopian year starts in September and goes over the upper solstice, or what they call the winter solstice, and it goes into the new year of the Babylon calendar, you know. So, and this is a mixture of Babylonian and Kemetic, because, you know, they say the calendar comes from Babylon, right? Well, this is the combination of the both. So, and also you see here, Aries 245 BC, where that began. That is when they say the pyramids were built, and this is from the Ethiopian king list that this dating fits perfectly. So why I say this is to bring you back now to the 601. Why I wanted to show you that, because the 601, now this is working. How this works, this is where when they call it Egyptian magic, you know, magic, because how this works, degrees, and this is 360 degrees, well, degrees times distance also gives you, this is what I've discovered, is that the magic of this is that the distance, how you're able to date things is to give them degrees, and also a length of time, or a length of a distance length, or a length of time times the degrees will give you dating. This is how you're able to date these things, right? This is the magic of this stuff. So as this is a clock face, this 26,000 years, if you're going to got 0 at the top and 0, you know, 12 or 0 at the top and 6 and 0 at the bottom, it is an entrance to time. And there is 20 in a day, there are 24 hours, which is 24 times 60. 24 times 60 gives you 1,440. So there's 1,440 minutes per day. So why I'm saying that is because this is exponential. What becomes 60 minutes can be 600, you know, like 60 minutes is an exponential value, or a fractal value of 600. 60 is a fractal of 600. So when you asked me about the number 601, and you said, oh, well, I think you did say to me that they break it down. You asked me whether it was actually years, or whether it was broken down into, I don't think you used the word fractals, but I think you might have used the word into minute denomination. I don't know how you actually worded it, but you get what I'm saying. So the 601 actually becomes 60.1, right? If you remove it by a fractal, or a an order of magnitude, 601 becomes 60.1. So if we are now to put 60.1 down into minutes, an arc minutes, we would have to divide that by how do you do that again? You get to get it into arc minutes, you have to divide the value by 60, right? So when you divide that by 60, what you actually get is that 601 comes down to 60.1. If you divide 0.6 by 60, you get 6 minutes. So you actually get here, if this is at the top here, this is 60 minutes, and then 6 minutes on a clock face, bringing it down to the minute values, will give you this first cusp, right? Because it's 5 minutes per cup, 5 minutes per cup. So this is actually 6 minutes. So it brings you to 60 minutes and 6 minutes. And 6 minutes takes you to +1 over this cusp. So that gives us the rotation. So if you're asking me what this actually means, I'm saying that 601, which they gave you in the Bible, gives you the first rotation from the year 0 or the 0 place of 60 minutes to the first cusp of 6 minutes, this will be 5 minutes +1, because for it to continue, anything to continue must go +1, like in your birthday. You know, you're born in 1 year, you're born on your birth, you're not 1 year old, you're 0. And until you're 1 year, so if 0 is at the top of this between Neith, Virgo, and Harmathu, that is your birth. You're not 1. You've got all this time of living here before you become 1. And then when you become 1, you have to continue on to 2. So you have to have 1 + 1. So there it goes on. So that is my interpretation, what you asked me, because what it is the sexagesimal reckoning, you know, like from this celestial reckoning of the thousands of years, when we bring it down to the minute values, to bring it to minute values, we're bringing it to the sexagesimal reckoning. Sexagesimal is of the clock. You know, that is where they use the clock. Now, they say that Babylonians brought this to the world. It's not true. You know, I don't think the Babylonians brought it to the world. They had this in ancient Kemet, right? So that is one thing. So then also, as you said, that's the only number that they in the Bible. It's not, because if you take now the number of Adam, they said he lived 930 years. They said Seth lived 912 years. Kenan lived 910 years. Mahalalel was 895 years, and Jared was 962 years. Why did I stop there? Because after Jared is Enoch or Henoch, right, who's got 365 years. So that brings us to another, because Henoch, as you read in the Bible, gives you he gives Noah the beginning of reckoning and time. What I think it's in Genesis chapter 7, I think it is. He says he gives him the 17th day of the second month to begin reckoning. So Enoch, I've finished at Jared before I start, because Enoch gives us another value, right? So I've stopped with those numbers of Adam, Seth, Kenan, Mahala, and Jared, gives us 4,609 years, right? Because don't forget, you know, when anybody who's doing this mathematics, if you get it within 200 years, it's 3 degrees of the clock, because each degree of this clock takes 72 years, right? So if they're to get it within 3 degrees accuracy, and in modern these modern archaeoastronomers say that when they're considering these ancient times, they say when they when these ancient people were doing this work, they said they were only able to do it to an accuracy with a 216-year margin of error, because you cannot see the movement of a star by putting up your hand, like to see it to move over. If you see a star in one place and then you put your fingers up in that position, they say it takes 3 fingers to be able to see the movement of a star. When you put it up, you say that this is what they're saying. I'm not saying this. This is what they say. It takes 3 fingers to put up 3 fingers to be able to see the movement of a star, which is 3 degrees, right? Which they say for it to be noticeable movement of a star is no less than 3 degrees. So that is 216 years. So they always have a 216-year margin of error. The reason I say that is because these people who are writing this Bible, we don't know how accurate their mathematics is, but we can tell generally that they've got it within a margin of error. So those numbers, what I've just told you, from Adam to Jared in the Bible, give you 4,609. Well, we know that a double age, 2 ages, because it tells us this in the Shabbat stone, that Ptah and Atum are always together, and they give the number of 4,363 years for these two. But actually, from the Shabbat stone, it's actually 4,726 years, because there's a 363 come out of this, which they pass around, which goes around the clock. But anyway, but in the 2,160 level, as we spoke about, each one of these takes 2,160 years. So 2 of these sections takes 4,320 years, which is a measure which is very relevant. A double age and a double year are necessary to be able to work out this science. You can't just work out things from one age. You need 2 ages to actually necessitate a rotation. So 4,320 years is the necessity to make a move, to be able to calculate this. You need to be able to move 4,320 years. Well, the number 4,609, let me bring up a calculator so I can just, right, let me just bring it so I can just show you. So we got 4,006, so the numbers of Adam, Seth, Kenan, Mahalalel, and Jared come to 4,609 years. Now, if we take, so that is what the Bible is giving us. So if we know now accurately from this work that we do that an age takes 2,160 years. So if we double that, because we need a double age, it gives us 4,320. So if we take 4,320 from that 609, which gives us like roughly the 3 degrees margin of error and a bit more, right? It gives us 289. Well, look what we've got here. In this perfect mathematical paradigm, before year 0, there are 289 degrees.
Are starting to move off of the peg of normality that they used to be on.
Jamuza. Jamuza, can you mute?
Now I'm telling you, as did before, you have removed yourself from that circle, and you're on a new track. Now, this is a track you've never been on. This is what I want to talk about.
Jamuza.
This is the biggest difference.
I wonder if he's dropped off.
So back to that.
Oh, yeah, yes. So you see, Russ. So the difference between the 4,609, which begins in the Bible, and the actual length, what we know is 4,320. We've got the 289 years there, the cusp before the year zero, where it changes. This is when the Ptolemies, this is when Alexander the Great, the Greek, this is when they came and invaded Kemet to bring their doctrine in. And the reason they came is because they're aware of this science. So they came in 320, and this is from this time here is when the first Ptolemy, the Soter, came into power, right? You'll find that if you look at the date of the Ptolemies, it's this is actually it, 289 BC. So we've actually perfectly found the biblical interjection from the idea of Adam and Seth and all of those. We've found that they are that is perfectly placed. So then let's carry on now with Enoch and Methuselah and Lamech and Noah. Enoch lived for 365 years. Methuselah lived for 969 years. Lamech, 777 years. And Noah, 950 years. If we add those numbers together, we get 3,061. Now, what was the number I brought down from the number of the 10 thing? 3,090. As I said, 5 times 390 gives us 15,451, which is 15,450, which is on this cusp of 4,451. So we've got the value, the 3,090 value. Well, it's 29. It's 29 short, right? It's 29 short of 3,090. It's 3,061. Well, that 3,061, so there 29 is actually less than half a degree of accuracy, right? If we from 3,061 to 3,090 is 29, and if there are 72 degrees if there's 72 years in a degree, then half of a degree, and don't forget, the Babylonians are saying they're using 3 degrees in accuracy for a margin of error. We've got half a degree here to find that number. So the science of the Bible is not only that number 600 and the 601 is it. The science is here, perfectly I say perfectly evaluated and decoded, So I hope that is enlightening to the eye then. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Are you there, Russ? Minister Lazarus? Is anybody there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Russ Hamdi?
Yes, sir.
I can't hear anything.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes, Russ. I'll just hear you. Yeah, that's just
Yes,
the
sir.
first. Just hear you.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I think everybody might have dropped off. I'm not sure.
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Oh, Russ. Yes, sir. You sound like you sleep. You're sleeping. Shall we close with our prayer?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know, I was gonna say the king gave us that list, you know, and the king gave us quotes of that we should study the history, you know. But he gave us that key as a the list as a key, you know, to unlock a lot of the code that they put on things. Because my favorite era is the Italian fascist Ethiopian war, you know, the invasion. And unless you speak German, you can't get the full story because most of it is written. The Germans was there, you know. Samoans was there, you know, recording it as observers. But the Germans was there, the French, and the Italians brought some people with them. So the majority of it is in historical foundation is in German and Italian. You know, we can get into English, but it's way more in German and Italian. So if we can get people who can read and speak German and Italian, we would get the whole story of the war. And because His Majesty, he did a lot of things that are, you know, people are still hidden too, you know, what actually happened. Because it's a marvel to me that we still, uh, everybody go out for the Battle of Ottawa and the Battle of my child goes by without an even peep. People don't say nothing because they believe in what their narrative of it. And it was the failure and the king lost, you know, and the prophecy said he's valiant, you know, he's courageous, and he's always victorious. But the king never lost that day, you know, because it wasn't a full rout. They didn't rout him. He was on the battlefield. They didn't capture him, you know. So what happened? You know, and the reason why it happened the way it happened because it was a great betrayal on behalf of the Ethiopians that day. The king was betrayed, and they didn't listen to him in some instances when he said attack. He called it the fourth attack for them to attack. They didn't attack. You know, they wanted to have a reason. The Rogers, right? And if they had an attack, it would have been a victory like Ottawa, even with the betrayal. You know, because the Italians they couldn't they was battered, and their reinforcements didn't get there till the day after. You know, some of the more veterans ones didn't get there till the day after, and so they had to listen to him and did what he told them to do. They would have won. You know, because they commenced the next attack the next day when the reinforcements had arrived and they repaired all their fortifications and everything. And but the prophecy had to be fulfilled because he had to go and spite them with the word of his mouth and with the breath of his lips. He shall slay the wicked. So that's the foundation, right? And when we do all of this, we go through the history and everything, right? And we have a lot of history and want to go over and we uncover a lot of things, right? But this thing right here, what we have is our living history. Because a lot of people call that a dead history that we go and uncover, you know? But our living history, and it's really the same, right? Just like our Minister Ross Lazarus showed us, it's the same, but it's coded in different languages and how they hid it, you know? And the way that they set it up through history and spears, to try to separate it. And when they took over, the Ptolemies came in, and they took over that last end of Egypt, and tried to set themselves up as pharaohs, like they was ruling in the same essence, and it wasn't the same, you know. But the whole manifestation of His Majesty is what we can prove, you know. We can prove that His Majesty is who He is, in accordance with the prophecies of what's supposed to happen, and that did happen, And we had a manifestation, because of He's the living Word. So everything He do is according to the Word. So you can find it in the Scripture that we have, even though the Scripture is one of the most things tampered with, right? But the foundation, see, we have certain things in the foundation that throw wrenches in their whole racist engine, that it can't work, But that's why we are reinforced by the Almighty. Take heed to the mouth of the prophets when the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid, that the temple might be built. You right? So they mashed up a lot of the New Testament and some of the book of Genesis, because we really don't have a book called Genesis. That's their summary of some of our books, That's European thing. But the books of the prophets, they really didn't tamper with as much, because they didn't know what to take forward and what to put forward, because a lot of it hadn't happened yet. So how you know how to take what to take from it when it hadn't happened yet? It's something happened in the future, right? So that's why we could take this King James version and go in the books of the prophets now, and it's light and everything in there dealing with the King in the second dispensation and manifestation, and it's accurately and it's correct, because the King himself is the key. He's the key, you know. The key, it can't leave him, It can't leave him. He's the fullness of it. So, like we said, we can't prove a lot of them things with the other ones. But we can prove everything with the King, because we are special, because the skull and bones, these people steal knowledge from around the world, and they come and they store it in their university. And we are the blessed children of our ancestors who are born in this day and time, who have access to our education to these things. That's what's different for I and I. We have access to these things in the universities. That's where I acquired it at. I went to 5 different universities, and I didn't have no leisure time because I was away from home. So I stayed in the library when I wasn't in class, and then I was in the library looking up the manuscripts and the transcript and all of that. That's where I stayed. And I always looked up, right? And I always saw somebody peering at me around the corner, white eye, trying to see what I was into, what I was doing. And when I got up, you know, and go, I make a roundabout. And I see the same person go and try to go back through what I was looking at to try to find out what was I looking at, right? So I don't know. It's in there. They have it in there. They have it in there. But it's for I and I to unlock it and the whole thing forward, So I just know we give thanks because most of our people don't know themselves. Even the Ethiopians don't know themselves. you know? But that king's list, because none of them never seen that king's list. And if you give them that king's list, you know, it really opens them up and it shows them something about themselves and what it's nice to show me because in establishing the independent autocephalous church, you know, they leave them out of that. If you look it up today, their, you know, narrative of it, you know, their Boona and everything, they leave the king out. They set the foundation, 350, right? And then they said 1959. And they leave the king out. They didn't put um, uh, independence or the autocephality procured by Emperor Haile Selassie. You know, they leave the king out, king. So we see that it is an ongoing movement to wash him out of it, to remove his works and everything out of this thing. And we have to know that's what even with the current war, you know, when that Abuna Salama did that canonization of sainthood in Hara, and I see from the item, all of them went down there, you know, for the church there in Ijasa where His Majesty Ras McCunnan and Lady Yashimabet, you know, they didn't like that, the Maroma. They didn't like that. And we see, and they didn't like the canonization of the king. You know, so we see right now in our time the backlash for that, what they're doing. And they sought to divide from the church. One of their own liturgy put in Aromia. They put in Aromia in written form, but instead of using the Fidel of the Guise, the Amharic, they used the Latin. They used the Latin script to write their new language, Aromia. You know, it's based off the Latin alphabet and structural foundation for them to write it. You know, they left the whole foundation of Ethiopia so they can do that. You know, and at the same time, when they do the canonization now, they putting the statue of the king up at the AU. You see, and then now we know the story that outside forces sending mercenaries to unalive that uh, artist, the Romo artist, the major young Romo artist that they was really loved, and they unalive him, and act like it was the Amhara people who did it to cause them to go to war against each other and fighting each other until now, you know. But it showed I and the king, and the king told Mengistu them, if the revolution is good for the people, it's for the people, that I am for the revolution. But the king had already told the ministers um, to put the half a bag, you know, like on the people back when you're talking about the taxes. But you put 2 bags on the back and the people will rebel. You see? And that's what happened. And he told them, if you don't do right by the people, then your day shall go and my days shall return, right? And my story shall return. So we see the prophecy of that fulfillment in 2019. And coming forward now with the canonization and with what they did at the AU, right? So we have to do our research. And it's so marvelous that we can prove the king is who he is as the actions and everything that go on with him. A lot of people say, well, he was lucky to be able to come forward and have the triumphal victory and come forward. What do you mean lucky? You know, nothing about that. Because Isaiah 44:6 tell I that thus says the Lord God, the King of Israel, and his Redeemer, the Lord of hosts. I am the first, and with the last, I am he. And who as I will call and declare and set it in order for me since I appointed the ancient people. You can't get no more precise than that. And the king give us the king's list. And we go all the way forward from this list. Now on the 3,000 years of list of these kings, no other king was crowned Madahani, a lamb. No other king was crowned in Ethiopian history light of the world. He's the first and only light of the world. Now you have one more king on that list that was crowned Bahan Salima, you know, the light of the peace, right? But there's no light of the world because that's one of the Masonic titles of the king in 3,000 years, you know. And I give thanks, you know, and I give thanks for the study, but we have to study to show ourselves approved, you know, and white workers and wielding the sword of truth and righteousness and in the right manner. So give thanks for the patience and the tolerance. Yes, I. Abakadus Kedamawe, Adisalasi, see an exhibit. See la.
Yes, I have a kind of see on the Diaby. Aye. Yes, I give thanks. You know, one other thing I would just like to say about the King's List. When you know that Mr. Ray, you know, Charles Ray, who published the book in the country of the Blue Nile, he first published the Ethiopian King List in his book, and he actually wrote, you know, he didn't write it in that book, but he said it is not of much significance. That's what he said, you know, Ray, and His Majesty gave him the Star of Ethiopia, you know. Yeah, Majesty gave him the Star of Ethiopia for printing the King List in that book and for what he wrote in the country of the Blue Nile. But he said that book, the Ethiopian King List, is not of much value. That's what he wrote, Russ, and it is a perfect astronomical treatise. Aye.
Well, you know, Nigusa Salam Leku Lekimu. They said sometimes you throw your pearls to swine, you know. People who don't recognize the value of it. So they don't hold it in the same self-esteem that you will hold it. But he didn't know. But we have many other books. We have the Kabbanagas. We have the Fethanagas. We have another book that holds more of the more truthful stories of Jesus Christos and his order. The Fayaka, I think it's called the Fayaka Christ, Christos. Fayaka Ayestas, somewhere that manner. And we have another book now. We have another Ethiopian book of the Revelation, like the book of Revelation. And it's straight fire. It's straight fire. And I haven't found it. I had it one time. And I let someone see it, you know, and they got away from me. But it is fire. I seen it in the library in Texas. I haven't seen it since. It's the apocalypse, right? but it's the Ethiopian version. And it's straight fire. And in this book, it talk about the king set some, like in Revelation chapter 20, after he um tackled the dragon, and he set thrones of judgment, and those who were beheaded for the witness and testimony of Jesus Christos, and for the word of God on the white horse, two different camps, two flocks. They're the ones who sat on the thrones of sovereignty and independence, and they gave judgments. Was given the right to judge according to the equity and righteousness that the king had set, right? And they said it was black men, and they had sticks of fire in their hands, and they tormented the unrighteous ones, the ones who were dealing with unrighteousness. They tormented them with the sticks of fire, because people don't understand that the blessings servant of the king is we're given the control, and when we are in unison and living up for and walking in the truth and righteousness with that light as redeemed, restored angels, right? We control the weather. We control the weather of the garden. You have so much control we don't even know about. When we moving in unison, that's why I said our strongest foundation is solidarity. Because when a nation's moving in solidarity, that's when they moving, they carving the earth, they're changing things, because now they're taking their energy, and now they put into youth, carving out themselves a place under the sun, So that is all powerful, that's all powerful for I and I, with the King Shoei, version. So I have to, we just give thanks, because this has become our reality. The king checkmated them with the 1974 draft constitution of Ethiopia. He submitted it to Parliament on August 12th, right? So they had to read it before the assembly. After they read it, now every minister is given a copy. Now they go back to deliberate. Then they will bring forward again to discuss it, and they will vote on it. But when they gave the first utterance of it, you had the foreign press there, right? And the translation come forward, and the foreign press, it was shocking, right? Because it said on chapter part 2, under the crown and the emperor, that in the religious services of all religions, prayer must be made on behalf of the Ethiopian nation and the emperor. It don't matter what your religion is, no matter what your faith is. You practice in Ethiopia, when you open your service, you have to make a prayer for Ethiopia and a prayer for the emperor, right? Now, at this time, we have all the world churchical orders in Ethiopia. They ran to Ethiopia, like the prophecy said, because all nations was helped to build Zion. All nations was helped to save Zion in some way, right? The king let all of them come in because they said they're coming to fulfill the creed of Christ. The hungry be fed, naked clothed, sick nourished, the age protected, infants cared for, prisoners visited, right? King let them in. But they got their little spears they set themselves up in. And then they told the people wherever they was helping, or the village or the rural area, wherever they was helping, Okay, we're feeding you and all of these things. Now, if you want your youth them to go to college, we can sponsor them to go to the U.S., right? But in order for that to happen, you have to attend our religious services. In other words, you have to join our church to get the full sponsorship, and we can work it out so you and your family can go to America, and the children, you put them to our, cause we have our colleges too. Yeah. So that's why a lot of them became Protestant. And right now, I tell you, the Protestantism is one of the fastest growing new religions in the country, right? That in Islam, right? So, and the ministers was warning his majesty about this, what was going on, what they was doing, right? But his majesty checkmated them in that redraft constitution with that order, that lawful order right there, that all religions, in the religious services of all religions, prayer shall be made on behalf of the Ethiopian nation and the emperor. Now, this is in accordance with Psalm 72. It said, all nations shall be blessed in him, and all nations shall call him blessed, right? And his name shall go on as the sun, right? And prayer shall be made for him, and daily shall he be praised. Daily shall he be praised. So this is all set up, but the way it was set up is this is law. There's no more church thing. This is our reality. This is our law. Our holy prayer, the Ababa Jahar Salat, has become reality. Our Father, who art in Zion, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom has come on earth. Thy will has been done. Give us this day our daily bread. This is reality for us now. So if you're not going by that, you're breaking the law, right? But now our reality has been changed by wicked men and their guns. Through fear, they change our reality in Zion, Because Zion is Ethiopian. What we say, Ethiopian is becoming for Pan-Africanism, right? It was the Ethiopianist movement before the Pan-Africanist movement, right? And when you say Ethiopianist, we mean Ethiopia as the center, Ethiocentric. Ethiopia as the center of our garden, right? Based off the Negroes, right? Yeah. And everything coming forward from that, So I give thanks, I. Gusta salam. Sila.
Yes, I give thanks. Much thanks, Russ. Powerful, powerful words, Russ. Beautiful. I give thanks for the really. Yes, I. My Minister Lazarus and all the other family of the Mahel Safari, Local 49. Yes, I give thanks.
And I can seal us up in prayer, everyone, to Bridget. We do our night of honor. Everyone is
Yes, sir.
want to reason, and no one else want to give a word sound. I.
Yeah, I will seal up. Yes, sir. Baruch Tahab women feskedu sahadu amla Besma'ab women feskedu sahadu amla Kaili Selassie Mehel Haile Selassie Zedekaya in Rahin Ahadu Amlak and I believe in one Exia, the Almighty Maker of heaven and earth, all things visible and invisible. And I believe in one Lord and Savior, Christus, the only begotten Son of the Father, who was with him before the creation of the world, light from light, Sium Ixiabi from true Ixiabi, begotten and not made of one essence with the Father, and whom by him was not anything of heaven or earth not made, and who for I and I salvation came down into the crown of Ethiopia through our blessed King Kadamawi Haile Selassie, who was made man incarnate manifest Kedus. And I believe in the life-giving Ixiabi proceeded from the Father, whom all knees should bend and all tongues should serve. You are Negus and Negas, Abetu of Abetus, and I call on you to say when we pray. Abba tachin hoy besemeyat yamitno semeya kadis mengiste tim taf kater besemey indi honech indi ube madarti hon yelaksin jalachin in zaten zare bedalachin in yid kerbalan in yam yabadalan yid kerab din nil abetu with the fatana matakban kek fu hulu adan in enji mengiste yantanatana hel kibur miskana lezelelimu. Amen. Kedus, Kedus, Kedamawi, Bahani Elem, Madani Elem, Hoeti Mizrak, Kidani Meheret, Talaku Meri. By the salutation of the saint angel Rufiel, O Wazir, O Yeshima Bet, I salute thee. Thou art pure in thoughts and the chosen vessel. Blessed art thou among women, lady of 1,000 ladies, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Lich Teferi. Rejoice, thou who is hailed, graceful Ixiabi is with thee. And I beseech and pray for thy mercy to thy beloved Son Christus, to reveal himself in the crown of Ethiopia, thou blessed King Kadamawi, Haile Selassie, that he may forgive I and I all I and I iniquities. Amen. Kedus, Kedus, Kadamawi, Sium Ixiabi, Haile Selassie. Amen. Yes, sir. Give him thanks. You seal up now.
Seal up, seal up, seal up. Give thanks, honey.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. Hallelujah. Yes, rest Lazarus, grace and family. Blessed love.